Now, I know some of you hear psychological thriller and think, oh, I don't want to be confused for 2 hours. But let me stop you right there, lads, all right? This isn't confusing. It's a very, very intelligent movie. It's not trying to make you feel stupid. It's trying to make you feel alive. And if you're one of these people who says, I don't like movies where I have to think, Peter, man, what the hell, you know? I got news for you. Your brain needs this without a workout. And Shutter Island doesn't talk down to you. It invites you to the party, then turns the lights off, spins you around, and whispers, figure it out, lad. And that's the conflict. You think you're watching one kind of film, but it's secretly another. And when that twist hits, and don't worry, no spoilers here, okay? It doesn't just change the story, it changes how you saw every single minute of this movie. Okay, let's give a bit of background here. Let's paint the scene here. We're in 1954. The vibe, moody, very stormy, black and white energy, but with color kind of so rich it feels like it's hiding something. And DiCaprio, brilliant, a US Marshal sent to investigate the disappearance of a patient from what's it called, Ashcliffe Hospital, right? A mental asylum, basically, that's for the criminally insane. And then you've got Mark Ruffalo, his partner, quiet, very observant, very sharp. But like everything in the film, nothing is as it seems. And the hospital itself is on an island. Yep, of course, Shutter Island. Surrounded by cliffs, wild seas, and more locked doors than a dodgy nightclub. Straight away you're thinking, well, this is a bit much, isn't it? And that's exactly the point. Scorsese creates this heightened world where you feel like something's off. And that's the whole point. And that's the brilliance of Martin Scorsese too, man, you know? But you don't know what. That tension, that's the engine that drives the film. And here's the thing. This is DiCaprio before his Oscar win. This is him deep in a character, not a pretty boy, not a heartthrob, but a man on the verge of truth, madness, something else entirely. Now, from the minute the investigation starts, lads, you feel the paranoia creeping into your skin here. I mean, interviews with the staff, they kind of feel staged. The patients, they act weird. There's talk of secret experiments. Leonardo DiCaprio, he's not just a detective, he's got his own baggage. He's got a dead wife. This isn't giving anything away, by the way, all right? Flashbacks, dreams that bleed into reality. You're watching him unravel, and you're not sure if it's justified or it's just goddamn tragic. Scorsese, the genius bastard. He keeps feeding you clues, breadcrumbs, just enough to keep you going. Moments that make you think, hang on, is he crazy? Or is this whole light gaslighting this guy? The visuals are dripping with tension, rain, lighting, locked wards, everything's symbolic, even the silences. It's a film that rewards paying attention. But here's the magic, lads. You could watch it twice and get totally two different stories, especially after the first time because, well, you've seen it and now you know what to kind of look for clues. But then you're still left completely baffled. You still just can't figure this out. And you watch it for the first time, confused, scared, determined. You watch it the second time, you know everything, and then suddenly the film is full of hidden truths. You know those kind of movies? And that's why it's not just good, lads. It's masterful. And no, lads, I'm not going to spoil the ending, like I said, because if I did, I'd be robbing you of one of the greatest what the F in modern cinema. Really. And what I will say is this. When it hits you, you sit there frozen, kind of replacing everything, right? You know, you look at the scenes, the dialogue, the dreams, then you start thinking about the characters, right? Where, you know, was it all staged when they're talking about this guy and that guy? And then suddenly the film, it's not about a case anymore. It's actually about identity and memory, guilt, trauma. It becomes personal because you realize you're not just watching someone lose his mind. You're watching a man actually fight for his mind. And that's when Shutter Island becomes something more of a movie. It becomes a mirror. And, you know, and I dare you to ask, what parts of our stories have we locked away? You know, I'm always going on about self-awareness. And, you know, what am I refusing to see? I mean, that sounds heavy, right? Maybe, but that's the beauty of it. It hits you emotionally and it earns it. So, should you watch Shutter Island? Absolutely no question. Not tomorrow, not next week. Get it on tonight, lads. And I hope I've given you enough on the podcast to whip these 3 movies into shape now and get them on this weekend or whenever, even in one binging, watching night of movies. You don't need a film degree. You don't get Scorsese. You just need to be alive and have a brain. And because this movie doesn't care about trends on TikTok or what's cool, it's a logical masterpiece. It'll scare you a little, probably. Only in the way kind of truth can scare you. It'll shock you, mess with you, and leave you kind of gobsmacked. And that's what movies should do. That's what great movies should do. And pour yourself a drink. Stick on the old airplane mode on the phone. That's what I'd say. Turn off the Wi-Fi. Just take a break from reality and get for a story that it'll live in your head rent-free forever. Shutter Island, lads. Leonardo DiCaprio, Mark Ruffalo, Martin effing Scorsese. You won't be looking at this movie ever again. And if you really take this on board, maybe you'll start to think to yourself, man, I can relate to this one here. Now go. Watch it. And, it didn't get nominated or win Oscars, unfortunately. Was it in that type of pedigree? I wouldn't say so. Okay, even though you do have the Oscar-winning Martin Scorsese, you do have the Oscar-winning Leonardo DiCaprio, you do have the Oscar-nominated Mark Ruffalo. 3 amazing actors. And of course, there's others, right? There's other brilliant, brilliant movie stars in this. Okay? And go watch it. And when you're done, come back here. Because we got a lot to unpack, lads. Peter. And another movie of the week. Now hear me out, ladies, on this one. Taxi Driver by Robert De Niro. Now maybe you've seen it, maybe you're like, oh dear Lord. But listen, you've got to give this a chance. You really have. And we're going to get into it why. By the great Scorsese, by the great De Niro. That team of these 2 guys has been unstoppable in movie history. Unstoppable. And this is right at the start when they really started getting together, And let me just say this, this film is disturbing. It's disturbing. It can shake you. It can, it'll crawl into your head and make you uncomfortable, De Niro is just wow, amazing in this movie. This isn't a film, no superheroes, no explosions. It's just about a lonely man and a man who can't sleep, can't connect, can't just fit into the world, and we get to watch what happens when that loneliness curdles into obsession. And, ladies, don't dismiss it as just, violent testosterone fueled drama. It ain't. It's not that at all. It's intimate. It's disturbing. It's watching De Niro slowly unravel piece by piece. And the truth is we all know someone like him, or maybe worse. Maybe we all fear that one day under enough pressure we could become this guy. The conflict is inside Travis Bickle, right? Played by the great Mr. De Niro. He's a Vietnam vet, and he's in New York. He can't sleep, and he gets a job as a taxi driver, working nights. And right away you can feel it. He doesn't belong anywhere. He's alienated. He's like isolated, like a ghost in a city. Travis, he watches the world from behind the wheel. Pimps, prostitutes, junkies, politicians. He sees it all, he's seen it all, and he starts to hate it. And the conflict isn't just Travis versus New York here. It's Travis versus himself and his loneliness, his paranoia, his rage. And, he tries to connect. He tries to date Betsy, played by Sybil Shepherd. And, at first, it's almost charming, right? Almost. Almost, I said. The awkward, damaged vet falling for the beautiful political campaign worker, whatever you'd call her. And then he takes her to a porn theater for their date. You're thinking, oh my God. And just like that, he reveals he doesn't understand what the world's the world he's living in. Like, that's the heartbreak of it. He wants love, but he doesn't know how to get it. And yeah, taking a woman to a porn movie, well, that ain't the best way to go about things. But, the rejection, the humiliation, the trigger, that's what pushes Travis further down the spiral. Now let's step back just a little second. Now, it was released in 1976. This is an old classic, lads, and directed by the great Martin Scorsese. In fact, he even has a cameo in it. He's the guy in the back seat asking De Niro to sit there and watch as his wife is up having sex with another man. He starts to go crazy, this guy, De Niro. All right, Scorsese. He pulls it off very, very well. He really does. And this was the role that cemented De Niro, really, as one of the greats of all time. It really did. And it was nominated for 4 Oscars: Best Picture, Best Actor, Best Director. And, the iconic line, "You talking to me? You talking to me?" That's from this movie, baby. And how many people know that, And alone in front, like, he's standing there alone in front of a mirror, channeling the growing madness he's coming to. And it became one of the famous lines in movie history. Now, as the movie builds, Travis does grow a lot darker and darker and darker. He buys guns. He starts training himself like a soldier again. He's doing push-ups, quick draw drills. It's forming into something else. And it ain't a hero, let me tell you that. It's something much scarier. He goes down a really dark path. He becomes obsessed with cleaning up the city. This isn't Captain America we're talking about here. Man who's mentally breaking, and his target shifts. He's going after the politicians, the pimps. He fixates on Iris, a young prostitute. Now, he doesn't try and sleep with her in this movie, okay? Well, that would be a weird movie to be watching, but he does try and protect her. And she was only 12 years old at the time. Sorry, Jodie Foster, who was playing Iris. So if you spot her, Jodie Foster, 12 years of age, unbelievable. And he wants to save her. Now, whether she wants saving or not, he's going to do it. And he becomes protecting of her. It kind of becomes unpredictable. You don't know who he's going to hurt. But then you do believe that he really wants to save and protect Iris. And you can see there's still that human in the guy. He hasn't completely lost his marble. He's saying he's going to use the darkness in him to protect, to serve. And then the explosion. Travis, storms into a brothel where Iris works. Guns blazing, blood everywhere. And it's not slick Hollywood action. It's raw, messy, and ugly. He kills pimps, gangsters, nearly kills himself, and he puts a bloody finger to his head in a mock gunshot gesture. It's kind of horrifying. This is the release of all that pressure that's been building since the first scene. And here's the genius. We don't know if this climax is real because the film plays with perception. Is Travis a hero in the newspaper saving Iris? Is he a hero? Or is this his dying fantasy as he bleeds out on a floor? We won't tell you the rest, but you just don't know. Like, even I'm just 5 seconds ago I'm on about there's still a human in him he wants to protect, but then you do start doubting it straight away again. Guys, lads, that's the brilliance of Taxi Driver. There is no neat bow, no Hollywood, everything's grand now. This is a film of like alienation, obsession, and the edge, the really fine edge between sanity and madness. And it's timeless because even today you can watch it and see the same struggles that we all can have in life, isolation, disconnection, rage, and that's why it's not just a man's movie. I think women can watch this and see the red flags in Travis and see how obsession can masquerade as romance, and see how loneliness can curdle into danger. And it's not about the guns, it's about psychology. Robert De Niro's performance is chilling. Sybil Shepherd's rejection, heartbreaking. And Jodie Foster's role at only 12 years old, it's bloody haunting. It's so good, you know. Taxi Driver, it's not a comfortable movie. That is for sure. But it is unforgettable. You know, that's why everyone needs to watch it. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't stress enough. Taxi Driver. Peter. Wow. Okay, lads, next on movie night, we are going into the next movie. Top 3 picks of the week. Coming in at the second one for this week is Spotlight, the movie. Michael Keaton, Mark Ruffalo, some other brilliant performances by other actors and actresses. This movie is intense. It's definitely for all men and women, I believe. It is intense, creepy, because it's a true story. And this actually happens. And that's why you can't take your eyes off this movie. I've watched it 3, maybe 4 times, and I just couldn't turn it off. It is insane how grippy this movie is. And, you know, it's not inspired by events, but straight up truth. You know, a movie that's not flashy, it's not fast-paced, but it's relentless. And by the end, your jaw's going to be clenched, your stomach is probably going to be tight, and your faith in institutions could be shaken to its core. But this is the movie that shows you what journalism looks like when it's done right, not with clickbait headlines or TikTok rubbish, but with shoe leather, phone calls, silence, tension, and years of people being ignored, like years of people. And what were they exposing? Not a scandal, not a controversy, but an epidemic, a cover-up, a systematic betrayal of trust orchestrated by one of the most powerful institutions in the world, the Catholic Church. And I mean, it's heartbreaking too that this stuff has been going on. So yeah, tonight, it ain't Legally Blonde here we're talking about. This is required viewing. Let's get into it. Now here's the problem. When power protects itself, who protects the people? That's the question this film lives and breathes. Spotlight is not about one bad guy. It's not about one villain. It's about a whole system, a network of silence, fear, denial, and complicity. And it's about the stories that never got told. The kids who were dismissed, the files that were buried, and the pain that was normalized for decades. Now, the Boston Globe's Spotlight team, real-life investigative journalists, they're not superheroes. They don't carry guns. They don't wear capes. They carry notepads. And you know, they wear cardigans, and that's what makes it even more gripping. They didn't break into offices. They knocked on doors. They called people. They listened, and little by little, they found out the truth. And then the truth was a effing horror show. This wasn't just one priest. It wasn't even 10. We're talking dozens, covered up, moved around like furniture, man, and protected by bishops, enabled up lawyers, and ignored by everyone who didn't want trouble. And that's the conflict. What do you do when your city, your home, your church is built on lies? How do you speak truth when that truth will shake the entire foundation? Okay, a little history. Who haven't seen it yet, and trust me, you need to see this movie. Spotlight, it came out in, I think it was 2015, and it won the Oscar for Best Picture, rightfully so. Directed by Tom McCarthy, written with a scalpel, no fluff, no Hollywood gloss. It's shot like a kind of a documentary, sparse, kind of quiet, real, and the story follows, like we were saying, the Spotlight investigative team at the Boston Globe in the early 2000s. Now, this wasn't this long ago. These weren't celebrity reporters. They were grinders, journalistic bloodhounds, and they started pulling at a thread, one little thread at a time. One priest accused of molestation, and it ended up unraveling a whole quilt of systematic abuse and cover-up by the Catholic Church. The performance is brilliant. Michael Keaton as team editor, pure weight and integrity. Mark Ruffalo, brilliant, jittery, obsessed, raw. Rachel McAdams, brilliant, understated, but razor sharp. Liev Schreiber in a quiet performance that it's kind of a haunting performance by him. And then Stanley Tucci, oh man, if I had a lawyer like that, I'd confess everything just so he'd stop talking. And let me say this, the casting was genius, because none of the characters are flashy in this. No one is acting in that showboaty Oscar bait way. They're just people doing their job, and that makes it more terrifying because what they're uncovering is enormous. Here's how it all goes down. The Spotlight team gets a tip. One priest, maybe two, accused of sexual abuse. Now, this isn't new. These rumors have been around for years, right? Whispers, lawsuits, but nothing stuck. No one wanted to touch it, especially not in Boston. And a city that's basically built on Irish Catholic tradition, really. The church is everywhere, in home, in schools, in politics, and it's not just a religion, it's a power structure. And this new editor comes in, Liev Schreiber, and he says, hey, maybe we should follow this. And that's when the dominoes start to crack and fall. The more they dig, the more they find victims, patterns, court documents sealed by confidentiality agreements. Priests shuffle from parish to parish, each time with fresh victims. Oh, Lord. And the church knew, the cardinal knew, everyone in power knew, but no one said a word. Not the cops, not the lawyers, not even the Globe, not for years. And that's the moment the reporters realize they were part of this silence, and they let it happen. And that's where it makes this film so powerful. It's not just an expose, it's a confession, and a newsroom admitting, lads, we dropped the ball and now we're going to fix this, even if it costs us everything. The final act of Spotlight isn't an explosion. It's a slow, painful truth. And the team, without giving too much away, even though I don't think it really matters for this, but the team finds stuff. They get victims on the record. They link together priests, bishops, institutions, settlements. And when they finally publish, it's not a victory lap. It's grief. It's rage. It's vindication for the victims. Just not justice, but acknowledgement, which in a world of denial is sometimes can be the first real win. And here's the thing. After the article drops, the phone won't stop ringing, lads. Hundreds of survivor calls, hundreds. And the name of the priests, almost 90. Just in Boston. 90? Can you get your head around that? Not in the world, not in the country, one city. And that's when the silence finally breaks. So what's the takeaway with Spotlight? This isn't just a movie about journalism. It's about a movie what happens when people finally stop looking away. It's about doing the work, even when it's boring, painful, thankless. It's about believing survivors. It's about challenging the institutions when people were never told, right? And it's about giving a damn when no one else does. And yeah, it's about guilt, not just the guilt of the church, but the guilt of everyone who didn't want to see what was right in front of them, because silence protects the abuser. Spotlight shows what happens when the silence ends. And here's the real gut punch. That story, it didn't just change Boston, it cracked the Vatican open, quite wide open for a while. And it led to global investigations. It opened the floodgates. So if you're listening to this and you ever wonder, does journalism still matter? Yeah, it matters like hell. And this movie's proof. So yeah, guys, it is movie night. This one was heavy. Yeah, but it is, believe me, I think you will be intrigued, gripped at this movie. I honestly recommend this to everyone, because Spotlight is a very important movie that people need to watch. It's not sexy. It's not loud. It's not here to entertain you. It's here to just tell it how it was. So watch it. When you're done, don't just sit there. You could say to yourself, what else is covered up? What could I do to pull back the curtain on something? Maybe it could touch a nerve in you, right? Not necessarily about people tampering with kids, right? But other things in your life, you know? Maybe there's other stuff going on that people just don't talk about it. They're too afraid to get into the spotlight with something. And maybe it is time to speak up. Maybe it is. Because in this movie, the scariest thing in the world isn't the villain. It's the system that lets them get away with it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please, guys. Come on. Take it easy. All right. Listen, guys, we're going to get into it right now. Because I see dead people. There it is. One of the famous movie lines in the history of all movies. And let me tell you something, lads. If you think The Sixth Sense is just about ghosts, you've completely missed the point. Because this isn't some cheap jump scare flick you watch at Halloween with popcorn and your hoodie pulled over your head. This is a psychological... It's a masterclass. It really, truly is. It's a slow burn, mind-melting, wrapped in emotional trauma, childhood innocence, and grown-ass people trying to make sense of grief, guilt, and the invisible stuff we carry around every single day. And if you're one of those people who's like, I already know the twist, what's the point? Then I beg you, please, just take it easy. Sit down, put the feet up. Because The Sixth Sense isn't about the twist. It's about the journey. And it's about the burden of truth, lads. And what happens when we actually listen to the people we normally ignore, including the dead ones. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Movie of the Week, The Sixth Sense. Now here's a conflict. People dismiss this movie as a horror, a thriller, when really it's tragedy disguised as a ghost story. And you think it's about a little boy haunted by spirits. No, it's about two broken souls, one adult, one child, trying to heal themselves through each other. And, Bruce Willis, at his best, no two ways about it, is this child psychologist who's trying to redeem himself after failing a former patient. Now, then there's Haley Joel Osment, unimaginable Oscar-nominated performance, by this kid. The terrified, fragile, brilliant little boy, and he's like a 40-year-old stuck in a child's body. And the real tension isn't, are their ghosts real? The real tension is, can these two people be broken to trust each other enough to help each other survive? And when you watch it again, knowing what's coming, emotional weight doesn't disappear. It kind of doubles. Because now now you see everything through new eyes, and suddenly it's not just spooky, it's just beautiful. M. Night Shyamalan dropped The Sixth Sense on us like a, what would you call it, like a philosophical grenade out of nowhere. No one expected this. No one saw that coming. The ending, we won't give it away, but more importantly, no one expected a ghost movie to be this elegant. It's shot like a painting. The pace it's very slow but deliberate and never boring. It's like walking through an art gallery full of shadows, right? Every shot is kind of loaded. Every word matters. Every silence says more than the film says in entire scenes. And the film explores themes we rarely talk about head on: mental illness, childhood trauma, the fear of death, the desire to be seen, truly seen, and all before we're gone. And for the women listening, this isn't just a film for the boys. No, good Lord, no. Cole's mother, played by Toni Collette, brilliant, gives one of the most quite heartbreaking performances you'll ever see. The scene in the car, oh dear Lord, I'm starting to choke up on myself. I think we've all been there. And when he tells her about her mother's pendant, that wasn't acting, man. That was emotional homicide. As the movie unfolds, the layers build, okay? Cole is being haunted by ghosts, yes, but they're not the enemy. And they're just lost like him. Like Malcolm, and once Cole learns to listen instead of fear, everything changes, He starts helping, and then in doing so, he heals himself quite a lot. And that's where the movie flips on every horror cliche, The ghosts aren't here to terrorize. They're begging to be heard. This isn't The Conjuring. This is a spiritual therapy session with a side of goosebumps. And Malcolm, Bruce Willis, always known for his action roles. He plays the guy with such restraint, sadness, that you feel his emptiness, without him ever having to say it. The guy's, he's just, yeah, we'll go too far. He's just empty, Then the magic twist at the end. And like I said, you know the one, but we will not be giving it away in case. You either gasped when you first saw it, or some people say they saw it coming, but they're full of it. And yet, these people, their jaws still hit the floor when they actually knew what was coming. Either way, it ain't about the twist, but I'll still not give it away. It's about what the twist means. It forces you to reevaluate everything, every scene, every word, every goddamn moment you thought you understood. It's a twist that doesn't just shock, it devastates, because you realize it's not a ghost story. It's a grief story. Someone tries to make amends from somewhere else, and then another person tries to find safety in a world of voices. And it's not just clever, it's profound. It really is. It's a magic trick you actually feel in your chest. Why should everyone watch The Sixth Sense? Well, I hope because it teaches you to listen. It teaches you that sometimes people don't say what they mean because they don't know how, and that sometimes we carry pain that no one else can see, and we need anyone, to sit with us in the dark and say, I believe you, man. Maybe that sounds very corny, but I think we've all been there, right? It's about trauma and love and letting go. It's about that haunting loneliness we carry but rarely talk about. And if you think that's not relevant to you, then maybe you're the one who needs it most. Men, women, old, young. The Sixth Sense isn't a ghost story. It's a story about connection disguised as horror. It's a film that lingers with you long after the credits, not because of fear, but it reminds you how fragile and miraculous it is to be live and seen. And that, my friends, is why everyone needs to watch The Sixth Sense at least once in your life. Even if you already know how it ends, because sometimes knowing the ending just makes the whole story even more powerful. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you. I'm here all night. Have a good one. Okay, lads, ladies and gentlemen, so we're going to end on a high note. A fun comedy, okay? We've been hitting you with truth. We've been hitting you with trauma here on the top 3 choices of this week, but we're ending on a good, positive, fun movie. We've taken you through Brando and Boston, but now we end movie night on a high. Because right now we're about to talk about The Dude. The movie that launched 1,000 bathrobes. Ladies and gentlemen, The Big Lebowski. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about when I say The Dude, oh, believe me, you'll know at the end of this movie. And before you roll your eyes and say, wait, isn't this just about a movie about a guy who bowls and smokes weed? Let me stop you right there. This isn't just a movie. This is The Dude, and The Dude abides, lads. We're going to break this down. We're going to unravel the bowling ball of the plot. We're going to get into toe-cutting, rug theft, white Russians, and the most chilled-out accidental detective in cinema history. And by the end of this, you're either going to rewatch it, or you're finally going to get it. Okay, so what's the big deal about this movie, The Big Lebowski? All right, simple. This is weird to say. It's actually a movie about nothing that somehow says everything. I mean, it's so stupid in parts. We live in a world obsessed with goals. Get rich, get famous, get shredded. But, be productive, post about it, optimize your morning routine. What's your 5-year plan, bro? And into the storm of chaos floats the dude. He's not chasing clout. He's not chasing status. He's just trying to bowl, sip his drink, and get his damn rug back. But suddenly, bang! Life intrudes. Some goons piss on his carpet. They've got the wrong Lebowski. There's a kidnapping, a briefcase full of money, porn producers, and all of a sudden this chilled out stoner is neck deep in a Raymond Chandler detective plot he didn't ask for. And he doesn't even get mad. That's the genius of it. And Jeff Bridges, man, is just so good as the dude. The conflict here isn't between good and evil. It's between chaos and calm, because the world's madness and the one man's commitment to just chill the F out. Well, let's give you a bit of background. Sorry, guys. Let's rewind a little bit here. It's 1998. The Coen brothers. Just these guys are just geniuses. Joel and Ethan drop this weird, crazy, zigzagging noir comedy hybrid, maybe, that no one knows what to make of. It's not a hit. In fact, critics are confused. Audiences are like, huh? But then something reels you back into watching this movie. Something happens. The movie, it doesn't die. It gets rewatched, quoted, studied, worshipped. And it turns out The Big Lebowski, it wasn't a movie for the time. I think in many ways it was a movie ahead of its time. And Jeff Bridges, you know, I don't care whatever Bridges has done in his career, like this was the role he was born for. You know, he's won an Oscar for a different movie, but he didn't play the dude, he became him. And, you know, that's not acting, it's channeling. And, you know, John Goodman, oh my God, iconic. I mean, what an absolute loser this guy is in this movie. This is a guy who brings war flashbacks to a bowling alley. He's like a grenade in a bowling shirt. And then there's Donnie, sweet, quiet, always confused Donnie, played by the late great Steve Buscemi, man. And the man who just wants to understand what the hell is going on, you know. And then you've got Julianne Moore, high art feminist performance artist. She flies into this movie like a hurricane. And we can't forget Sam Elliott, the cowboy narrator, the mustache, the voice of reason, the voice of God here on this. It's, you know, and it's all absurd. It works somehow. Now here's the plot, if you can even call it that. The dude gets mistaken for a millionaire, also called Lebowski. Some thugs pee on his rug, and that rug, my friends, really tied the room together. So the dude wants compensation. That's it. It's the motivation. Just wants his rug back. Then he gets pulled into this labyrinth of chaos, crap, nonsense, fake kidnapping, stolen money, an angry Vietnam vet's sidekick, nihilist with German accents and a pet ferret, porn stars, toe decoding, and all while wearing a bathrobe, jelly sandals, and sipping a White Russian. Now, on paper, this sounds crazy, weird, right? Chaos. But the Coens aren't just screwing around. This is like controlled chaos. Every insane scene, every offbeat character, it's all part of the bigger commentary. And the world is nuts. I think we can all agree to that to some degree. And trying to control it, it can be a trap. So what do? You let it ride. You bowl your frame. You abide. And, you know, you know, the weirdest thing about the Big Lebowski is there's no traditional climax. There's no big car chase, no gunfight, no massive arguing, no moral lesson. Things kind of just spiral and just settle down. The dude doesn't solve the case. He doesn't get the girl. He doesn't get his rug, but he stays the dude. He never breaks. He doesn't try to control the madness. He just goes along with it. And that's the climax, I think, really, right there. In a world of angry people, the dude survives by being himself, always. And he's not chasing winning, he's chasing being. And somehow he becomes the calm eye in the storm of just complete lunacy. And maybe there's some messages and learning life lessons out of this movie, you know? And I think, guys, that's why a lot of us do watch movies, because we want to relate to a character. We want to relate to a scenario. We want to relate to both, right? Or you feel that you've gone through this before, and how would someone else do it? You know, we almost want to look at something on the outside. Maybe we can learn something. And then, of course, if there's movies for pure entertainment. But, you know, the dude is very much us. The world can be chaos. The systems can fall apart. And your carpet's been pissed on. You know? And you put on your robe. you make your drink and you go bowling and you don't lose your cool because sometimes the world wants you stressed, angry, competitive, distracted. But The Big Lebowski reminds us that it's okay to just be okay, to drift maybe for a little while, to laugh, to shrug when things go to hell. And for the women listening, this isn't just some stoner bro movie. This is about human absurdity, the madness of men, the weird poetry of pointless traveling journeys, Maud Lebowski is one of the strangest, strongest, most subversive female characters in movies. She's not a love interest, force of nature. And this movie's not for everyone. It's for everyone. Right? It makes no sense and all the sense in the world. So if you're going through something and it feels like a maze of random BS, maybe take a page out of the dude's book. You'd be surprised. I've met people like the dude, not as out there, but I've seen people like this, and light it up, laugh at the chaos, say, well, yeah, that's like your opinion, man, and keep rolling, because the rug might be gone, but the dude still is here. Peter. Wow. This is not a movie recommendation. This is a public service announcement, lads. You don't want to see The Father. You need to see The Father. Not because it's beautifully shot, not because Anthony Hopkins gives one of the greatest performances in movie history, but because the film shows you something no one really doesn't ever want to talk about, and what it's really like to lose your mind. And I promise you, once you've seen it, you will never forget it. This is entertainment. This is an experience. And it might just be one of the most important movies you've ever seen in your adult life. Peter. Wow. Well, we live in a world obsessed with distraction, TikTok scrolls, Facebook, Instagram, Netflix binges, and happy endings, lads. But The Father slams the brakes on this. It grabs you by the throat and it whispers, this is what dementia looks like? Oh dear Lord, because that's the conflict right here, lads. Most films are designed to entertain you. This one, it confronts you. Not with gore, not with jump scares, but with something way more disturbing, the truth. And the uncomfortable, disorienting truth of what it's like to slowly disappear while you're still alive. And for one, a film doesn't show it from the outside. It puts you inside the mind of a man who can't trust his own memory. That's not storytelling. It's genius. And people have suffered with parents suffering with this out there, and it probably an unbelievably hard watch. I don't know if it's comforting in any degree, but just it grabs you by the throat, man. Let's talk about the actual movie itself. Anthony Hopkins is the main dude here. He's the father, okay? A man's whose world is slipping out from under him. As you can see it on the screen, every moment it's just getting worse and worse. He's confused, he's angry, he's suspicious. Worst of all, he doesn't even know what's real anymore. Now, Olivia Colman plays his daughter. I mean, loving, patient, broken in her own way. And the brilliance of the film is that you as the viewer, you actually become as disorientated as he does. Characters switch, rooms change, time folds in on itself here, lads. And you'll find yourself questioning, wait, did that have a wall painting a minute ago? And who's that actor playing the son-in-law now? What? And that's exactly what you want. And to drag you inside the fog, to make you experience the same fracture in reality. Now, watch it from a safe distance, live in it. And as the film unfolds, things do get darker. You see glimpses of who he was. Charming, proud, independent. You watch the man slip away piece by piece. 1 minute he's joking. The next, he's paranoid and he's lashing out. One minute he's lucid, the next he doesn't recognize his own daughter. And Hopkins, oh dear Lord God, he doesn't just act. This man transforms. There are moments so subtle, a flicker in his eye. And I mean, lads, the tiniest, tiniest little flicker. A little stutter in his breath. And it's like watching someone drown in real time. That's the only way I can to kind of describe this. No water, no noise, no. Just a man quietly suffocating in his own confusion. And here's what makes it different though. The film doesn't spell anything out. It trusts you. And that's where the intensity builds here. Not through action, but through emotion, through silence, through repetition, through the growing realization that we're not just watching a man fall apart. We're watching, in a way, ourselves, our parents, our future perhaps. You start thinking about your own dad, and I'm telling you, you do. Your mom, the things they've forgotten, the things they ask the same question twice, and suddenly the father isn't just a film, it's a mirror, and then all of a sudden you start thinking about yourself. By the way, I'm not trying to depress anybody here. It is a disturbing movie. But it's one of those movies that you have to see. And the moment comes, the moment where it all crumbles. I'm not going to give anything away, lads, don't worry. But let me tell you, it's not a twist, it's not a reveal, it's a collapse, an emotional implosion. Hopkins delivers a monologue near the end of this that should be studied in acting class for the rest of mankind. Honestly. And I'm telling you, if you're not choking back tears, you've either got no soul or you're dead inside. And this isn't about a plot. It's about loss. Just not just losing someone, but being the one who's lost. And as he sits there breaking down, calling out for a certain thing, a man who once wore a suit and told jokes and stood tall, you realize the terror isn't in forgetting others. It's in kind of forgetting yourself. And that's kind of, in a way, without giving away anything, that's kind of the climax. Not a big bang, not a chase, but a man alone in his mind, sobbing because he can't remember who he is anymore, and it hits you like a goddamn bullet train. You're probably thinking, oh, Peter, well, thank you very much. You've just given away everything. Believe me, ladies and gents, I have not given away anything. So what do we take from this? We live in a culture that avoids pain, gloss overs aging, we meme mental health and skip the hard stuff. But The Father, it's a bit of a wake-up call. It reminds us that our parents, and we will be in this stage soon, that we're all human. Life is bloody fragile, and that time can be cruel and short and precious, and we should look at it that way. And yet it's not hopeless. It's not depressing. It's necessary, because if you've ever loved someone, if you've ever had a parent, or if you're scared of what's coming, this film shows you that you're not alone. Pour the wine, put the phone away, watch it, lads, and not be entertained, but to feel something real, to understand, to empathize, because The Father isn't just a movie, it's a lesson in love, loss, and what it means to be human, and I promise you won't forget it. And I tell you this is Anthony Hopkins' second Oscar win for Best Actor. He won for Silence of the Lambs for Best Actor, and he won for this as well. And this man, if you think he was good as what's his name again? It's just slipped my mind. If you think he was good in Silence of the Lambs, Dr. Hannibal Lecter, sorry. If you think he was good in that, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Peter.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, another classic movie, The Great Escape. It remains one of the most brilliant, slow-burning, really that's the key, slow-burning classics in cinema history. I mean, if you love real character development, methodical storytelling, and earned payoffs, this is the film and the episode for you. Yeah, it's kind of corny. Yeah, it's a bit long at times. But if you open your eyes to it, you'll see why this wartime epic, packed with charm, grit, and old school, cool, deserves every bit of your attention. And we explore everything from the legendary cast to the tension-filled escape sequence, which was just brilliant. I mean, just genius. Plus a personal challenge to skeptics. Give it 30 minutes and see if you can look away. This is The Great Escape. You won't forget it, baby.
Peter.
Now, I know already some of you are probably thinking, but Peter, it's old. It's slow. Peter, I want something more modern, flashy, quick. I get it. I really do, right? Today's audience is, a lot of us are conditioned for speed here, lads. You've got Marvel explosions, your TikTok attention spans, and your dopamine shot editing. Like, I get it. Here's the problem, though. The kind of storytelling, that burns hot, and it also burns out fast. And the Great Escape, it's different. It's not trying to be loud. It's not desperate for your attention. And that's awesome about it. It's confident. It's calm. I know it's great. And it lets the story do the work. It really does. And I promise you, if you give it time, if you let it breathe, it will hook you in a way fast films just cannot do. So let's break it down, lads. Let's break it down. It was released in, I think, 1963. That's right. Based on the true story, all right? True story, lads, of Allied prisoners in a Nazi camp during World War II. All right? It's got everything. A ridiculous all-star cast. I mean, these guys were the hot stuff back in the day. You had Steve McQueen, James Garner, Richard Attenborough, Charles Bronson, Donald Pleasance. Every one of them iconic, and a presence that is so both simple and massive. And 250 men trying to escape from a high security Nazi prison camp at once. I mean, 250, that's a lot to wake up some people here, A tone that dances between charming humor, character-driven drama, and slow, simmering suspense. The sets are grounded, the dialogue is deliberate, and the characters feel like men you've met, flawed, proud, clever, stubborn. This isn't just a war film. It's a heist film. It's a planning film. A film about what it means to fight back. And not with violence, but with cunning. And that kind of resistance, the kind of rebellion, it's timeless. The beauty of The Great Escape, it doesn't rush the payoff. That's what I love about this. It sets the table, introduces you to the camp, the system, the guards, the prisoners. You meet the Steve McQueen. What an awesome character, man. In a role that basically invented cool, like. And little by little, the plan unfolds. You got tunnels, you've got maps, you've got forged papers, you've got disguises, timings, every man with a role. And what you realize slowly is that you're getting pulled into something huge. Not because of the action, but because of the intention. And, these men are methodical, brave, brilliant. You start rooting for them and you're hoping it all pays off. And every small little victory, every tunnel inch, every stolen tool feels like a win. Now, if you're sitting on the fence, let me challenge you. Do an experiment. Sit down. Phone off. No multitasking, no scrolling. Just you and the movie. Give it 30 minutes. Just 30. And I guarantee you won't want to turn it off. The characters, the tone, the weight of what they're doing, it sneaks up on you. And by the time it hits full speed, it's too late. You're hooked. And because this movie earns its moments, when the escape finally comes, it's glorious, man. All right, we're past the slow burn now. Now we're cooking, lads. Tunnels are finished. Fake IDs made. Uniforms done. Check. Ready to go. And then there's the moment right before it all goes down where you feel the stakes. This isn't just a caper. Their lives are on the line. And I'll just remind you, it's a true story. And McQueen, my God, the motorcycle chase, I'm going to try not to give away much here, lads, footage-wise as well, all right? One of the coolest sequences in cinema history. No green screens, no CGI. Just raw filmmaking, real speed, real danger, real heart. McQueen is literally driving. He's not the stuntman. He's the driver on the bike. Now, okay, here's where the film kind of really hits you, I think. And we're not going to give everything away, right? But not everyone makes it. Okay? I won't tell you who makes it, who doesn't. But not everyone does. And this isn't some clean Hollywood ending. This is war. This is resistance. This is sacrifice. And the film doesn't shy away from that. There's something deeply human about watching these characters face impossible odds, not because they think they'll win, but because they refuse to be broken. And that's the soul of the movie. It's about dignity, rebellion. It's about escaping not just the walls around you, but the fear inside you. Now, the final escape sequence is one of a cinema's finest moments. I mean, really. People going in every direction, by bike, by foot, by train. The intensity is through the roof, and even though you've spent nearly 2 hours with these characters, you still don't know who's going to make it until you really find out at the end. Some are caught, some get away, some don't survive, but all of them, every single one of them, feels like a real person. You don't just care because it's dramatic, you care because the film made you care. Slowly, carefully, intentionally. That is filmmaking. So, okay, let's wrap it up here, lads. Here's what I'm going to leave you with. If you love fast food cinema, awesome. More respect to you, more power, great. But sometimes you need a slow roast. Sometimes you need the slow roast. A film that doesn't beg for your attention, but it rewards it. A film that trusts you to feel, to observe, to wait. The Great Escape is that film, And it's charming, cheesy, tense, tragic, and completely unforgettable, I honestly think. And if you're serious about movies, not just watching them, but understanding them, then you owe it to yourself to watch it. And no distractions, no skipping, no cheats. Just sit, watch, absorb, because once you do, you'll get it. It's not just a movie, it's a goddamn masterclass. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you The Great Escape. Peter. Wow. Okay, here we go. Jack is back. That's right, lads. Jack Nicholson, the man, the myth, the legend, The Shining. Oh, lads, if you haven't seen it, it is a old Hollywood classic masterpiece. It is still freaky to watch this movie to this day. It's great. It's great. There's, if you ever feel like you're losing it, like just one bad day away from snapping at the next person who breathes next to you in a grocery store, well, my friend, let me introduce you to a movie that takes that feeling and cranks it up to psychotic levels. The Shining. Now, this isn't just a horror movie. This is a cinematic breakdown of pure madness. It's got a creepy hotel in the middle of nowhere. It's got a guy who goes from slightly annoyed to full-blown axe murderer in 48 hours. Yeah. And a kid with psychic powers who talks to his own finger, a bathtub scene that starts off sexy and then ruins your night, and two little ghost twins that will make you reconsider ever walking down a hallway again when the lights are off. This isn't just a horror classic, it's a mental breakdown disguised as a movie, and if you haven't seen it, well, you're about to find out why you need to. Okay, so here it is. We got Jack, played by Jack Nicholson. And, I mean, it's the perfect. He had to have been called Jack for this one. Absolutely, just the perfect character. Now, Jack's a struggling writer, and who takes a job as a winter caretaker at the Overlook Hotel, which, by the way, is basically a haunted murderer place in the middle of nowhere. Now, on paper, it kind of sounds like a chill job, right? You get paid to stay in a fancy hotel, no distractions, peace, quiet, and maybe finally finishing the novel, that he's working on. Except there's a catch. That catch is the hotel wants to eat his soul, man. Little details, right? Now, Jack doesn't know this yet. Neither does his wife, Wendy, who is way too nice for the amount of nonsense she's about to endure. And then there's the kid, Danny. I mean, Danny is just trying to mind his business and survive childhood, this little fella. But guess what? Danny has something called The Shining, which means he can see ghosts, he knows when bad things are about to happen, and worst of all, He had an imaginary friend named Tony who lives in his finger. I know this is getting a bit creepy sounding, weirding, right? If that doesn't scream therapy waiting to happen, I don't know what does. So now we've got a dad on the verge of losing it, a mom who just wants a normal life, a psychic kid who knows they're completely screwed up, but no one listens to him, and they're all trapped in a snowed-in hotel with ghosts, demons, and enough bad vibes to fuel a Metallica album. What could possibly go wrong? Famous last words. Now let's talk about the real main character in this movie, lads. The hotel itself. Now, if you've ever walked into a hotel and thought, oh, this place is kind of creepy, multiply that by 1,000. You can feel it just pouring out of the screen into you, and you can smell it almost. The place has a ballroom filled with ghost party goers from the 1920s, and there's something kind of cool about this scene. I won't say anything. I won't try and give anything away here, but there's something very, very cool about it. Maybe you'll understand if you see it. A dead lady who lives in the bathtub will scar you for life. Elevators that, well, leak blood. Totally normal. Two twin girls who appear out of nowhere and say, come play with us. Like, that's a normal request. A Fury costume scene that raises way too many questions. And the thing about this hotel, it gets inside your head, man. It wants you to go crazy. And guess who's first on the get on the list? Good old Jack. Okay, now we're getting to the good stuff. We've got Jack, who starts off okay. He's writing, drinking a lot of coffee, he's trying to stay sane. But then the hotel starts talking to him. And let me tell you, when the hotel starts giving you career advice, maybe it's time you need to get out, all right? Jack starts spiraling at this stage. He stops writing. He starts staring at walls for a little bit too long here. Full-blown conversations with ghosts at a bar. He starts looking at his wife like they're annoying little obstacles instead of family members. And then meanwhile, Wendy's just trying to hold the family together, the poor old wife. And Danny is walking around seeing death visions every 10 minutes. Then one day, when Wendy finally peeks at Jack's writing, and what does she find? A giant stack of paper with one sentence written over and over again. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. And that, well, that is when Wendy knows she's married to a full-blown lunatic. And then here we go. Jack finally loses it. And what's the first thing he does? He grabs an axe. I won't give too much away, don't worry. Now, Wendy and Danny, they're trying to get out for their lives. Jack tries to start hunting them down. And it's legendary what happens coming up next. Kind of hilarious too. And weird, hilarious, freaky, terrifying. He chops through a bathroom door, and he's got one of the greatest, most famous, well-known scenes. Here's Johnny. We all know that one. And this is from this movie, if you never knew. He sticks in the face, and he bursts it out. Danny's crawling through a snow-covered hedge maze like a damn action hero. Yeah, there's a maze in this place. Now imagine the maze is covered and surrounded by snow. So it just adds to the freakiness and the creepiness of the setting of this movie in the hotel. Jack chases his own kid into the freezing, like a man who's never made good life decisions, clearly not. And what happens? Well, you'll see after that. But, it does give you a lot of questions afterwards. It really does. The movie makes you think, man. It really does. Okay, so let's recap. One, it's terrifying. It's two, it's hilarious in ways it probably shouldn't be. Three, it is one of the best horror villains of all time. Jack Nicholson. Really, honestly, lads, he's amazing at it. At his peak insanity, maybe you could disagree with me on that one. Four, it is a haunted hotel that is 100% more evil than any ghost movie you've probably ever seen. Five, it has moments that will stick with you for a long time. And best of all, it ain't just a horror movie. It's a movie about slowly, beautifully in many ways, hilariously losing your mind. So if you haven't seen The Shining yet, lock the doors, dim the lights, and prepare to question your own sanity. And maybe you can kind of relate to the guy. I mean, maybe we can all relate to him to some degree after, lockdown years ago when we were climbing the walls of boredom and what the hell do we do? And, a lot of people got depressed back then. And I can tell you this, one thing's for sure. After watching this movie, you'll never look at hotel hallways ever the same way again. Let's start with a warning. This episode isn't a very comfortable episode. Yes, we love reviewing movies on the Peter Walsh Show podcast, but this isn't about a feel-good moment or happy endings, but it's not going to feel you depressed. In fact, I think this movie is going to leave you amazed by one man and one man only. This is about the black rotten core that can live inside all of us, and the film that exposes it better than any other, There Will Be Blood. And if you've never seen it, you gotta get up and get to see it, lads. This isn't just another movie, it's a character study, a war, a sermon, a confession. It's about the sickness, deep, dark sickness of ambition and what happens when a man decides he doesn't just want to win, he wants to destroy. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Daniel Day-Lewis. Most people say that he's the greatest actor of all time. I'm going to put one little fly in the soup. I personally think Marlon Brando is the greatest of all time because he was the first, the original, to bring stillness to characters the world's ever seen. And he's the original. He invented what all these actors do. Even Jack Nicholson, one of the greatest of all time, also said that himself. And ladies and gentlemen, if there wasn't a Marlon Brando, if there was no Jack Nicholson, this man would be the greatest of all time. And this movie really gives you an idea why. Peter. Wow. Look, we all want success, right? Most of us do, surely, right? Money, power, respect. But what happens when the desire mutuates, when it turns into something darker? That's what this film explores. Some of you might even, in fact, go, oh my God, I know exactly who this guy is like. And this guy, Daniel Plainview, played by the great Daniel Day-Lewis. A man who starts with a pickaxe and ends with an empire. But the cost him everything. Morality, humanity, connection. There'll Be Blood takes the American dream and struggles it until it coughs up something unrecognizable. And the real conflict, it's not oil. It's not religion. It's not family. It's ego versus the soul. And spoiler alert, the ego wins. Now, set in the early 1900s, okay, lads, this film tracks the rise of Daniel Plainview. Now, all right, some of you might be thinking, oh, come on, I don't want to be watching some old thing about 1900s and 1800s. I get it. I'm the exact same, by the way. I'm generally not into these type of movies, but this is one of the exceptions. A silver miner turned oil man. He's brilliant, ruthless, calculated. Day-Lewis's performance, it's so raw, you feel like you're watching an exorcism. And the man, this isn't a man chasing wealth, okay? It's a man trying to bury his past in black gold. He adopts a son, and you think not out of love, but strategy, right? Then it kind of flips over. Well, maybe he doesn't actually love. Does he? Does he not? Is it strategy? Is it not strategy? He manipulates community, he crushes competition, and all of it's wrapped in the veneer of progress. But underneath it all, he's empty. Not hollow, not sad, just empty. And every scene is a slow drill, not into oil, but into him. And every deal, every lie, every glare, you feel yourself slipping deeper into a character who isn't just broken, he's so dangerous. Now here's where it really starts to build. Then we meet Eli, the young preacher who wants to bring God to the same town Daniel wants to drain. And from that moment, the film becomes a two-man war. Now, one wants oil, the other, he wants souls. And it's not just about land. It's actually about dominance between the two of them. Who controls who bends first. And the tension, it's relentless. And Daniel plays the game like a chess master with a goddamn sledgehammer. He pretends, he smiles, he nods, but you can always feel there's something going on in the back, waiting. And the deeper we go, the worse it gets. His son, this doesn't give away anything, guys, but in some part of the movie, well, actually, pretty much kind of at the start of the movie, his son goes deaf. He becomes more isolated, more erratic, and what started as ambition becomes pure blind obsession. And it's not about oil anymore. It's about proving a point to the world, to God, to himself. And the genius of Paul Thomas Anderson, lads, let me tell you, the director himself. I mean, I've never personally been blown away by him, but for this movie, he blew my two socks off, man. And he lets the poison seep in until every scene feels like it could explode. And no music, right? There's sometimes the odd score, but you know, he just lets Daniel Day and the performance just do the work itself. There's no flashy editing, just pressure. Then comes the finale, the grand finale. And no, we will not give anything away, folks. Now, years have passed, and Daniel does become the empire here with so much money, it is obscene. He's in a mansion surrounded by his trophies and none of it matters. And we won't give away too much. But in one of the most brutal, unrelenting climaxes in film history, Daniel doesn't just reject, he destroys himself. Emotionally, psychologically, physically. And I'll just say this one thing. There's one famous line in this movie. I drink your milkshake. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've seen the movie, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You'll never forget that one. If you've never seen it, well, you will know what I mean. When he says that one line, it's not just a flex. It's a confession. It's Daniel Day-Lewis saying, I took everything and I don't give a goddamn. And when he finally snaps, you're actually not shocked. You're not horrified. You're numb. Because you've seen it. It's kind of like you didn't see it coming, but you saw it coming the entire time. And that's the brilliance of it. It doesn't jump the shark. It drags you into the abyss and then slams the door goddamn shut. Oh, why should you watch There'll Be Blood? Well, it's not just a film about oil. It's about the parts of ourselves we're too afraid to admit exists. It's about greed, power, the refusal to lose. And what happens when a man, he builds a throne and then sets fire to everyone who helped him climb there. It's not pretty. It's not easy. It's real. You'll walk away feeling unsettled, probably kind of haunted, maybe even a little ashamed. Maybe you can relate to this guy. But the point is, some films make you feel good. This one kind of makes you feel exposed. It's not going to give you a, oh dear God, I can never watch that again. In fact, I'd be surprised if you weren't putting it back on straight away again. All right? It's one of those ones. Sometimes it's exactly what we need, these type of movies, you know, lads. And pour the whiskey, drown those lights, and dive head first into madness. Because there will be blood, and there will be truth. Ladies and gentlemen, I honestly think this is Daniel Day-Lewis's Greatest performance of all time. Some may argue with me. His performance in My Left Foot when he played a disabled person was out of this world, and it still is. It still is in the top performances of all time. But, and I hate even saying it, I do think this actually did top it. There's not much more to say. I mean, this is Daniel Day-Lewis, grand masterpiece.
Peter.
There are movies and then there are cinematic resurrections. Ladies and gentlemen, when Top Gun 2, Top Gun Maverick, hit the theaters, it didn't just bring back an old franchise. It revived a lost art form. I mean, this is not just a sequel, it's a statement. And today, I want to tell you why it's one of the greatest cinematic experiences of the last 20 years. It is unbelievable. Now, I know it's been out a few years, right? But a lot of people have not seen it still. You don't need to be a fan of fighter jets. You don't need to be a real Tom Cruise diehard fan. Believe me, if you've ever sat in a theater and wanted to feel something, anything, then this is one of the films that's just absolutely delivers unapologetically, emotionally, physically. It's not just a movie, it's a ride. And trust me, I'm not the only one who thinks so. I walked out of the cinema after my first viewing and I heard two women, maybe in their 30s, say, I'd go watch that again right now. No hesitation. And I thought, yes, exactly. This movie hits everyone, guys.
Peter.
Let's talk about what Hollywood's been missing for quite some time. Real movie stars, man. And, we've got actors. We've got talent. But where are the icons? Where are the names that light up a screen on just their presence alone? For years, movie stars have taken a backseat to IP, capes, universes, multiverses. You know the drill. But then along Top Gun Maverick. And suddenly everyone remembers, oh, yeah, Tom Cruise. He's not just acting, he's flying, man. Literally flying too. He's risking his life for a real performance. Yeah, in some of the scenes. This guy doesn't mess around. No CGI safety nets. And suddenly the room goes quiet because you can feel the stakes. And that's when it hits me. This guy isn't just starring in a movie. He is the movie. Cruise was a titan back in the 80s, 90s, guys. He really came to form. Risky Business, Rain Man, A Few Good Men, and of course Top Gun. And, that smirk, the charisma, that edge, then time passed. The industry kind of changed. Superheroes became the new gods for a while. Tom didn't disappear. He shifted. Mission Impossible kept him in the game, sure. But it wasn't until Maverick that people sat up and realized this man isn't just holding on, he's getting better. And let's be honest, how often do we see that in the industry? A guy from the 80s returning decades later with more presence, more energy, and more humanity than ever before. From the opening notes, lads, of the iconic theme to the IMAX blasting aerial stunts, Tom Cruise, Maverick, builds a feeling you can't fake: authenticity. And I can't say the word properly. They've trained real pilots with real pilots. They flew real planes, or in the back, sorry. Cruise insisted on real danger, really pushing the envelope here. And you feel it in every frame. Your hands kind of grip the seat, you kind of hold your breath. You smile like a kid again. It's not just spectacle, it's soul. Maverick is older, more scarred, more reflective, but still goddamn sharp. And still dangerous, There's heart here. There's regret. There's humanity. The moment the mission begins, like the real one, lads. Oh man, the real mission. The entire theater held its breath. You're right in the cockpit with the lads. And the third act, that's not just action, man. That is goddamn emotion. It's risk. It's brotherhood. It's legacy. It's a finale that reminds you why you go to the movies in the first place. The ultimate payoff. By the time the credits roll, lads, you don't just watch it again. You need to. And because you just felt something you haven't felt in a long time. A movie that grabs your soul and shakes it awake. That's what this first hour is all about, man. Top Gun Maverick doesn't just bring back a character, it brings back a feeling. And now we go deeper because the second act is what this movie means. So what does it mean when a movie like this comes along? It means the audience is starving for real stakes, lads, for real people, and for that raw physical presence that actors like Tom Cruise bring. We've been sold pixels and distractions. Maverick delivers cinema. And let's zoom out. Why did this film, excuse me, not a Marvel, not a reboot, become a global sensation? It didn't just succeed. It goddamn dominated. The answer is trust. Audiences trusted Cruise. They knew he meant it, lads. Every interview, every behind the scenes clip, it was clear he wanted you to feel what he felt. And this wasn't a job, it was a mission. And you know, guess what? It brought people back to theaters. It really did. Not just young people, but people in their 40s, 50s, 60s, parents, couples, women, men, everyone. You know, this movie reminded us of what star power really truly is, and that is Tom Cruise, man. It's not just showing up on a red carpet, it's about delivering every single goddamn time. And Cruise does this. Cruise didn't just revive a franchise, he reminded the entire industry that practical filmmaking, real risk and emotional depth still matter. And we live in an age of algorithms, you know, autoplay, but when a man flies a jet at 600 miles an hour to make you feel something, you pay attention. You know, what really hit me was this. Maverick, as a character, he's older. He's dealing with regret, with loss. He's not just a hot shot anymore. He's a human, and that's where the movie lives, that emotional undercurrent between Maverick and Rooster, the ghost of Goose, the burden of legacy. That's what gives this film weight. And this isn't just adrenaline, it's emotionally earned. That's rare, and that's what makes it art. And when that mission hits its peak and Maverick makes his final, try not to give anything away, you know, you feel like cheering, you know, you feel like maybe crying, you know, you feel like living. That's what movies used to do, and this movie does it better than almost anything in the last decade. Oh, let's wrap this up, lads. This is the truth. Top Gun Maverick isn't just a great sequel, it's a cultural reset, a reminder that the art of blockbuster filming is not dead. Stars still matter, you know, and that we will still crave stories about courage, redemption, and human connection, you know. This is a film that people talk about on the way out of the cinema, and it sparks conversation, emotion, nostalgia, definitely, hope. Watch it, share it, experience it, lads, because in a world of forgettable content, Top Gun Maverick is unforgettable. And Tom Cruise, he's not just back, baby. He's better than ever. Peter. Wow. Lads, it's movie night. Let's cut straight to it. Now, the next movie is Warrior. Oh, dear Lord. Now, ladies, if you're thinking, oh, no, is that Tom Hardy one? UFC fighting? I get it. But this is not a fight movie per se. It's everything that goes on in the background. Ladies, I think you would love this, and especially for any Tom Hardy fans out there, okay? You know, the guy's meant to be a sex god, so what do you got to lose? And I'm telling you, I'm trying to pick some awesome movies for men and women. You know, I'm trying to keep it open for everybody here. And like, because this movie Warrior, you got Tom Hardy, Nick Nolte, though I get the mix up because Nolte brings the same raw kind of broken energy. It's this movie, it's about family, it's about redemption, and about pain and forgiveness, and about what it means to be human while life beats the absolute hell out of you. And forget the cage for a second, all right? Forget the punches and the arm bars, okay? And this is about father and son, brothers at war, the scars that just don't really heal. You know, if you've ever had a falling out with someone you loved, if you ever felt torn between anger and forgiveness, or like if you ever wondered what it takes to rebuild trust when it seems impossible, This movie could be the one that hits at home like a brick. And that's why everyone, men, women, everybody needs to watch this Warrior. Okay, lads, before we get to the real nuts and bolts of Warrior, the movie, here's the conflict at the heart of this movie. On paper, Warrior looks like a straightforward sports movie. All right? And two brothers, estranged for years, end up fighting in the same MMA, sort of UFC sort of thing, tournament. And one is a family man, Joel Edgerton, I think, Eggerton. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. You know I can never barely speak most of the time. And then Brendan, a teacher fighting to keep his house and provide for his kids. And the other is a soldier, Tom Hardy's character. Oh man, Tommy, haunted. This guy, you wouldn't say mental, but you feel it every now and then. And angry, he's carrying the kind of pain you just can't put into words. And then there's the father, Nick Nolte, an ex-alcoholic trying to make amends too late after ruining so much. This is Nick Nolte's ninth symphony of his best performances of all time. This is his greatest. This is unbelievable Nick Nolte raw. And the conflict is brutal. Not just fists flying in a cage, but every word exchanged, every memory, every wound reopened. And it's the kind of conflict you can't just walk away from. Because when you fight your brother, you're fighting your own blood. It's not about winning or losing. It's about survival. It's about identity. It's about who you are when the lights are brightest and the whole world is watching them. Peter. Wow. To understand why Warrior hit so hard, you have to look at, I think, the setup. The movie came out in 2011, directed by Gavin O'Connor. Brilliant. And the same guy who gave us Miracle. He knows how to tell a sports story, but more importantly, he knew how to cut to the human core behind everything. Why these guys are getting in the ring. Why they're getting a brutal beat up and they keep coming back. This is what makes this movie. And let's just pause on Tom Hardy for a second here, lads. Hardy's performance here is primal. He's not acting like a fighter. I mean, the guy is a fighter. Every glare, every grunt, every shrug of his shoulders says more than a monologue ever could. And Edgerton, on the other hand, is the heart, I guess. The man holding the family together, pushed into the cage by desperation, not ambition. And then Nick Nolte, let's just go talk about him again. Nick Nolte, he got an Academy Award nomination for Best Supporting Actor for this. I honestly think the guy should have won it this year. It was a crime he didn't win it this year. And it's one of the most gut-wrenching portrayals of a broken ex-Vietnam vet trying to claw his way back into relevance, into love, into forgiveness. Like this is a movie about pain passed down through generations, about cycles of destruction, and about whether or not you can finally get over them and break them. Now, as the story builds, we're drawn deeper into this emotional battlefield. There is no question. Brendan, the teacher, the dad, is training in his garage against the odds, against younger, stronger opponents. And then he's the underdog. Tommy, meanwhile, is a machine. He doesn't talk much, but when he steps into the cage, he dismantles opponents like they are nothing. He's terrifying. Like, you realize quickly that Tommy isn't fighting for glory. Oh, dear God, no. No, he is not. He's fighting because it's the only way he knows how to channel the rage, the trauma, the grief. And then in the background, Nolte's character, the father, watching him try to reconnect with his sons, knowing he doesn't deserve their forgiveness in a way, and it's heartbreaking. You're very conflicted with the guy. And then one scene in particular, Nolte listening, I'm not giving away the movie, Nolte listening to a tape while drunk and breaking down, and Tommy is there with them. That's one of the performances that leaves scars in you as a viewer. I mean, it's not acting, man. It's the truth. And jeez, I'm kind of getting a bit emotional thinking about it. It's that powerful. It's that powerful. And as the tournament progresses, you feel the two brothers they're on a collision course, and you know kind of what's coming here to a degree. Maybe you don't, maybe, and I'm not going to give anything away, but that doesn't make it any less devastating when it does arrive, if you do think what's going to happen. Now, for me, I really did think the climax of Warrior, it was one of the most powerful endings in sports cinema, I think, really. It's right up there with Rocky. Maybe you don't like Rocky, maybe you do, I don't know. But, two brothers, furious, broken, they end up fighting each other in a cage, and I won't give anything away. It's not about a belt, a prize money. It's a year of pain, resentment, love, betrayal, all pouring out in punches, takedowns, chokes, and I think, yeah, I'm just afraid I'm I could give away something here, but it is very emotional. It's not about who's tougher, and you watch the ending and you don't see two fighters. You see two broken, really little boys. You see them as children, and I'm not saying that they're pathetic people, no, but you just see this vulnerable, fragile, heartbreaking side of them, and I think that's why some people get caught up in the emotion of Warrior. That's why people can't shake the movie after they've seen it. So what is the resolution here? And I'm going to try not to sound really too corny with this part, lads. I hope I'm not. But, it's not a perfect ending. Because, look, like we all know, well, I've always said it for a long time that even in good things that can happen to you, bad things can also happen to you. If you start doing extremely well in a career, not everybody's loving you. There's people jealous and they take strips off you. And then it can go the other way. If you're having a bad time, people can have some sympathy or, empathy for you or whatever it is. Not that you're looking for attention, but then again, they don't see you as a threat. But you're still not getting anywhere. So there's always a good and bad result when a good or bad thing happens to us. You know what I mean? And family wounds, sometimes they don't magically heal because of one moment. Sometimes maybe they do. But Warrior, it leaves you with something rare. And it kind of is hope, I have to admit. Again, I'm trying not to sound corny here. The hope that no matter how badly, you've hurt someone, no matter how far apart you've grown, love in its rawest, ugliest true form can still exist. Maybe. And, that's why I say this movie, it's not just for the UFC, MMA nuts here, or for fighters. It's not, lads. It really isn't. Or people who love sports dramas. This is for women too. This is for anyone who's carried pain, who's carried pain, and who's ever fought with someone they love, who's ever wondered if redemption is possible. I don't know how people take their movies here, how serious, or how much you can reflect, or how much you can identify and relate to characters in movies. But I think that's why we all have a favorite movie, because we can relate to someone or something. We can see the darkness in certain characters in movies. We can see the good side of our characters in certain movies. And because the truth, redemption, I mean, it can be possible. And what Warrior shows us in a beautiful way, and if you're listening to this and you've never seen Warrior, you've got to just do yourself a favor, and maybe you won't watch the whole thing. Maybe Peter's wrong, especially for the ladies out there, especially for the ladies. Maybe I'm wrong. Well, hey, turn it off. You're not forced to watch it, so, but there's humanity in it, lads. There really is. And it's about us, all of us, our struggles, our scars, and our fight to keep, this probably really does sound corny, but our fight to keep love alive, even when it really does feel impossible. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I give you Warrior. Listen up. Movie of the week. This is a killer movie. This is just awesome. Scent of a Woman. Al Pacino, Chris O'Donnell. Now, it's an old one, sure, but that doesn't matter. It's like The Godfather. It still has emotion, grit. It captures your attention. It's gripping. And Scent of a Woman, man. You know, without a question, it's Al Pacino's greatest performance. There's no doubt about it. I know people will shout, The Godfather, right? The Godfather, come on, man. But is it really? He got nominated for the Oscar for The Godfather, but he won for Scent of a Woman. Now, okay, you can still say, well, that doesn't mean much, but it's an insane performance from Pacino. Some people may even shout Scarface. Like, I get it too. You know, they're all classics. There's no doubt about it, lads. But Scent of a Woman, this is the one, you know, like I said, he finally got his Oscar. This man should have 3 on his mantelpiece. 2, maybe you can argue, but 1 for Pacino. Criminal, man. Criminal. And, you know, how it took the Academy until 1993 to hand this man a golden statue, it's beyond me. This film is insane. It's not insane in terms of, you know, guns, explosions, no. And I think people don't associate, if you've heard Scent of a Woman before, I don't think anybody does associate that with that, right? But, you know, it's humanity, it's redemption, it's the raw fight for, you know, here I am, I'm going corny again, for integrity when life has already chewed you up and spat you out. It's here, you know, and here's the kicker. It's not just Pacino's charisma are the famous, I can't even do it, the hoo-ah, right? Horrendous impression. It's the little details. The way, you know, he trained himself not to let his eyes focus so he'd look blind. And the way he stayed in character offset, never looking at anyone when they spoke to him. I mean, just how cool is that, man? You know, the way he fell over a garbage can in the middle of a street, completely not planned. That actually happened. If anybody's seen the movie before, and they just kept going. Great, man. And that's Pacino. This is why this movie is essential. Let's get into it. Peter. Wow. The core of Scent of a Woman is conflict. It's not the Hollywood car chase, human conflicts. You know, on one side you've got Lieutenant Colonel Frank Slade. And a man who once lived at the highest level, you know, colonel in the army, honor, command, chain of command, now blind, bitter, and just absolutely broken. You know, he doesn't want pity. He doesn't want company. He wants one last weekend to taste life. And good food. He wants the hot women, the fast cars, expensive suits. And after that, he plans to end it all. That's his truth. Very intense. And then on the other side, you've got Charlie, played by Chris O'Donnell. Okay, he's the young student at a prep school, drowning in politics, and he sees a prank pulled on the headmaster, refuses to rat on the guilty kids, and suddenly his whole future now is on the line. He's got integrity, but the guy is trapped. And you've got these 2 men, one who's ready to give up on life, and then another who's trying to desperately survive in it. And that's the conflict. That, you know, that it's great script telling here, lads. And 2 opposite ends of the spectrum forced into each other's orbit. And what happens when they collide? Magic. Now, let's zoom out for a second here. Scent of a Woman is actually, it's a remake of an Italian film, right? Oh, I gotta butcher this. I have it here on my screen. Profumo di Donna, if I'm pronouncing that anywhere correct. So it was adapted by a guy called Bo Goldman, and it became a juggernaut. And it was nominated for Best Picture, Best Director, Screenplay at the Oscars. But the big story, Al Pacino, lads. And, you know, after decades of just powerhouses, you know, Serpico, Dog Day Afternoon, The Godfather Part 2, The Godfather Part 3, even though people will maybe disagree with me on Part 3, I love that movie. The man finally won the Academy Award, and he even beat out Denzel. He beat out Denzel for Malcolm X, and Robert Downey Jr. for Chaplin. I mean, these 2 guys are heavyweights. Downey Jr., and Denzel you're up against, and I mean, let's. I mean, that's how untouchable he was in the role. Now, there's some drama and trivia here, right? Because he turned the movie down initially. Pacino did. He turned it down, and Jack Nicholson, Harrison Ford, there was Dustin Hoffman, and I think Joe Pesci were all considered for the role. Now that happens a lot in movies. Now listen, I'm an insane fan of Nicholson, but can you see him do the hoo-ah? It's not his style. But then again, could you see Pacino do something Nicholson could do with the eyebrows? How you doing, lads? No, you wouldn't be able to see it. It's not their style. You know what I mean? I'm not taking anything away from Nicholson, Pacino, nothing. But that's just, it was just suited for Pacino. And madness, it was only is Pacino's agent convinced him to reconsider. Thank God he did. Pacino later publicly thanked his agent for pushing him into what became the Oscar-winning role. And method acting to the extreme. Pacino saw his daughter and asked her to play blind. Get this is how he did it. He asked his daughter to play blind, and he said that's where kids can be fantastic, that they can just go into complete natural play state. You know what I mean? And that was, and he said he just found it. That was it. Now, there's rumors as well that he went to a blind school, but I did see an interview myself. Personally, I saw it. He said that he literally watched his daughter and watch her do it, and he just got it. He just got exactly where he needed to look. Does he blink much? Does he look off into the distance? And that's such a simple thing. Such a simple thing. And like I said, the garbage can scene, that was not planned. Right? That's an incredibly emotional scene, I think, in the movie. For me, that's the emotional scene of the movie. You can just see this man with that. Oh God, I'm getting going here. I always do this. You could see the guy. It's an unplanned scene where he falls in New York. I can't remember the street name again. All right, and he falls over a bin. And it was, you know what? You couldn't have written that in the script, because him falling over the bin really showed how much of a collapse his life has been. And you can feel like it's over. It's over. Something's got to give here for this guy to keep living, to not kill himself. Now, we're not giving away anything of the movie here. And it's just brilliant. And then the tango scene. I mean, lads, come on. I mean, women would love this more, I think, than men. But, I mean, I think this is just an insane scene. And, Pacino and... again, brain fart. I can't remember her name. Gabriella something. I should know this, right? They rehearsed the dance for 2 weeks. And 2 weeks for one scene. One scene. And, it took apparently 3 days to shoot. And that's why it's flawless. These aren't just fun facts, lads. They're proof of why the film feels so real. The rising action of this movie is in set pieces. It's moments that it takes your breath away. Like the perfume scene. Just genius. Frank Slade, he can identify a woman just by the scent of her perfume, right? He may be blind, but he sees more than anybody in the room, so to speak. That scene, it kind of defies the guy. You get a real sense of his intelligence, his emotional reach, the emotional intelligence. He's broken, but he's got the sharpness, the hunger for life in many ways, even though he wants to off himself. Then the Ferrari drive. A blind man behind the wheel of a Ferrari. It's crazy. It's dangerous. But pure entertainment here, like. And that's Frank grabbing life by the throat, refusing to go quietly. And then, of course, look, the tango, the crown jewel, maybe, of the film for most people. I think it's when he falls over the trash can, but I can't argue with people when they say that. What came out, it was one of the most iconic dance scenes in cinema history, For a few moments, The guy's not blind. He's not bitter. He's not suicidal. The guy is alive. And meanwhile, oh, see, here I go again. I get emotional talking about this stuff, lads. I love movies. I love them. And Charlie's story, it simmers underneath. He's been cornered at school, pressured to betray, his principles. And the bond between him and Frank grows. And, Frank dragging Charlie into, like, indulgence. Charlie slowly pulling Frank back from the edge of despair. We haven't even spoken about this yet, but then the climax. Now, I'm not giving anything away here because you have to see this speech. In a prep school auditorium, Charlie is about to be destroyed for refusing to be a snitch. His integrity is about to cost him his future. And who storms in to save him? The Colonel. And kind of drunk, I think. Broken, but full of fire, man. Pacino, I think I've got to say it. It has to be the greatest speech in movie history. Now, I think Independence Day, when is it Jeff Goldblum? I can't remember his name now. The president in Independence Day. And it's a corny speech, but they're in the fight for their lives. That's my favorite, but this is a different kind of speech. And this is ripping your heart out, putting it on the table, and just, there you are. This is who I am. And he defends Charlie, rips the school apart, and delivers a masterclass in passion. The hoo-ha, it's fun, sure, but it's the heart of the speech about courage and, like, the right to choose the hard path. Like, and it's just unbelievable. And really, it's about two guys actually saving each other. Charlie, he saves the Colonel. The Colonel, he saves Charlie. They learn from each other. And, that's why this movie, it endures, lads. It's not a film about disability or despair. It's a film, it's redemption and the spark of life that can be reignited, I think, when you connect with another human being. And aren't a lot of us looking for that as well, we can relate to this. We've lost that connection. We want that connection back again with somebody. It's courage too. And that's why this isn't just a film for men, Pacino fans. It's a film for everyone, men, women, young, old. In fact, I would say the default audience for this movie would be actually women, but then again, maybe I'm wrong on that. And it's kind of like, really, when the world beats you down, you're at your lowest, when you're one step away from giving up, what do you stand for? Maybe it's something to think about for all of us. What do we stand for? That's Scent of a Woman, lads, and that's why it's the movie of the week. Get the beers out, get the bottle of wine, ladies, whatever it is, get the whiskey out and enjoy, because if you've seen this movie before, maybe you haven't seen it for a long, long time. And that's why I'm doing movies. I'm not covering new movies, right? But, there's too many guys that cover movie reviews. They're doing the new movies. I'm not saying, oh, I'm brilliant, I'm different. No, I'm just saying that I just want to go a different way in terms of, because what about the old movies? Nostalgia is really a big thing for a lot of people these days, especially after coronavirus, people are looking back to things. And definitely, this is a movie in the 90s, the early 90s. I couldn't recommend it enough. Scent of a Woman, guys. Thanks. Peter. Wow. And we're back with movie night, lads. This is definitely one of the best ones. Movie of the week. Groundhog Day. What a show. This week's movie, lads. Let me tell you right now. Like, this isn't just another Bill Murray movie, lads, right? Another Bill Murray comedy. It is definitely one of the funniest, smartest, most rewatchable movies ever made. And I don't say that lightly. All right. And the best part, it's literally about rewatching life on repeat. Now, if you haven't seen it before, it's actually surprising how many people have not seen it, but they know of the movie. Everyone knows A Groundhog Day, but you just haven't got into it yet. This just doesn't get old, lads. You know, and if you've seen it before, yeah, okay, look, I get it. He wakes up every morning. It's the same day. He's stuck. He's this. He's that. But no, you don't get it, lads. You know, every time you go back to the movie, like you see something new. I've always discovered that when I watch this movie. It's like the film. It's like the film itself is in the loop. You know, every rewatch gives you another punchline, another little detail you missed that very first time or even second time. And let's just start with this. Bill Murray was actually bitten by an actual groundhog. Twice. Twice, if you believe that or not. And he had to get rabies shots. The lead actor of one of the funniest comedies ever literally risking getting rabies to bring us this movie. If that doesn't make you watch it, well, nothing will. Now, the conflict in the movie is just, it's beautifully and brilliantly, I suppose you could say, executed. It's just, it's genius, man. Phil Connors, right? Let's start off. Bill Murray, the weatherman, right? And not a happy one. He's bitter. He's arrogant. Just extremely selfish, right? And he thinks he's better than the small town, right? And he thinks he's better than his job. He thinks he's better than everyone else. And then he gets sent to Puxatawny, I hope I'm pronouncing that correct, to cover Groundhog Day. And he hates every second of it. And, you know, it's classic Bill Murray when, you know, he's such an a-hole that he's the funny a-hole. And, you know, but then it happens. He wakes up and it's the same day. And over and over again, no matter what he does, the clock resets. And, you know, the same alarm radio, same, is it Sunny and Cher song, I think. Don't quote me, lads. You know, and then the same annoying Ned Ryerson popping on the street going, bing! I mean, Ned Ryerson is awesome in this. Like, you love to hate the guy. And at first, you know, he thinks it's all a joke. Complete joke. That's what he thinks. And then he realizes he's trapped. That's the real conflict here. It's not Phil versus Punxsutawney. It's Phil versus himself. And, you know, you can really clearly see that. And the execution in this movie is fantastic. Because when you strip all away the tomorrows, all the excuses, the chances to run, you're left staring at yourself in the mirror. And that's what Phil sees. And he don't like it, baby. And here's the kicker. Like, the film is hilarious about it. Sort of darkly hilarious about it. You know, the man literally tries to kill himself multiple times, electrocutes himself, jumps off buildings, drives off cliffs with the groundhog, and yet there he is, wakes up in the exact same bed every morning to the exact same song. It was released in 1993, believe it or not. Directed by Harold Ramis, the genius behind Ghostbusters and Caddyshack. And here he goes again. He brings his number one boy in. And Groundhog Day, it became an instant classic, but it wasn't smooth behind the scenes. You know, Murray and Ramis clashed constantly. Murray wanted the movie darker, right? Ramis wanted it lighter, more comedic. And that tug of war, exactly why it works, it has both. And bit of trivia for you lads. You know, Harold Ramis, he wanted Tom Hanks for the role of Phil Connors, believe it or not. Tom Hanks is amazing, but I just can't see him do this role. And, you know, he decided against it because Hanks was, I guess, too nice. And you know what? He maybe he was right, you know. I think he was. I hate saying that because I love Tom Hanks. But Bill Murray, you know, he brought that edge, that a-hole, that snark, the sarcasm, the ability, like, to make you laugh and want to punch him at the same time. You know, you needed that for this movie. Otherwise, I don't think the arc, I don't think it lands, you know. And the movie wasn't even filmed in Punxsutawney. It was shot in Woodstock, Illinois. Did you know that? So, not far from Murray's hometown, which was cool. And then they love it so much they have plaques up there. Bill Murray stepped here. The guy's just a god. And And he's got those Bill Murray stepped here at the curbs where he keeps stepping into the puddle. So if you're ever going on a road trip, lads, and you're close up there, you got to get up there. And then there's, Ned's corner plaque where Ned Ryerson harasses him. I mean, this is how iconic it became. And this is where the fun, the magic happens. Phil goes through his phases, right? He's happy one moment, he's miserable the next. And each one it really is, it's hilarious. When he goes, phase one is total denial. He doesn't believe it. He tries to brush it off. And then he goes through like phase two, which would be exploitation, right? He realizes there are no consequences anymore. He stuffs himself with cheeseburgers, bacon, fatty foods, all right? Chain smokes, robs money from an armored truck, seduces women. And it's chaotic and it's laugh out loud funny. And then you've got phase three would be despair. He tries to end it all repeatedly, and he just keeps waking up in that bed. And then he got plan for phase four, acceptance and growth. I mean, this is all based on psychology here as well, lads. You realize that. And he starts to use the time loop to better himself, and learns the piano, learns ice sculpting, helps old ladies, helps old men, saves a kid from falling out of a tree. It's in the rising action where the movie shines, like, because you're laughing while also realizing how relatable it is. We've all felt stuck in a loop. We've all had the days that feel the same. And this movie, it takes that feeling and just turns it into comedy gold, lads. The famous alarm clock smashing scene where Murray tries to slam it and break it and shatter into pieces. It didn't actually break. The crew actually had to secretly bash it with a hammer to get the really smashed look. And even during the snowball fights with the kids, Harold Ramis literally told the kids to throw snowballs as hard as they could at Murray. And Murray just threw back and did it as hard. That's why the scene is so good. Because it was. And apparently, whenever Harold Ramis tried to explain a scene, Bill Murray would cut him off and say, just tell me, good Phil or bad Phil? And that's how much Murray was living in that loop. He knew exactly where to execute, man. He knew his method just down. The climax of the movie, it's not some big grand explosion here, lads. It's the party. Groundhog Day. The Groundhog Day celebration. And, Phil, who started as an arrogant a-hole, has now become the town hero, right? I mean, it's some turn. And then he's the guy who plays the piano like a pro, saves lives, who makes everyone's day better. And most importantly, he wins the heart of the woman. And it's not giving anything away. And not by tricking her, by actually becoming a better man. And that's where the comedy kind of becomes profound. I mean, call me corny, lads. I know I'm always saying it. But because the biggest reveal, it's not about how you break the loop. It's about why he should. That's the cool thing about it. And he doesn't escape by force. He doesn't escape by manipulation. He escapes because he changes. And because he finally lives the day right. And here's a wild one. Harold Ramis once said in the special features that originally Phil was meant to live the same day for 10,000 years. You believe that? Now, there's a lot of people that have said this and that, but imagine being stuck on the same day for 10,000 years, and it took him that long to get the day right. I mean, if you think about that would blow your head off, man. That's... Whew. At the end, guys, finally February 3rd. Sorry, Groundhog Day is February 2nd in the movie. And February 3rd arrives. Phil wakes up. The cycle is broken. The pattern has been shattered. And he's not the same man. He's kind. He's patient. He's in love. And he's found purpose. And that's why Groundhog is genius, right? On the surface, it's comedy about a guy reliving the same day. But underneath, it's about life itself. It really is. And about routine, about like maybe self-improvement, about realizing that even if the world doesn't change, we can change. And let's be honest, it's hilarious. From Murray getting bitten by the groundhog and needing rabies shots, to the smashed alarm clock, to Ned Ryerson's, bing! This guy, this movie is it's so loaded with great, iconic movie moments that you just remember, man. It's funny, it's clever, it is honestly, guys, it's timeless. And watching Groundhog Day is the one loop I'd be happy to be stuck in. Lads, Groundhog Day, I couldn't recommend it enough. It was probably my comedy when I was growing up of all time. And it genuinely, truly is a timeless masterpiece.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's movie time. Now, I know on the Fridays we either cover Formula One and a movie of the week, or we do 3 movie reviews when we don't have any Formula One. But today we've got Formula One, obviously, and we've also got the separate episode here for our movie of the week. And this week, ladies and gentlemen, and I need to speak to every lady, every man out there. If you've not seen Iron Man, you have to watch this movie. It is insane. Now, it launched a new era of cinema, right? Like swagger and storytelling. I mean, whoever would have thought Robert Downey Jr. would have been a brilliant Iron Man? I honestly don't. Like, the guy is dark, right? He's a method actor. He's a serious actor, but the roles that he's taken, they haven't been, they don't have the image or the persona of dark, raw, intense, right? So, Tony Stark, the guy he plays, that character is meant to be an alcoholic, right? So, but yet they still went the other way with this. They went for the humor, and he's got charisma, swagger. I mean, it's Robert Downey Jr., and like, this was a rock concert in a war zone, this, lads. This it wasn't a comic book. Like, a billionaire in a cave, a man who literally pulled shrapnel out of his own heart and said, you know what? I'm going to fix my goddamn soul. Because that's what he really did here. And I have literally watched this movie with ladies, okay? Women sitting down. And they were laughing out loud. They unbelievably were in on this movie. It's not all beat 'em, shoot 'em up and all this. No, it's not. There is a few scenes, but lads, I tell you, you gotta watch this. For men, it's a lesson in accountability, confidence, legacy. For women, it's a lesson in watching a hot mess of a man figure his crap out and finally become someone worth loving. Let's get into it.
Peter.
Wow. Now, if we're really going to dissect Iron Man here, at its core, Iron Man is a movie about one thing: guilt. And I think we can all relate to that to a degree. Tony Stark, he starts off as the golden boy, right? Weaponized genius, party animal, billionaire, walking rock star, right? He's almost untouchable until the bombs he created literally blow up in his face. And he gets captured by terrorists. This isn't giving the movie away, lads, okay? Don't worry. With his own tech. Yeah, his own stuff. And talk about karma, like, kind of bitch slapping you on live TV. This is what it is for him. And that's the conflict. Not will he escape. He will. This is Marvel, not Saw. And the real question is, will Tony change? Can a man this rich, arrogant, broken, and brilliant actually become the hero? And that's the brilliance of the movie, is that it doesn't hand wave that question. It leans into it. It forces Tony and us to kind of feel the weight of that question. Now, okay, here, like, what made Iron Man so magical? First, it was the timing. I mean, Lady Luck was on their side here, guys. It really was. 2008, superhero fatigue, it wasn't a thing. Marvel wasn't a monopoly, right? Robert Downey Jr. was a comeback story in human form, right? And the dude has been through the ringer: jail, addiction, public meltdowns, and Marvel, they bet everything on him. Everything. This was going to either tee everything up in the Marvel universe, or it goes down in a tumbling mess. And literally mortgaged the studio future to let this wild card play Tony Stark. Now, you could say, yeah, well, jeez, that was some risk. And guess what? It worked. And the character and the actor, I think really they mirrored each other. Tony Stark, a man who's just effed up, spiraled, and then with sheer genius and soul, fought his way back. Robert Downey Jr., the same. That's why it works. That's why it hits. It hits home. And, throw in Jeff Bridges as Obadiah Stane, Gwyneth Paltrow's Pepper Potts, the Cam and Tony Storm. And it really, it's so charming, man. It really is. And you can see the love Tony has got for Pepper, and it's wonderfully funny. It's charismatic. It's charming. It's kind of getting me emotional. You had lightning in a bottle, metal, whiskey, and redemption. Now we get to the real meat. Now Tony, he escapes the cave, right? Now let's just pause and appreciate the symbolism here. He builds the mark, the suit out of scraps. Scraps. I mean, huh? This is Tony Stark stripped of his comfort, his tech, his billionaire dollar lab, and he still builds an effing war machine with a car battery to its chest. And why? Because fear turned into focus, and pain became invention for him. And he gets home, everyone expecting him doing the usual Tony Stark thing, press conferences, champagne, girls, and instead he flips the table. And no more weapons, no more BS. Cue the boardroom meltdown and Obadiah's greasy ass bald head doing PR damage. Then, Tony gets to the building, Mark II, Mark III, Jarvis banter, and, faceplate snap. You know the moment I'm talking about. That slow motion red and gold beauty shot. Goosebumps, man. And this is the fun part of Iron Man, the look, what can I do phase, right? And the stakes are rising. He's flying too close to the sun, and the people around him, Pepper, Rhodey, even his robots, are starting to feel the burn. And then Tony discovers his weapons are still being used to kill innocents. Back to Afghanistan, back to fire, back to guilt. He suits up, he brings hell. But it's not revenge, lads. It's justice. And, that's when you realize he's not a rich guy with gadgets anymore. He's becoming something more. Then we get to full villain mode, lads, the climax. Obadiah Stane goes full Lex Luthor meets Megatron, right? I mean, he steals the arc reactor. I'm not giving anything away, don't worry. He builds the Ironmonger suit. He tries to crush Tony, both literally and ideologically. And what's so poetic, the fight isn't just two metal dudes punching each other. It's legacy versus corruption. And Tony's redemption arc versus Obadiah's greed spiral, right? Tony's dying. No arc reactor, heart slowing, and who saves him? Pepper. Newsflash, lads, he doesn't obviously die because there's about 1 billion Iron Mans and Avenger movies, okay? Obviously he doesn't. But someone comes along and brings him back. And it's charming, and I'm not going to say anything. It's so charming, man. And the final fight, oh man, I mean, it's brutal. It's kind of ugly, and it's... Ironmonger's got the size, but Tony has the heart, literally. He overloads the reactor, blows the roof. We'll leave it there. Now, the press conference at the end. I won't say anything, I won't give it away, but it's iconic, lads. They hand Tony a BS cover story. He reads it, pauses, and he says something else, and it's pretty awesome. And then the credits roll. It's a beautiful way to just let that movie go. And what's deeper than the mic drop ending, this movie teaches us that you don't need to be perfect to be a hero. And you just need to own your past, face your BS, and try and build something better. So let's pack this up, lads. And this is definitely the movie of the week. It's charming, it's funny, and it's just the perfect get out the 6-pack of beer, get out the wine, and get the popcorn, and it's just such a fun, charming movie. It'll make you laugh. I mean, there's even this one scene where he's building the Iron Man suit, okay? It's not giving away. And he's perfecting it. And he finds something that works. And he's in the suit and he has this big laugh, okay? And he's getting really excited about it. And I mean, even I'm getting going on it too here. Like, and it's so cool. It's so good. And, it's loud. It's raw. It's real. Tony Stark isn't Captain America. He's not noble from day one. He's messy. He's arrogant. He F's up, right? But he changes. He evolves. And in doing so, he becomes the blueprint for what real growth looks like. Now, this movie, it's a shot of adrenaline for your soul, okay? A rocket boost for your dreams, and a reminder that we all have an arc reactor inside of us. Maybe that sounds corny. Some guilt, maybe some pain, some spark, just waiting to be turned into something extraordinary. And if you haven't watched Iron Man recently, if you've never seen it before, stop what you're doing, sit your ass down, grab the missus, grab the hubby, whoever it is, and get out that wine, get out that beer and enjoy. And remember what it means to be flawed human trying to do the right thing, because that is how legends are made.
Peter.
Wow. All right, next on movie night, here is a classic, ladies and gentlemen, for all the females, for all the males out there. Now let's get this out of the way. You are not safe. Not in the pool, not in the bath, not even in your bed, because once you watch Jaws, that shark lives inside your mind. I mean, it just lives, it just breathes inside. This isn't just a normal movie. This was iconic back in the day, and it still is. This is a cultural trauma we all signed up for. And I promise you, every man, woman, and a child needs to watch it at least once. Yeah, I'd even give the children this, right? Because we watched it as children, and you just had to watch it. Even if you think it's too old, even if you're a Gen Zer and you've only watched stuff on 2 times speed, even if you think sharks are kind of cute, but of some TikTok trend, right? Jaws will humble you. Steven Spielberg's Jaws isn't fast-paced. It doesn't throw gore at you every 5 seconds, and that's the beauty of it, because it's the subtlety. What if? The dark behind the scenes, and that just creeps you out, man. What it does is haunt you slowly, patiently. It makes your skin crawl without even showing the damn shark half the time. And that's the genius. This isn't just a shark movie, lads. It's a masterclass in suspense, a monster movie without the monster, a buddy film with teeth, and home to some of the most badass monologues in movie history that still live to this day. Now let's talk about the central fear of Jaws. It's not about shark eating people, okay? It's about the unknown. I mean, we just pressed on it already, but it's about the something lurking just beneath the surface. You know, when you're a kid and you think there's something in the closet, right? That's the part that gets you, because you don't know what's in there and your imagination goes mental. It's all, the shark is always out of view. It always getting closer, and not just the ocean. That's life, right? It's death. It's human fragility. And this movie opens with an incredibly unforgettable scene, all right? This doesn't ruin anything, okay? It's a gut-wrenching scene. A girl goes swimming and no music, just water, and then suddenly gone. Dragged, drowned, done. And the town? They try to keep the beach open. That's the real conflict here. It's not shark versus human. It's truth versus denial, delusion, money versus morality. And this happens in everyday life, let's be honest. And it's a young sheriff versus the town council's desire to keep the tourist dollars flowing here. And Chief Brody knows what's happening here. And he smells the blood in the water, but nobody wants to listen. Classic, right? Who's been in this situation a billion times in their life? And that tension between survival and stupidity is what gives Jaws its real teeth. I mean, you're almost shouting at the camera, at the guy who wants to keep the place open. He is in such denial, it infuriates you. Now, let's back this up. Spielberg, it's 1975, the guy's 27. Okay, I mean, we're going back to 1975 here. He's 20 effing 7. Again, this is just, he's not even at his peak yet. But this, wow, masterpiece. And he drops a cinematic nuke. There was a guy apparently in a cinema who watched this and he started puking up. He had to leave the cinema. Spielberg was watching people as this goes because they had an opening weekend and they wanted to watch the reaction, right? That's what they do with a lot of movies. They'll do like not the opening weekend, like a test screening. And they'll bring in people, right, like a focus group. They'll have the people in, Spielberg sat there in the audience himself. We don't know if everybody knew that or not, but he did. And then he saw a guy get up out of his chair, go over, puke up, and come back to his seat. And he went, "It's a hit! It's a hit!" I mean, imagine that. You go puking up, but you have to go back for more. This is what we're dealing with here. And Jaws, it was probably the first summer blockbuster before it even had a name. I mean, I really do think it was probably the one. Maybe you can argue me on that one, maybe Star Wars, right? You know, something like that. But this is before Star Wars, okay? And so really, it's before Marvel, before franchises and billion-dollar openings. There was Jaws. And lines wrapped up around theaters. People passed out in screenings and getting sick, you know, like we're talking about. You could not escape it. And the shark was broken. The mechanical shark, nicknamed Bruce, it barely worked. And Spielberg, in a moment of absolute genius, decided to show less because he knew that, okay, this shark's not working, man. But he knew, oh, hang on a second. So maybe you could say he accidentally stumbled upon it, but no. Because if he didn't get it, he would have tried to get that shark working. He just realized, whoa, hang on a sec. And he used music instead of showing the shark. Dun, dun, dun. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure, I've no doubt that even if you've never seen Jaws, that you know that music. You've got to know that music, right? Would you even call it music? It's a score, right? It's just unbelievable. That iconic John Williams score became the heartbeat of terror, and it really kind of is still this day. He let the water itself become the monster, and that, folks, lads, is what makes the movie timeless, because your imagination is always more terrifying than reality. This is also a film built on character. It's not just about the shark, it's about the three men who go to kill the thing. Now, let's get to the meat. We've got Chief Brody, okay, Roy Scheider, the main character. Now, city cop, out of his elements, and afraid of the water, just added another twist, huh? Trying to protect a town that doesn't want protecting. Then you've got Quinn, Robert Shaw. Whoa, the grizzled shark hunter with enough salt in his veins to spice up the Atlantic here. I mean, he's intense, scary, hilarious, and somehow poetic. And by God, his monologue, well, let's come back to that. And Hooper, Richard Dreyfuss, brilliant. The nerdy, I think it's called oceanographer. Forgive me, I don't know the exact name. With brains, he's got wit, and a bit of a rich kid chip on his shoulder. And these three men, they're trapped on a boat together. We're not giving anything away here. Are at the heart of the movie. And the boat, the orca, it's practically a coffin with a steering wheel. The tension is insane. The shark gets closer, the boat gets a little smaller, and the men get more desperate. Then the monologue, the Indianapolis speech. Ladies and gentlemen, this monologue was delivered by Robert Shaw back in the 70s. And if this was made in 2025, it would still be a bone-chilling, brilliant monologue delivered. This is timeless. Quinn tells the story of surviving a real-life shark attack after delivering the Hiroshima bomb. And my God, it is. It's quiet. It's eerie, haunting. It stops you cold. It's no longer just a scary movie. It's a glimpse into madness, and then the shark attacks. But even just back to the monologue, there's one line that I'll never forget. Shaw literally says at one stage in his monologue, "I'll never put on a life jacket again." And you're thinking, what the hell? It just clicks into place. Now, you want action? You get it in this movie. Now, and I'm not saying just for the lads here. Honestly, I think women would love this. It's one of those, you know, the way women love the creepy horror story. It has a bit of that feel, you know? And honestly, I think, you know, you're not going to be going, oh, this is a lads movie. If you think I'm wrong, drop it into the comments and tell me I'm wrong. But I honestly think women and men would enjoy this because you got a slow-paced movie as well. And, you know, we won't give anything away here at the end. It's brilliant, brilliant. And at the same time, there's one line at the end where the main character says, "Smile, you son of a bitch." It's brilliant, okay? I'm not trying to give away anything. And It's not a big heroic moment. It's desperate, quiet, terrifying. It's a man doing what he has to survive. And that's what makes it real. So let's wrap this up, right? So guys, Jaws, it's not about fear. It's about control. It's about human arrogance. We build beaches, boats, rules, and then the nature comes along and reminds us we're not in charge. And this movie stays with you, I think, really. It gets in your dreams. It's always stayed with me. It changes how you swim, how you hear silence, how you look at the sea. And here's my final message to you. Watch the movie, whether you're 17, well, no, whether you're 17 or 70, whether you're a Gen Z or a boomer, whether you think it's too slow, too old, too simple. Because Jaws isn't just a movie. It's a rite of passage, man. It's fear, wonder. It's Spielberg introducing himself with a roar from the deep. Watch it, feel it, never forget it. I don't think you will. And the next time you hear something beneath the surface, remember, you saw the fin.
Peter.
Wow.
All right, on the show today, lads, we are talking about the movie, why you need to watch this movie for all ladies and gents. LA Confidential, an absolute beast, an absolute classic. If you haven't seen LA Confidential yet, lads, you're basically walking around with a gaping hole in your movie soul. I mean, this, seriously, you're missing one of the slickest, the grittiest, most beautiful train wrecks of corruption and betrayal ever put on screen. It's like someone took a classic 1950s crime novel, dunked it in whiskey, lit a cigar off the flames, and filmed it, all while Russell Crowe was still looking like a guy who might fix your car on a Saturday, not the Gladiator King. And the best part, this movie isn't just for the lads. Like I said, it's got enough juice, enough scandal, enough sheer human wreckage to hook the ladies too. Let's get into this beast. Peter.
Wow.
Real kicker, lads. You know, you tell people about LA Confidential today and half of them blink at you like you've just recommended to read Shakespeare in the original bloody old English. Is it black and white? Is it slow? Who's even in it? No, it's not slow, it's not boring, and the cast? Oh man, Russell Crowe, Guy Pearce, Kevin Spacey at his absolute manipulative best, and Kim Basinger, I can't even pronounce her name, winning an Oscar while making every bloke on earth suddenly wish they were a 1950s mob boss. Let's set the stage, alright, here for you lads, let's do a bit of background. Now, it's 1950s LA, the golden age of Hollywood sitting on top of a cesspool of lies, drugs, murder, and backhanders. Big time. Everyone looks gorgeous on the outside. Perfect hair, perfect smile, perfect lies, and smack bang in the middle of it, the LAPD, man. An organization so bent it could barely pass a sobriety test. You've got cops who are more interested in who's paying them under the table than who's bleeding out in an alleyway. You've got tabloid hacks running smear campaigns. It's like a casual Wednesday afternoon hobby. You've got crime lords pulling the strings while pretending they're legitimate businessmen. It's chaos in a tuxedo. And it's bloody beautiful. Into the whole carnage, lads, into the chaos, walks quite simply incredibly interesting characters. Some of the best you'll probably even see on screen. Russell Crowe's Bud White, a human bulldozer fueled by rage and broken dreams. You've got Kevin Spacey, Guy Pearce, the straight-laced golden boy who's so clean he practically squeaks until he doesn't. And he's a bit sort of creepy-ish. Again, Kevin Spacey, the slick, grinning media cop darling, I guess, who's basically selling his soul just for TV ratings. And they're all just chasing justice, right? But the thing is, justice in the movie is like trying to find a vegan meal at a Texas barbecue joint. It technically exists, but good luck getting without losing your mind first. And, you know, the deeper they dig, the more they realize the real enemy isn't the thugs or gangsters. It's the system itself and the corruption. It's so baked into the DNA of LA that trying to be a good guy is like trying to stay dry while standing in a goddamn hurricane. Then, when you think you got it all figured out, lads, the movie slaps you in the face with a plot twist so good it should have his own Instagram account. Alliances shift, guns come out. We won't get bogged down in the detail. We won't go that far, lads. Secrets spill everywhere like a drunk at a wedding. People who thought were heroes turn out to be the villains. People who thought were scumbags show they might actually have a heart all along. And when the final showdown happens, it's not just violence for the sake of it. It's the consequences of 2 hours of slow burn tension, lies, betrayal, and human frailty finally exploding in your face like a Molotov cocktail made of raw emotion. This isn't a Marvel movie, lads. No one's coming out with perfect hair and a quirky one-liner. This is the real deal. It's ugly, it's painful, and it's unforgettable. Why should you watch LA Confidential? Well, if I haven't convinced you on this one, lads, well, I haven't done a very good job. But it's simple. Because it's not just a movie, lads. I can't even speak. It's a goddamn masterclass in storytelling. It really is. It's how you make a crime film that punches you in the gut and then buys you a drink afterwards. It's stylish without being shallow. It's brutal without being brainless. It's smart without being smug. And Russell Crowe, this is before he got ripped for Gladiator and just before he went to major Hollywood movie star after Gladiator. This is the real hungry Russell Crowe. And the Crowe who looked like he might glass you in a pub if you said something about his mum. Guy Pearce, cold, calculating, tragic. Kevin Spacey, charismatic as hell, man. Just skating on that razor thin edge between hero and villain. Kim Basinger, pure heartbreak in a silk dress. And if you're one of those people who says, oh, I like that movies that make you feel something, lads, this movie will make you feel about 6 different emotions before the opening credits are even over. LA Confidential isn't just entertainment, it's important. You know, you owe it to yourself, lads. Grab a whiskey, turn off the phone, and watch one of the greatest films ever. After you do, you'll realize 2 things. In 1950s, LA was a beautiful disaster. You'll never trust a smiling cop again. You won't like it. Cheers, lads and ladies. Now, go fix that gaping hole in your movie soul. Peter.
All right, we're keeping movie night going, lads. Here's the next movie on the list. Get the Kleenex out. Oh dear Lord, this is a tearjerker. $1 Million Baby. It's some hell of a movie. It's a slow, soul-breaking, quietly devastating, absolutely beautiful punch to the effing heart. And I'll tell you right now, lads, if this movie doesn't hit you somewhere deep inside, for both men and women, then either you're made of titanium or you've been emotionally constipated since birth. And if it's Clint Eastwood at the peak of his directorial power. The guy won the Oscar for this. Hilary Swank won the Oscar for this, delivering the performance of her lifetime and one of the greatest performances of all time. I mean, you can't deny this. And Morgan Freeman, he won the Oscar for this, sitting in the background like the calm, poetic ghost of everyone you've ever loved and lost. I mean, it's not even a boxing movie. It's about belief, persistence, never giving up, sacrifice, and about the kind of love that doesn't shout. It suffers silently right there beside you. Okay, now let's get into it. Now, Frankie Dunn, he's not a hero. He's a crusty, battle-hardened boxing trainer. This is Clint Eastwood, who reads Yeats at night and prays every day to a God he no longer believes is listening. Then walks in Maggie, Hilary Swank, poor underdog waitress, full of hunger, full of nothing, no trainer, no future, no chance at this stage, and she begs him to take her on. She begs. Frankie's like, nope, not having this, repeatedly, firmly, like an Irish Catholic no that echoes across a decade here. But Maggie is the walking embodiment of grit, lads. And she keeps showing up, punching, bleeding, smiling. She doesn't have fancy technique or perfect footwork. What she has is something far more terrifying. Relentless will, lads. Relentless. And that's what breaks Frankie down. Not pity, not potential, but the quiet, haunting realization that this woman, this girl, this nobody is everything he once was and everything he lost. Clint Eastwood, oh man, I mean, come on. This guy he doesn't just direct movies. He builds emotional time bombs that tick away under your skin for hours, days, weeks after. $1 Million Baby, it's built on silence. It's a slow burn. And it's not loud. It doesn't beg for attention. It just exists quietly, cracking your ribs open one scene at a time. I mean, the gym, the hit pit, it's its own character. It's got sweat-stained ropes, busted bulbs, lights, and Morgan Freeman in a cardigan narrating your descent into grief. Freeman, former fighter, now janitor, now sees what's happening between Frankie and Maggie before they even do. But here's what makes this movie so famous and genius. It tricks you. You think you're watching a boxing underdog movie. You think it's Rocky with estrogen, and then suddenly you realize you're not watching a fight, man. You're watching two people wounded, weary, and utterly alone, trying to find meaning in each other. And they find each other. Oh, I'm start to tear up again. So, okay, Frankie, he finally gives in. He trains Maggie, and my God, does she rise. Fights go by like it's the war songs. She's like, she hits, bleeds, she smiles, cuts, she wins, and every single one, knockouts, left hooks, broken noses, boom, 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 and you feel it. You really do feel it. You start to believe, hey, maybe this ends well. This is about triumph after all. And, Frankie becomes the father figure, not in just a Hallmark way. He cares for her in the places no one ever did. He fixes her robe. He guards the body. He writes her name into the world with his bare hands, and then Maggie becomes the daughter he never had. And she fills the spaces his own child won't even return his letters from. I'm starting to tear up. They don't say, I love you. They didn't need to. And it's in every stitch of every glove, every stare, every unspoken word. But it's too good. You feel the cold creeping in, because this film doesn't lie. This film doesn't wait. It kills. Then it happens. We're not going to give anything away here, folks. Of course we won't. But what I will say is it changes the movie. It changes the movie. And, it's not about winning. It's about love. Two people that found each other. Found each other, connecting. It's like a dance. It's like a song. It's poetry in motion, man. It really is. The story, it's not about a fighter. It's not about a coach. It's not about a fighter and coach. But it's about love. Pure, broken, unforgiving love. And $1 Million Baby doesn't tie a bow around death. It doesn't try and fix you, to feel alive. It just holds up a mirror and says, this is life. It's brutal, can be beautiful, and sometimes unbearable. But through it all, there's dignity, there's grace, there's a kind of quiet loyalty that doesn't shout from the rooftops. It just stays beside you until the end. You'll cry, you'll laugh, you should. And when you do, don't fight it. Let it happen. And because what this film does, it lets you feel, man. In a world that can numb us, $1 Million Baby, it reminds us we're all alive. So guys, let's pack it up now. But I know I always try to have, fun movies, but we got to throw in a couple of sob ones too. You got to throw in a couple of sob ones. And, look guys, 2005 winner, best movie, $1 Million Baby. Hilary Swank, an unbelievable performance. I mean, honest to God, it is unreal. She won the Oscar as well. Morgan Freeman, unbelievable. His one and only time Oscar. The guy should have about 5, but this is his only win so far. And Clint Eastwood, well, he won the Oscar for directing. Well, that's no surprise. This guy's one of the greatest directors of all time. $1 Million Baby. Get the Kleenex. Get the glass of wine, get the pint of beer, and buckle in.
Peter. Lads, next up today on the Peter Walsh Show, have you ever watched a movie that doesn't just end, it kind of haunts you. And No Country for Old Men, it ain't just a thriller. It's a slow, methodical descent into chaos. It's meditation on evil, man. It's whisper in your ear that says some things can't be explained. Some things are just the way they are. And that's the creepy thing about No Country for All Men. This is a movie that is brilliant for both men and women. It's slow paced like The Godfather, if you know what I mean. Okay? Very slow paced, but that's the beauty, that's the essence of this creepy, entertaining, unbelievably entertaining movie. It's unreal, lads. And by the time the credits roll, you're not clapping. You're just sort of sitting there staring, asking yourself, what was that? And you feel a little kind of older, and that's what this film does, man. It ages you in the best, most brutal way possible. Let's get into it. Okay, lads. Now, this isn't just your average cat and mouse movie, right? This is a collision course between, what would I say, chaos versus principle. That would be the best way to explain that. Kind of a blue-collar hunter stumbles onto a briefcase full of drug money in the middle of the desert, and what follows? Just death in the form of, well, I don't know, but played by Javier Bardem in what might be one of the most terrifying performances since Hannibal Lecter chewed the scenery. I mean, this guy, he won the Oscar for this movie. He's a freak. Let me repeat that again. The guy is a goddamn freak. How the hell he even made those facial expressions could get even through this movie. You've got three players on the board. A guy who makes one bad decision to keep that money. You've got a force of nature, not a man, and with fate, with a bad haircut and a coin. And you've got the old cowboy watching the world unravel from the sidelines and realizing he's not cut out for this new era. Now, it's adapted from I think it's Cormac McCarthy's novel, lads. The Coen brothers stripped this film down to the bone. There's no score. There's no filler, just raw atmosphere, just set in the 1980s in Texas. And the film, it's a postmodern Western drenched in silence, in dread, philosophical doom. And, it's a film that asks, what if evil just doesn't make sense? What if justice is not guaranteed? As slow-paced as the movie is, when it kicks off, man. I mean, you're on the edge of your seat. You've got Josh Brolin. He's on the run with the money, okay? Brilliant performance, too, I gotta admit, by him. And then you've got Sugar. I think it's Sugar. I'm sorry, guys. I can barely pronounce the name. He's tracking him with a transponder, slaughtering people with a cattle bolt. Like, who thought of a cattle bolt, right? Like he's exterminating pests. I mean, it literally is like that. Then you've got, meanwhile, Tommy Lee Jones as the sheriff he's always just a day late and a dollar short. He really is. And the tension, it's quite unbearable. You're, like I said, you're gripping the seat. You're watching this slow burn turn into a goddamn inferno. Now, here's the twist. So we won't be giving anything away. This isn't a movie where the climax gives you satisfaction, lads. There's no final showdown. There's no neat closure. Maybe that's the word. Moss, gone, off screen. Sugar, wounded, sure, but alive. Always alive. Evil just doesn't die, right? It just limps away into the night. And then the sheriff, he retires. He's kind of broken. He's beaten. He's dreaming about a past he can't get back. And I mean, that's what I love about. Like, let's look at Javier Bardem. He's going around slaughtering people like they're cattle. He has one of the most terrifying, weird, disturbing haircuts you'd ever see on screen. His voice is magnetism. It is creepy, dark, luring. You think the guy needs to be put into a straitjacket, which, well, he is. He needs to be put into a straitjacket instantly. you know, and you can tell by his just pure physical presence, the guy is just not all there, and he's quite a cool, calculated killer. You know, he doesn't freak out, he doesn't panic, he's on the ball. And then you got Josh Brolin, real kind of slick Texan Westerner, you know, and the voice alone, he kind of give you kind of creepy, even though Josh Brolin is kind of technically the good guy, even though he's not really. He's an a-hole. But, you know, and he gets caught up in greed, and he's an ex-Vietnam vet, and, you know, he knows a thing or two. So that does really do kind of make it, as in he's bringing the fight to Javier Bardem, which is great. It's awesome. You know, and then Tommy Lee Jones, you can feel that guy aged 10 years doing this movie or something. That's the genius, lads. The Coens, they don't just give you what you want. They give you what's true. Sometimes the bad guy walks away. Sometimes you just don't win. Sometimes good men get left behind. And sometimes the world moves on. Colder, maybe a little darker and stranger than you thought ever possible. No Country for Old Men. It's entertainment, but not entertainment. It's a mirror. And what you see depends on what kind of person you are when you walk in. I couldn't recommend it enough, guys. You know, and it's one of those slow burning movies, like I said, but it's not slow burning. And it keeps you on the edge of your seat. And I have heard people report right now, oh man, I couldn't watch that movie, right? You know, it was just really slow, and I was like, what the hell's going on here? But if you give it 20 minutes, just give it 20 minutes, let it kickstart into life, and you will not be sorry. Gotta say, it won Oscar for Best Picture. Javier Bardem won for Best Supporting Actor. I think he's probably in the top 3 Oscar-winning supporting roles ever for this. I couldn't recommend this movie enough. I've seen it about 50 times. Maybe you will. No Country for Old Men, ladies and gentlemen. It's a classic.
Peter. Wow. Peter. Wow.
Oh, lads, I couldn't wait to start talking about this movie. This is just one of the greatest comedies of all time. And yeah, it's not in the IMDb top 250, okay? I know we're doing a lot of those reviews, but I just had to include this, you know, and I even watched it again the other night just to talk about it, and hopefully it's a good recommendation. Or if you've seen it before, get it out, lads. And if you're drinking, keep drinking, get the beer, get the wine, get the popcorn. Because, lads, this isn't just a movie. Like, this is a lifestyle. This is turning 30 but still acting like you're 21, distilled in 2 hours of just carnage. Total carnage, like. And it's delivered by some of the biggest comedy heavyweights of all time. No doubt about it. Vince Vaughn at his fast talking, Will Ferrell at his most unhinged. You've got Luke Wilson as the guy who has no idea how he got here. And then Jeremy Piven as the smug little a-hole you just love to hate. You know, if you've never seen it, let me just say it. Old School is a masterclass. It's what happens if men in their 30s ignore all adult responsibilities and start a college fraternity. I mean, what the hell? It's absurdish. It's absurd. It's childish. It's completely unrealistic, and that's exactly why it's perfect. This isn't just a movie to watch. It's a goddamn movie to live by. Now, the premise is simple and brilliant. 3 guys, all going through different levels of midlife crisis, okay, decide to relive their college glory days by starting the fraternity. And despite the fact they're way too old to be doing this stuff, right? College parties, like. The conflict, it's layered. On the surface, it's them versus the university administration, and led by Dean Gordon Pritchard, Jeremy Piven in peak smarmy little man with power mode. Underneath is about adulthood versus nostalgia, responsibility versus recklessness, and in true comedy form, it's also man versus his own ability to grow up. And Vince Vaughn's character, he's trying to run a business, raise a family, still throw ragers with college kids. Will Ferrell's Frank the Tank, oh, God, don't even get me started on Frank the Tank, man. Ricard, he can't be trusted around alcohol without ending in streaking down the main street. And that's an awesome scene, by the way. And Luke Wilson's Mitch, well, he's just trying to figure out how he went from breakups and bad luck to being the center of the frat house madness. I mean, it's chaos. It's glorious. Now, directed by Todd Phillips, yes, the same Todd Phillips who went out to direct The Hangover and The Joker. Two weird movies to be comparing against, but Old School came out in 2003, lads, and it basically redefined what the early 2000s comedy would be. It really did. I think it was the benchmark. It was the turning point for how comedies were going to go, right? I mean, it was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And here's a fun bit of trivia for you. The movie was originally rated NC-17 for language and nudity until they cut it down to an R, which makes you wonder what was left on the cutting room floor. And Will Ferrell was already a big name from Saturday Night Live. All right, we all know him. Genius comedian. But this movie, I think it cemented him as the go-to guy for unfiltered unpredictability comedy, you know? And Vince Vaughn, he's my favorite comedian of all these guys. Brought that quick sarcastic delivery, you know, he's famous for. And like Luke Wilson, he's not as, I suppose, popular as the rest, but, you know, he's played the straight man. I can barely talk. Played the straight man perfectly, you know, grounding the movie, I think, and he was the kind of the rock, which I think it was good for the chaos around it. Grounding the movie just enough so, like, it didn't float off into complete lunacy. And Jeremy Piven, you gotta admit, he is one major a-hole in this movie, but this might be probably one of the most perfectly hateable roles. You know, you don't just dislike the guy, you enjoy disliking the guy. And then you've got, you know, the supporting cast. Sean William Scott, Stifler, he shows up for a brilliant cameo. Absolutely brilliant. And then a pre-Hangover Todd Phillips cameo. Did you spot him in this movie? Well, okay. And enough random chaos to fill a dozen frat houses, lads. Now, in the movie, once the frat is formed, all right, it's just one ridiculous challenge after another. They've got to get recruits. They have to survive insane parties. They have to pass physicals, academic and mental challenges to stay recognized as the fraternity. Now, and of course, they have to do it all the while Dean is actually trying to shut them down. Now, this is where the comedy kind of hits full throttle, really, right? Vince Vaughn on a blowout torch microphone hyping the crowd. You got Will Ferrell yelling, "We're going streaking." Classic. Like it's a presidential campaign slogan, right? Luke Wilson getting dragged along for every bad idea. And I'm trying not to show too much footage, lads, you know? It's not that there's any cliffhangers or things to give away, but I don't know, I still don't want to give away too much, you know? I just keep it for yourselves. And every obstacle becomes a set piece. There's the gymnastics challenge, the debate challenge, the hilarious trust exercise, and of course, the epic party montages that make you want to call your friends and say, "Lads, we're getting some booze tonight, lads. Let's do this." And the thing is, like, you don't just laugh. You wish you were there. Like, you genuinely do. I mean, it's so outrageous. Like, you can't help but to think, God, I'd love to join that frat. And then you got the big showdown. And the frat's fate hanging in the balance, right? They're just on tender hooks here, guys. And the dean thinks he's finally got them. And there's no way the guys can pass. I mean, you are set up for doom in this, right? And they somehow do in the most ridiculous and unexpected ways possible. You know, you've got Vince Vaughn nailing a perfect gymnastics vault. You've got Will Ferrell lighting himself on fire. That's an awesome scene, by the way. During a stunt, but still making it count. You've got every misfit member stepping up when it matters. And it's pure underdog energy. And mixed with the kind of comedy timing that makes every payoff land twice as hard. And it's not just about beating the dean. It's It's about proving that maybe, just maybe, refusing to grow up, it's not always a bad thing. Now, when the dust settles, the frat lives on. The guys, they keep their chaotic, semi-functioning version of the dream alive. And, as us, as the audience, we're kind of left with that, right? That life doesn't have to be so serious. Sure, you need to pay your bills and take care of stuff like that, yeah. But there's no rule that says you have to give up fun, friendship, and doing the occasionally stupid thing that just because you're older. And that's why old school still works today. It really does. It's not just a time capsule of early 2000 comedy. It's a reminder that a little bit of college energy can keep us all young, no matter what your birth certificate says. If you haven't seen it, you gotta watch it. If you've seen it before, watch it again. And the next time you hear somebody say Frank the Tank, just know, man, it could go down in a horrendous but great way.
I think we gotta face the harsh reality here, lads. Let's get real here before we really get into the nuts and bolts. Why aren't people watching classics anymore? Because this movie is. We've all gotten a bit lazy, a little spoiled. We're high on pixels and algorithms. We're out here chasing content like it's crack. But then you've got a film like this that just says, shut the F up, sit down, this matters. On the Waterfront it's about silence. It's about complicity, about how good men get dragged down and turned into cowards, not because they're bad people, but because they're scared out of their mind. And enter Terry Malloy, played by Brando. So raw, you'll swear you can smell the whiskey on his breath through the screen. He was a boxer, man, on screen. A guy, who once had potential, right? And now he's a dock worker, a pawn. And when he finally wakes up to what's going on around him, murder, corruption, betrayal, he realizes something's gotta give. And that's where the tension lives. Do you stay comfortable and corrupted? Or do you stand up and risking losing everything? Now let's set the scene. It's 1954, America's mid-century shadow, right? It's kind of the Cold War, the paranoia, the mobbed up gangs, the mobbed up unions, right? And real political tension bleeding into the arts, and out of that sludge comes Elia Kazan. I hope I'm saying that pronunciation right. A director who just named names in front of Congress, basically blacklisting people in Hollywood. So when Kazan brings a script to Brando, people expect him to say no, but Brando said yeah, because he saw it too. This wasn't just a movie. There was truth in this script. And Schulberg's script, goddamn poetry. This is dialogue that crackles, lad, that lingers into your ribs long after the credits roll. And Branzo steps up like it's his last shot at salvation. This isn't Streetcar Named Desire, Brando. That was unbelievable too. And we're going to do a review on that as well. That will be coming very soon. I think this is in many ways, it's deeper, it's quieter, it's all in the eyes, the breath, the moments between words. He's like a coiled spring that's too tired to bounce anymore. And spoiler alert, well, not really. He won the Oscar for this. Of course he did. You watch this movie and think, yeah, if someone else had won that year, I'd have thrown a chair through the Academy's front window. Now, let me paint this with broad strokes, no spoilers, lads, as I drink my cup of tea here. You got a corrupt dock workers, union run by this guy Johnny. And oh, the irony in that name. He makes Tony Soprano look like a youth poster. And people are dying under his rule. Everyone's looking the other way because, well, that's how you stay breathing. Terry Malloy is just a grunt in the system until a guy dies. A guy Terry unknowingly helped set up. And then comes Eddie, the dead guy's sister. Or Edie, sorry, Eddie. What am I saying? Edie. And now we've got conscience, guilt, love, all tangled up. The thing about Terry is he's not some noble crusader. The guy's a mess. He doesn't want to get involved. He doesn't want to be a hero. He just wants to be left alone with his pigeons, but his soul won't let him. Enters the priest, played like an Irish hurricane in a collar, lads. Enter the brother, Rod Steiger, who kills it, I mean, in a car scene. So iconic, it might as well be framed in the Louvre, if I'm pronouncing that right. And that's where we get the line. You know it, you've heard it, but you've got to have heard this. You've seen it played so many times, but until you see it in context, it adds so many more layers on when you see the whole context, the background, the foreground. That saying, I could have been a contender, I could have been somebody instead of a bum, which is what I am. I mean, you feel that. That's the sound of every man who's ever let himself down. And I mean, it's heartbreaking because Brando, he had that tough guy image in Hollywood, but yet he had he had the feminine side. Now, I look, you might think I'm sounding really ridiculously corny here, but no, everybody's got has a feminine side. Everybody's got a male side, whether you're a man or woman, if you know what I mean, right? And Brando, he wasn't afraid to show emotion. He wasn't afraid to look fragile. He wasn't afraid to look vulnerable, needy, and it was just so, like, that's the beauty of it. The tough guy being vulnerable, it's beautiful. Okay, all right. Movie night. This next one, lads. Reservoir Dogs. Now, maybe there's some of the ladies out here. Oh, no. What? Come on. Ladies, you gotta listen to this. I know this movie is kind of labeled a dude's movie, right? And you gotta listen to me on this one, because this isn't about guns, heists, this and that, right? This is about the background, what the internal struggle of these crooks. This movie, if you can relate to paranoia, trust issues in general, believe me, you can relate to these guys in this movie. It's brilliant. It's not just about gangsters. It's not just about guns or a heist gone wrong, okay? This is about the trust, like I'm saying, pressure. This is about what happens when a group of dudes are thrown into a situation when one bad move, one wrong word, one flicker of suspicion, and it's over. All over, job done. And this isn't, a Tarantino bloodbath, all right? No, this is the humanity. It's about what anyone would do when the walls close in, when survival instincts kick in, when paranoia could eat you alive. And ladies, this is your story too. Because at its core, Reservoir Dogs, it's about trust, betrayal, and the fragility of human relationships under pressure. And come on, that's universal. And let's not forget, like, the opening scene even, right? No guns, no violence, just a group of lads around a dinner table talking about tipping. Tipping, okay? And in that conversation, in that little back and forth, you learn everything you need to know about these guys and about who's the selfish one, the generous, who stands their ground, who caves to peer pressure. That's life, and that's you, me, all of us. And right away, you're hooked. It's gripping. Let's get into it.
Peter.
Wow. Normally I try and show you sort of clips of the movie as I'm talking about it, like that certain scene I'm talking about, then I'll show you the scene. But sometimes it's better to just not show you the direct scene, all right? And I've done that every now and then. And for this one, I'm not going to do that either. You'll probably know why if you've never seen Reservoir Dogs, and if you see them this afterwards, all right? But anyway, we're just going to show you some random scenes, okay? But the central conflict of Reservoir Dogs, it's simple on the surface, but devastating underneath. You've got a group of criminals. They team up for a diamond heist. Now, they don't know each other's real names. They're supposedly never met each other before. They use colors as code, right? So you've got Mr. White, Mr. Orange, Mr. Pink, Mr. Blonde. And Mr. Blonde, total psycho, this fella. This guy's disturbed, man, in just freaky, creepy levels, man. And he enjoys to torture just a little too much, right? This is what freaks you out about this fella. And the whole time, they're circling each other like wolves, man, ready to snap, waiting for someone to slip, Every look, every word, every hesitation, it all matters and it's all weighing up. And they're all thinking about every single glance, every single little tiny smile, tiny look away. Why is he looking away? And as an audience, you're right there in it. And, you feel the paranoia creeping into your kind of skin here. I gotta admit, you find yourself asking, geez, that person reminds me of such and such, and all of a sudden you start thinking about your own life and my God, who's lying? Who's about to snap? It's the brilliance of it, man. And Tarantino takes a crime story into a psychological experiment and puts six people in a room, tell them one of them's a traitor, and watch them implode. Can you imagine what that would be like in your own life? And that maybe you've been in it already. And then the scene, the one stuck in the middle with you. If you've seen the movie, you know exactly what I'm on about. I'm not going to give away anything for this because this is just iconic. Michael Madsen, Mr. Bland, dancing around with a razor. I won't go too deep. Torturing a cop, but smiling the whole time. And then this song, Stuck in the Middle with You. I'm a terrible singer. But it's not just shocking. It's horrifying because it's so casual. It's so casual. It's evil dressed in charm. And he is very, very charming at the same time, Michael Madsen in this. The look he has, he's got the suit, he's a good-looking dude, he's got the swagger, but yet a psychopathic killer. I mean, you'll see what I mean, that scene is studied in film schools today still. And for how it uses music, the performance, and the contrast to make violence 10 times more disturbing. And the climax, we won't go into too much, but it all comes to a head. There's a standoff. Guns pointed at each other, accusations flying. Nobody trusts anyone, right? Some guys are defending each other, some guys are attacking each other, right? And people are playing it cool, people are trying to poke the other person, It's a Mexican standoff. And in that moment, you realize at this stage, it doesn't matter who the rat is now anymore because they've all lost it. They've all they're all doomed, They're too paranoid. It's gone way too over the line to come back to trusting that dude again. No way. It's over, And then the rest of the climax. But we'll leave it there on that one. So we're about to pack this up, lads. But why should every man, woman, anyone watch Reservoir Dogs? There's a human connection here. It's not just about these gangsters. It's about humans, Like I was saying about the pressure, the paranoia we can feel sometimes when you're in the room and you can smell the rat. And it's about us when trust breaks down, like when paranoia takes over. That's what I love about this movie. When people can't work together under pressure and what happens. It's about the struggle we all face. Can you really trust John or Timmy? These aren't real people, okay? Just in case people are wondering. Are they with me? Are they against me? Can I risk being vulnerable? Or will Johnny or Timmy stab me in the back? And those aren't gangster questions. They're human questions. And that's why Reservoir Dogs endures, It forces us to look at the ugly side of a lot of people. We all panic sometimes. We all can suspect. We can possibly lash out at pressure when it gets too much, maybe. But it shows you loyalty, bravery, sacrifice, and the humanity that can even exist, in dark places. I mean, honestly, it's fascinating, and it's a cool movie, man. It's just a bloody cool movie. The suits, the music, awesome. The dialogue, it set the template, I think, for a lot of modern crime film that came after. I think in many ways, Pulp Fiction doesn't exist without Reservoir Dogs. Neither does half of the Netflix catalog. Disagree with me on that one? Agree with me on that one? Both, whatever you think, and it's fine. But if you're into crime films, psychological thrillers are just great storytelling, lads. This movie, it's a must. Honestly, it's a must because Tarantino is one of the greats of all time. Storytelling, directing, just awesome. You know, it's short, it's sharp, and it'll leave you thinking about human nature probably long after the credits roll. Reservoir Dogs, movie of the week. Here we go, lads. Top pick of movie of the week, Rocky. I don't care if you're a woman. You might be thinking, oh, come on. Boxing, get the hell out of here. Won Best Picture Oscar for not just boxing, lads, okay? This movie is insanely human. And a boxer out of Philly gets called to fight the world heavyweight champ, and all he wants is to go the distance. I even get kind of emotional talking about it, because that's all Rocky wants to do. He doesn't actually necessarily want to win the championship and win. He just wants to go the distance. It's heartbreaking. You know, meet Rocky Balboa, a scrappy, underpaid enforcer, punching chickens in gyms and collecting debts for the mob in Philadelphia, right? The guy's nowhere. He's invisible. He's written off. He's broke. Then comes Apollo Creed, the reigning champ, needs an opponent, a gimmick pick, and gives Rocky a shot. Suddenly, the world spotlight's on him. Like, really? Rocky? Hesitant, but okay, he knows it's his only shot, not to win, but to just prove that the guy's alive. He trains like hell. He runs the famous steps of the Philadelphia Museum of Art, and, you know, ladies and gentlemen, it is emotional when you see this. It really is. And, you know, he's going to fly now, betting on sweat, will, human spirit, and maybe a little fantasy that underdogs belong in the ring with the giants. The montage is iconic, but at the time it was new, unbelievable. But Rocky's raw determination with Adrian's quiet support and Mickey's tough love coaching, this guy's one hell of a character. And Bill's not just muscle, but character itself. And the emotional conflict, he doubts himself. Adrian doubts him, but he goes on. We can all relate to this. Then comes the fight, lads. Okay? And, you know, ladies, right, you might be like, at this stage, all right, fine. But there's some amazingly human moments in this boxing match. You know? So even if you think, oh, God, just grin and bear it. Seriously, just grin and bear it. There's that little part, I'm telling you, because at the end of the movie, you'll be probably in tears, I gotta admit. And, you know, it's 15 brutal rounds. Men, they're both lads, they're bloodied, they're battered. Rocky takes blow after blow. He gets knocked down, he keeps getting up. And no one's ever lasted the full 15 rounds of Creed until now. And that's what makes it so interesting too, you know? He just wants to go the distance. Oh, God, let's get emotional thinking about that. You know, it's not about winning. It's about surviving and proving you're not a punchline. And by decision, Rocky loses, Apollo wins, maybe not. But the crowd knows who actually triumphed. And when he calls for Adrian and she runs into the ring, there's just love, respect, and that's enough. That's all you need to know. Now, Rocky doesn't win the title. I'm not giving this away, okay? Because it's about the human side. Now look, apologies if you think I have, and maybe I shouldn't have said anything, just to give you that extra little surprise. But it's not about the win. It's not about the loss. It's about the human emotion. And he wins something bigger here, lads. Self-respect, dignity, love, the message you don't have to be champion to be victorious. Just get up one more time after you get knocked down. That's everything. Now, like I said, ladies, maybe you might think it's all macho, bravado, fluff, garbage, okay? Men beating each other up. It's heart. It's a story of two shy people in love. Broken people, you know, finding redemption. A working class hero giving everything he can. It won the Best Picture in 1977, not for special effects or, oh wow, we've never seen this in a boxing match before and it was so amazing. No, it's not like that. This is the human raw emotion. It beat out Taxi Driver and Resignating with a post-Watergate inflation hit era because it gave people hope. And guys, you know, you might roll your eyes thinking you've seen it all, but Rocky probably was the blueprint. The sports montage, underdog narrative, it all stems from here when it comes to sport movies. It changed everything. The script was written in just days. Stallone fought to star in it himself. Fought like crazy. Even refused a massive payday if he couldn't play Rocky. And that's gutsy move paid off, man. It made him a star and made him a film legend. You know, from Reddit posts to sociology classrooms, lads, people have shared how Rocky lifted them out of depression, financial hardship, existential crisis, just by watching a fictional boxer refuse to quit on himself. And I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, we'll pack it up right now. This movie I watched endless when I was a child. And this isn't about, you know, Peter, he still has this attachment to this childhood movie. Like, I get that part, but it's not that in this. It's uplifting. It's, if you've had a bad day, watch it to get motivation. It's about if you really feel like you're struggling against other people and you just want to go the distance. This is the movie for you. Ladies and gentlemen, the movie of the week. Rocky.
Peter.
Guys, welcome back to movie night. All right. This is going to be awesome. 3 classic movies, guys, that you need to watch. Or if you've seen them before, get back on it, lads, because you got to watch these bad boys. 1 dramatic and 2 comedy we're going with tonight. Now, we've taken a little bit of a break here from the IMDb Top 250. That's right. Every single movie, well, most movies I've reviewed in the last year, I can't believe it's been that, has been from the IMDb Top 250, which is awesome. And we've still got loads to go, but we're taking a bit of a break. We're bringing in 2 comedies that you need to see, lads. And grab a beer, grab a glass of wine, whatever you're drinking, grab whatever. Keep you glued for the next few hours or whatever, because we're diving into one of the most intense, disturbing, but brilliant performances by Brie Larson, but also strangely hopeful. It's an incredibly hopeful movie you'll ever watch. Room. This is the first one we're starting off with today, lads. Now, when I say room, I'm not talking about your bedroom, your office, or your Netflix binge cave. I'm talking about a 4-walled nightmare. It's a prison disguised as a home. Very, very intense movie. Here's the scary part. It's based on the kind of on things that actually happen in real life. You know, not some overblown Hollywood fantasy here. This stuff happens, but the kind of evil that headlines real world news stories and could keep you awake at night. This isn't horror with jump scares, lads. It's horror with heartbeats. And, you know, it's tension you can feel when you watch it. You're not just watching a movie. You're living inside that space, feeling every second tick by.
Peter.
Now, the conflict in Room, it's not just physical, it's psychological. It's in the mother and her son, trapped for years, okay? Years in a tiny space by a man who's just completely stolen their freedom. And, you know, on paper, it's claustrophobic survival story, but in reality, it's about 2 people holding onto their humanity when the world outside has completely forgotten them. I mean, that's the scary part. And here's the thing. You can't escape the tension, lads. Every smile the mother forces, every question the boy asks, you know, every creak in the floor above, it's all loaded like with just this intense dread, you know. There's no big army coming to save them, no superhero bursting through the door here. It's just them together against the absolute impossible. Now, the film is based on the novel by Emma Donoghue, all right, who was inspired by real life cases of long-term captivity. I mean, she nailed it, lads, and that's what makes this so chilling. You're not just watching fiction; you're watching an echo of reality. Brie Larson, who plays the mother, doesn't just act in this film, lads. She becomes the role. She's raw, stripped down, exhausted in a way you can feel through the screen. And Jacob Tremblay as the boy, phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. This kid isn't acting. He's living inside this nightmare with a kind of innocence that will just tear you apart. And Brie Larson, she won the Best Actor Oscar that year for Best Actress. It was phenomenal. You know, the magic and the horror of Room is how it builds. It starts with routine, right? You see the little games they play, the made up stories to pass the time. It's heartbreaking to watch this. The rituals that keep them sane, you know, when people just shouldn't have this. And slowly you realize these routines, they're not normal, they're survival. And the outside world exists only in stories. And when a plan to escape begins to form, the stakes shoot through the roof. You're not watching an action scene. You're watching people gambling, with everything on the line. And freedom, safety, a life. Every moment feels dangerous because you're just like, oh God, they're going to get caught. They're going to get caught. Like it's trembling. Even hope feels dangerous a bit here. This as an audience member, you know, you're torn between wanting them to run and fearing what's on the other side of the door. When the turning point hits, lads, it ain't Hollywood fireworks. It's primal desperation. Like, this is the moment that tests everything they've been holding on to. Their courage, the trust in each other, and the fragile thread of hope that's been keeping them alive. You know, you can hear your own pulse during these scenes, really, honestly. And the air feels heavy when the door finally opens. It's not a rush of freedom. It's a flood of shock, confusion, fear, because leaving the room is only the start, really, of their battle. Because the real scary thing, lads, this is based on psychology. When people get into patterns, habits, that it's hard to break a habit, a pattern, a ritual, even if it's bad for us. This is based on true psychology. It's hard to break it because it's what we're used to. So imagine these people stuck in a room for years, and then you're escaped. You're out. Now, of course, you know, you want to be out, but this is one hell of an adjustment. And what makes Room unforgettable, it's not just the escape, you know, it's the aftermath. It's the truth that the world outside isn't always kinder than the prison you left, believe it or not, you know. And trauma just doesn't disappear when the walls do, but the film leaves you with something rare: resilience. The bond between mother and son just becomes the anchor, lads, and it's wonderful. Even after all the pain, all the fear, all the nights spent in darkness, there's this love, there's still life, you know. And that's why this movie hits so hard. It's not just about captivity, it's about the strength to keep going when the world gives you every reason to quit. And that's why Room isn't just a film you watch, it's a film you feel, you know. And if you've ever doubted the power of human connection or the ability of a story to completely take you over, maybe Room will just change that. And when the credits roll, you kind of sit there in silence, because some movies don't just end, they stay with you. And, you know, guys, if you're into psychology and you know what I'm talking about, that patterns are hard to break, right? You watch this, you'll understand, because we can all feel like we're in a room, trapped to some degree, right? Maybe with this horrible job you have, a horrible relationship with your boyfriend or girlfriend. We can all be sort of feel that trap, and we can't just seem to break out of it. Maybe this will make you think.
Peter.
Wow.
Lads, there are movies you watch because they're fun. There are movies you watch because they're famous. Famous people in them. But then there's movies you watch because they change a little of something inside you. And Green Book, lads, we're talking today, isn't just another movie night. It's a road trip straight into the best parts of the human spirit. If you want something nice and just light and just fun, this is the movie for you, lads. And if you haven't seen it, you're basically walking around with a blindfold on, missing some of the best lessons life has got to offer. Peter.
Wow.
Now, here's the thing with Green Book. Just such a wonderful, charming movie, man. These days, you know, try telling someone to watch The Green Book, and you'll hear people say, isn't it just another Oscar bait movie? Isn't it just one of those feel-good ones that actually is fake? Isn't it slow? No, lads, no, 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 no. It's not fake, it's not slow, and it's not Oscar bait. It's goddamn symphony of real humanity. And played out by two absolute acting monsters. Viggo Mortensen eating his way through half the scenes like he's crab loading for the apocalypse. And then you got Mahershala Ali. I think Mahershala Ali. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that name wrong. Mahershala Ali. Cooler than an ice bath in January. Dropping one of the classiest, most heartbreaking performances you'll probably ever see. Now, let's set the stage here. It's 1962. America's it's still in a hot mess of racism and ignorance and segregation. Don Shirley, world-class, genius-level black belt pianist here, and is about to go on a concert tour through the deep south. Smart guy, right? Because he knows he can't just waltz through Alabama or Mississippi solo without trouble. So he hires a guy, not just any guy. He hires Tony the Lip, played by Vigo, an Italian-American nightclub bouncer from the Bronx, who thinks subtly is something you put on pizza. Those two men couldn't be more different if they tried. One's cultured, polished, poised. The other's loud, hungry, ready to punch anyone who looks at him sideways. And yet, through the brawls, insults, racist hotels, and fried chicken eaten with hands, they build something most people today can't even imagine with an Instagram therapist and 100 hours of TED Talks, real friendship. And watching these two together, it's pure cinematic magic, man. Tony Lip doesn't even pretend to understand Don Shirley at first. He says stupid stuff. He makes assumptions. He's rough, raw, borderline offensive, but he's not malicious, and he's just kind of ignorant a bit to a degree. And that's what makes it so real. That meanwhile, Don Shirley isn't some stuck-up snob either. He's kind of trapped. He's a man without a tribe, almost too black for white society, right? Too defined to lower himself and too alone to be truly understood. And then every mile they drive deeper into the South, every hotel that won't let Don stay, every cop who sneers at them, every nightclub owner who smiles fake at the piano and spits when he turns around. It changes them both. Not with big cheesy speeches, not with Instagram moments, with small actions, loyalty, with respect earned through real world crap, not hashtags and handouts here. I mean, that's why Green Book, it doesn't feel fake because it understands that racism isn't solved with a motivational poster here, okay? It solves one mess, ugly, stubborn friendship at a time. And then when you get to the heart of it, lads, and don't worry, we're not giving anything away here, okay? Because you have to know the context of the background of the scene. And that moment when Tony, dumb, stubborn, loyal to a fault, steps up, it's heartbreaking, man, and it's also heartwarming at the same time. And when Don, proud, isolated, aching, finally lets someone stand next to him, because here's the real truth. The entire movie, it's not about fixing racism. It's about turning up and turning Tony Lip into Gandhi here. It's about two broken men finding common ground. And it's about the fact that respect and decency, they are choices. And if you make these two choices over and over, even when the world around you tells you not to bother. And that final scene, don't worry, we're not giving it away. That Christmas dinner, oh man, it just absolutely melts your heart. It hits harder than any Oscar speech ever could. Not because it's perfect, but probably sounding corny, because it's earned. So why should you watch Green Book? Because you need more than TikTok therapy and tweets, lads, and about kindness to understand people. It's because sometimes the best lessons are the messiest lessons, and because friendship isn't about being the same. It's about seeing someone's scars and sitting next to them anyway. You should watch it. It's so funny. Viggo Mortensen smashing a whole bucket of KFC in Carolina, or Cadillac, is Oscar worthy on its own. Because Mahershala Ali playing Chopin in a bar full of drunken racists is pure art. And most of all, because in a world that constantly screams us versus them, the left versus right, right versus left, all this garbage talk, Green Book quietly reminds us that real change, it can happen at a dinner table, in a car, in the little every moments where you choose again and again to see the human being sitting next to you. You know, it's so like, pour yourself a drink, put it on, take the ride, man, and trust me, lads, you'll come back a better person than you went in. And if you don't, well, maybe you're the one who needs the fried chicken after all. Green Book. Awesome.
Peter.
Wow.
Okay, next up for your movie night, ladies and gents. This is an awesome one. Fargo. Let me start by saying, if you haven't seen Fargo, well, get another glass of wine. Get another beer. Pop those open, baby, because treat yourself to one of the most perfectly crafted, quietly deranged, and oddly relatable films ever made. Like, I don't care who you are. Man, woman, film, student, accountant, dog walker, right? This film is for you. Because Fargo, it ain't just a movie. Now, like, guys, I know, just don't get confused. There is the TV program. I'm on about the movie itself, all right? And, you know, Fargo, it's very like life, right? It's wrapped in snow, it's soaked in blood. I know that sounds maybe intense, and it's delivered with the most charmingly polite smiles you'd ever seen. And let's talk about Jerry Lundegaard. Oh, this guy is just, wow. Bat-esque crazy. William H. Macy's character. The most anxious little worm of a man ever to walk into a dealership office. And somehow, even though he's a total clown, a man who spins like it's oxygen and panics at the sight of his own reflection, you know someone just like him. And maybe it's your uncle, maybe it's your neighbor, maybe it's your boss, maybe, you know, this man is familiar. He's too familiar. And that's the genius of his character here and the performance that he puts in, William H. Macy. And that right there, it's what makes the movie brilliant. It's absurd and grounded all at once.
Peter.
Wow. Okay, now Jerry Lundegaard isn't necessarily evil. Now you can really debate me on this one and I wouldn't blame you. He's pathetic. And pathetic is worse in a way, I think. He's desperate. And he's always sweating. He's always fumbling. And then he's the kind of man who has painted himself into a corner so many times. He just assumes that that's where life happens. He's one, you know, these type of guys. And so when he hires two goons, absolute dumbasses, and by the way, this isn't giving it away. This just makes it more interesting. He hires these two guys to kidnap his own wife. Yes. Can you believe this? So he can squeeze a ransom out of the rich father-in-law. And you almost feel bad for the guy. Almost. Because you're like, dude, what are you doing? And this is where the Coen brothers are operating on another level. You know, they don't give you movie logic. They give you real world logic. And except if it's just off-center enough to feel like a dream you half remember here. I mean, you know, everyone's too polite, everyone's too cold, too stuck in their own rituals, and yet the violence, when it comes, is vicious, sudden, brutal. One minute you're listening to a charming conversation over eggs and toast, and then the next minute someone's being fed into a chipper. That's all I'll say. That's Fargo. And then you've got Frances McDormand as Marge. I mean, she won the Oscar for this. She's amazing in this. Another performance just out of this world. Now, listen, this is one of the greatest performances in cinema history. Okay, I gotta say it. A pregnant police chief in a small town, Minnesota, waddling around in the snow, solving brutal murders while remaining one of the most compassionate, clear-eyed, and human characters ever written. And she's not flashy, she's not tortured, she's just good. And it's almost disarming in a world full of scam artists, thieves, and killers. She walks into a crime scene, looks at a corpse, and goes, oh yeah, He's real dead. And it's really funny. That's Marge. And here's the kicker. She solves the whole thing without even ever pulling a gun or raising her voice. She listens, she observes, she thinks, and she outwits them all. Now, I could spend an hour just on the accents, the Minnesota nice, actually I can't do it, the constant apologizing, the passive-aggressive kindness. There's a lot of genius in this. It's not played for cheap laughs. It's texture. It's environment. It's character. These people are so emotionally repressed. They can't even scream properly when their lives are falling apart. And it's all so quiet until it isn't. Now let's talk about Steve Buscemi and Peter Stormare, shall we? Now these two absolute muppets are Jerry's hired help. Now, Buscemi's loud, twitchy, annoying, and constantly complaining. Stormare is mute, brooding, and dead-eyed. This guy would give you the willies. Together, they're chaos incarnate. They bumble through this kidnapping like it's a weekend trip gone wrong, and leaving a trail of bodies in their wake. Now, this isn't giving away anything, but one of them dies bloodily, and the other ends up in a mess. That's all I'll say. Because this new movie is not about criminal masterminds. It's about idiots doing dangerous things and having no idea how deep the hole they're digging. So, you know, in the end of the movie, during the movie, you've got Jerry. He keeps trying to lie his way out, but the lies just pile up and up and up. And I think we can all relate to this, where you just know that constant liar in your life. You know, you're so fed up of their lies. It's insulting. You're like, really? Do you really think I'm this dumb? And, you know, his father-in-law, he doesn't play ball. His wife's gone. The cops are closing in. The goons are just out of control. The son is terrified. And then this sweating little man in a brown suit just keeps saying, okay, now let's calm down here. You know, like he's all under control. But there's no calming down. And every time you think this movie's going to simmer, it boils. Now, the climax of the movie, we're not going to say anything. It ain't some dramatic shootout. It's not explosions. It's quiet resolution. And in that moment, you do feel it. You know, you feel all the chaos, all the carnage, all the greed and lies and panic. It meant nothing. And Marge, this quietly brilliant woman sitting there, 8 months pregnant, somehow restores the world just a little bit by just simply being good. Why should you watch Fargo? Well, because it's not just a film about crime. It's a film about the human condition. It's about weakness, desperation, stupidity, and compassion, justice, and morality. And it is funny. I mean, it's really funny. It's not slapstick dark, but it's dark, it's dry, it's Coen Brothers funny. You know, and this kind of humor that creeps in after the second beer when you realize that the world is a circus and we're all kind of wearing masks. It's the kind of movie that sticks to your ribs. Oh, pour yourself another drink, lads and ladies. Rewatch it. If you've not seen it before, watch this movie. Watch William H. Macy squirm and sweat, and watch Marge figure it all out without breaking a sweat. Watch Steve Buscemi bleed out and Stormare silently do some weird things. And when the credits roll, sit there and think about this. Think about how many Jerry Lundegaards do you know in your life? How many have you met? How many have you tried to avoid like the plague? How many times have you tried to lie your way out of a jam? How often people underestimate kindness? How rare decency is? Fargo is very much a mirror, and sometimes it reflects something ugly, but somehow it also makes you feel clean. That's what makes this movie a masterpiece, lads. That's why you need to watch it. That's why the more you talk about Fargo, the more there is to say. It's a slow burn, it's a gut punch, and it's an all-time classic movie.
Peter.
Wow.
There's a moment in Le Mans 66, lads, where Christian Bale plays Ken Miles. He's tearing through the track at insanity speed. The Ford roaring like a beast possessed. The camera shakes, the engine screams, and it all looks cool. It all sounds incredible. But there's one problem. It's fake. And not the story, not the struggle, not the fight against corporate politics. Those things are actually painfully real. But the actual racing itself, lads, if you're a motorsport fan, you'll know within minutes that this is Hollywood's version of racing, not the real thing. And yet I'm telling you, you should absolutely watch this movie. Not because of the racing, not because of the men behind the wheel, because Le Mans 66, it's not a racing movie per se. It's a film about it's about obsession. Two men trying to, and I mean just desperately trying to achieve something while fighting against things that they just don't understand, things that don't appreciate them, ultimately don't respect them. This is not a film about Ford versus Ferrari. It's about Ken Miles versus the goddamn world.
Peter.
Now, let's be honest, lads. It is a great movie, but the racing in Le Mans is not realistic. Okay, the way the cars move, the way they crash, the way they look to the drivers intensely at each other mid-race, that's just not how it works. You know, real racing is dirty. It can be dirty. It can be unpredictable and brutal. And there are no clean, glamorous shots of drivers locking eyes before overtaking, all right? You don't have time. This is the last thing on your mind. Sorry, it's not even the last thing on your mind. It doesn't come onto your mind. There's just instinct, survival, and pure aggression. But where does the film get it right? Well, it absolutely nails everything but the racing sequences. The story of Carroll Shelby, played by Matt Damon, brilliant. Ken Miles, Christian Bale, brilliant. Is the heart of this movie, really. Shelby's a legend. He's won Le Mans already. He understands racing inside and out, but he's been forced into a suit and tie world of corporate America. He's to fight battles off the track with Ford executives who see cars as products, not machine of pure speed, man. And then there's Ken. A man born to drive. Now, I gotta admit, there is quite a few characters like Christian Bale's character in this movie, right? This guy's a bit unhinged. He's a bit mad. He's a bit mental, right? And there is pilots who are like this. So Christian Bale, he nailed this, lads. And oh man, he doesn't fit in really to society, but who doesn't play by the rules? He's done the one thing that matters most. He's got one thing that matters. Raw, undeniable talent. So while the racing itself might be Hollywood fantasy, the conflict behind the scenes is absolutely real. Now, let's take a step back, lads. What actually happened? In the 1960s, Henry Ford wanted to buy Ferrari, okay? He saw them as a company that could elevate Ford's image beyond boring sales ads or whatever. Ferrari at the time, they were small, but a dominant racing company. And they were run by the ruthless and brilliant Enzo Ferrari. And by the way, if you think some of this stuff is exaggerated about Ferrari in this movie, it's not. It isn't. So it might kind of like shake you to the core. Like Ford, they make an offer to buy it. Your man at Ferrari, he laughs in their face. He tells them the cars are garbage and that Ford doesn't understand racing. And that pisses Henry Ford off beyond belief, man. This really woke up a sort of a sleeping giant in one way. Ford does the unthinkable here. And they declare war on Ferrari. Not on the streets, not on business, but on the greatest stage of racing. Well, endurance racing, sorry. Le Mans. And this isn't just about winning a race, it's about revenge. You know, he takes it very personally. But here's the problem. Ford doesn't know how to win at Le Mans. So they bring a man who does. Carroll Shelby. Matt Damon, baby. And Shelby knows that only drivers crazy enough to take Ford victory is Ken Miles. That's where the story truly begins. And what makes Le Mans great isn't just the underdog story, lads. It's the fight that happened before the race even begins. And Ken Miles isn't a Ford guy. He's a racer. He's brutally honest. He's very hard to work with in some degrees. Refuses to play politics. The Ford executives hate the guy. But he just doesn't fit into their clean-cut image. And that's the real battle here. It's not Ford versus Ferrari, really. It's racers versus businessmen. And Miles is out there. He's trying to build a perfect machine, trying to push the Ford to its limits, while a bunch of suits, right, just sit in the bedrooms making decisions that could cost them in the race. Then the tension builds. Shelby has to go behind Ford's back to even get miles on the car. Ford keeps throwing obstacles in their way, and Ferrari, they're just watching, laughing, because they know how hard endurance racing really is. And by the time we get to Le Mans, it's not just a race anymore, it's war. Now, the race itself, let's get into this, lads. This is where Le Mans could have shined, but, I even said this when I was reviewing Rush the other day, lads. It's a tough one to do, because I think even Spielberg, Scorsese, all these guys, they'd struggle to really understand what it is really like in those cars. It's incredibly hard to do for any director in the world. So, we've got to give them a little bit of rope here. The race scenes, they are over-dramatized, okay? There's no two ways about it. They make racing look too smooth, too choreographed, and it's too Hollywood. I'm going to throw it out there. Le Mans in real life, it's brutal, lads. It's 24-hour test of survival. And I remember that my race engineer, he was, I know him personally very, very well. He's won Le Mans quite a few times. And he said it's all about not following the group. In other words, lads, a lot of it can be won in pit stops. Now, we don't see this really in this movie. And in terms of you've got to go out of sequence, right? That's the key to Le Mans 24-hour racing. You don't come in the pit lane when everybody else is coming in, because all of a sudden there's a queue. You can get held up in the pit lane. So you've got to make sure you're coming in all on your own when it's nice and quiet, and that's when you make your pit stop. That's a real huge thing about 24-hour racing, lads. And, what does it capture, the emotional weight of the race? What does it... Ken Miles, he's finally doing what he's born to do. Destroying Ferrari on the track. He's faster. He's better. He's pushing the car beyond anything Ford thought possible. I mean, he did an amazing job, and this is all real. And, then when he's about to win, they take it away from him, right? Well, I won't... you might think I've ruined something here, but I haven't. So just... we won't do any spoilers here. But, Ford, in one of the most infuriating moments in motorsport history, asked him to slow down at one stage. That's all I'll say. And because he's a team player, he does it. Now, these lads aren't team players. This isn't what team players is all about. This isn't it. And then the official timing... Well, actually, no, I'll probably be giving it away. So anyway, Ken Miles... Things kind of go a bit south for him. And that's the real heartbreak of Le Mans 66, lads. He's had some bad luck. He's had some great luck, but he had some bad luck. And we do see this. This all gets uncovered in the movie, And then a horrible ending, I gotta admit. It's not nice. It's real. And look, that's why I'll say it. It's brutal. It's unfair. That's why this movie matters, lads. It's not about fairy tale endings. It's about what happens when, before, I don't want to give anything away, when racing drivers go up against it. I'll leave it at that. So, here's the deal, lads. Let's lay it straight on the line. If you're a hardcore racing fan and you're looking for a realistic movie, it's not going to deliver. All right? If you're looking for a story about obsession, friendship, and the fight between passion and politics, then this is one of the best films you'll ever watch. And Le Mans, it isn't a film about who wins on track. It's a film what it takes to even get there. And how sometimes, even if you're the best in the world can still find a way to kick your ass. and that's why you should watch this. I don't care if you're a man or a woman, right? Seriously, and this is why they've done so well. Women can watch this movie and they love it. And I've chatted to plenty of women. They went, "Oh, Peter, yeah, have you seen that movie?" Like, they're saying it to me because they know I used to race. So they're like, "Oh yeah, it's a great movie. I love it." And it's not a racing movie per se. It's a movie about men who live for racing, even when the world is against them. This struggle. And that is a story goddamn worth watching, lads.
Peter.
All Alright, let me just stop you right there, lads. I'm coming to come out swinging here. Casino ain't just a movie. It's a love story, a gangster epic, a fashion guide, and a business case study, and a psychological thriller, all rolled into one perfectly polished, beautiful diamond. And if you think this film is just for the lads, let me stop you right there, sweethearts. It's for you too. Because this isn't just about mobsters running Vegas. This is about power, betrayal, obsession, addiction. The slow motion car crash that happens when love and loyalty get high on their own supply. It's Shakespeare. It's capitalism with a switchblade. If you haven't seen it, what have you been doing? Look, some of you have probably turned me off because you're like, no, Casino, get away, especially if you're the ladies here. But please, ladies, you gotta listen to this. Casino, you know, you're probably thinking, oh, Scorsese, Raging Bull, Goodfellas, they're all dude movies, man. What the hell? You know, and I get it, I really do, but you gotta see this. Casino takes everything that Goodfellas was, the drugs, the drama, the tight suits, and turns it up to 11 with the added spice of Las Vegas, and a blonde femme fatale who chews through men like Tic Tacs, and a true story that's even more mental than fiction. And the conflict here is not just between gangsters, it's between love and survival, between loyalty and ambition, between a man who wants to build an empire with order and another who wants to smash bottles over people's heads just because he didn't like their tone. Vicious, yes. And stuck in the middle, one of the most complex, tragic and misunderstood women ever for the screen, Ginger, played by Sharon Stone. Like she's fighting for her effing life because she is. Now I will say one thing. This is a classic all-star team-up of Robert De Niro and Joe Pesci and Scorsese again. But it's just that nice touch for the ladies. Really does. It's sexy, it's elegant. Casino, it's based on the real-life fall of Sam Ace Rothstein, and a sports handicapper with the sharpest mind in Vegas, who probably even the world, who gets tapped by the Chicago outfit to run a casino. And sounds slick? Yeah, okay, maybe. But nothing is ever that clean in Scorsese's world. And then comes Nicky, Joe goddamn Pesci, oh dear God, with a chainsaw temper. And Ginger, a hustler with elegance and demons. What makes this film so damn special, it isn't just showing you what happened. It's showing you how it felt to live in a world where every dollar, every decision, every outfit had weight. This isn't just a mob movie number 5. This is character studied dressed in Gucci, a tragic opera in high heels and gold watches. And every shot is framed just beautifully, man. The cinematography is awesome. It's shot like a goddamn painting. Every line delivered like a gospel. I mean, the amount of work the writers must have put into this must have been insane. And the narration, chef's kiss. It feels like being told by a story by the most captivating uncle you've ever had, while he makes you a scotch and ruins your innocence. As the film progresses, we do see the threads unravel. Sorry, lads. The trust, it breaks down. The power begins to rot from within. And that's where Casino does something other mob films don't. It humanizes the collapse. You're not just watching people get whacked. Watching marriages implode, friendship corrode, and ambition consume everyone from the inside out. You've got Ace, he's trying to hold everything together with logic and precision. He's the straight man in a world full of maniacs. Nicky is a ticking time bomb. Some would say this is his greatest performance. Now, he did win the Oscar for the same type of character in Goodfellas. I'm actually going to say this is Joe Pesci's best performance ever. I think it was just that little tiny extra touch of polish, man. It was unbelievable. And Ginger, oh man, she got nominated for the Oscar for this, Sharon Stone. Absolutely beautiful, brilliant performance, and just caught in the trauma of her past and the prison of her own present. And you know, you're not just watching a story, you're watching how dreams rot when built on lies. You're watching how love dies when control takes its place. And you can't look away because you know people like this. Maybe you were one of these people at one point. And boom, the climax. We won't give anything away, guys. Don't you worry. The FBI, they close in. The betrayals reach their peak. Everyone's cards are on the table. And it is literally to see who's the most vulnerable. Literally and metaphorically. There's heartbreak, overdose, death, an explosion or two. But the most powerful moment, it's when you realize this whole story was never about winning. It was about survival. And even that was not guaranteed. And when Nikki gets, well, at the end, it's kind of horrifying. You know, you're sad, you're delighted. But he was loyal. That's not giving away anything, by the way. It's not. In his own twisted way, he never betrayed the code, and still, loyalty doesn't protect you from consequence. So, why should every man, woman, straight, gay, single, divorced, cat-loving, yoga-posing, espresso-drinking folks watch this movie? Because Casino is kind of like about life. It's about choices. It's about ego. And when ego takes over, man, and it's about the lies we tell ourselves when we think we're untouchable. Oh, dear Lord. It's about the people we love who are too damaged to love us back. It's about what happens when you build a kingdom and force to reinforce the foundation. Plus, it's got De Niro in pink suits. It's kind of weird. Joe Pesci threatening everyone like a caffeinated chihuahua, and Sharon Stone delivering a performance that I think it deserved the Oscar. I really do think so. And the music, amazing, man. The pacing, kind of hypnotic. And the dialogue, absolutely iconic. It's funny in that dry, brutal way that kind of Scorsese has, you know, that taste. Maybe you know what I'm on about, maybe you don't. But it's sad in ways that'll catch you off guard, definitely. It's clever, so clever that you keep finding new layers every time you rewatch it. And yeah, Casino, guys, it isn't just a film. It's a damn mirror. Watch it, rewatch the thing, and next time you're having a bad day at work or your relationship's on the rocks, just remember one thing. At least you're not Ace Rothstein trying to run Vegas while your best mate stabs you in the back and your wife's robbing you blind. Now that may be perspective. That's it, guys. That is Casino. Please, get on it. Get watching, okay? Get it on YouTube. I'm sure you can watch it on YouTube right here, right now. Not because I told you to, but because once you do, you'll understand why I was willing to yell in it into the mic for this. I mean, I'll see you next time. And don't forget, in Vegas, the house always wins. But in life, sometimes you just need to know when to walk away. And maybe Casino, well, maybe Casino screams that.
Peter.
Oh, lads, it's great to be back. I love what we call it, Fun Fridays, when we do movie reviews. Now, as many of you know, lads, I cover the Formula 1 as well throughout the year. Now, we're obviously in the off-season at the moment, but you know what we're going to do here? On a Friday, we're going to combine Formula 1 movies and the top picks, what I would recommend, and how real they are. Because, hey, if there's anybody knows how real they are, it's moi here, you know? So I'll give you the lowdown and the top picks and what to watch, what not to watch, or the real realism of them. Plus, we're going to take a look at some of the other movies as well out there, lads, that you should definitely watch. So today we're combining Formula 1 and movies. And today, let's start off with the movie Rush, all based on Formula 1, Niki Lauda and James Hunt. But everybody needs to calm down about this movie.
Peter.
Okay, let's talk about Rush. Now, it's come out, I think it's in 2013, right? It's a great movie in general, but here's the thing. Everyone raves about the movie, how it's the best racing film ever made, right? It captures the soul of Formula 1, how it's so real. Well, pump the brakes there now, Betsy. Hang on a second here now. Because while Rush is, without question, a great movie, it's also incredibly flawed. It's dramatic, yes. Beautifully shot, sure, absolutely. But the racing itself, let's just say, not quite up to speed. And yet, you know, I still believe Rush. I'll even say it. It is one of the best racing films ever made. I'm being serious on this one. Not because of the racing, but because of the human story. And this is where the divide happens here, lads. All right, it's hardcore racing fans want Rush to be the definitive motorsport film, and I get that. I really do. They want realism, accuracy, a true representation of the sport they love. They want Le Mans, right? 1971 levels of on-track purity, man, where everything feels like an actual race weekend. But the problem, that's not what Rush is all about. On the flip side, casual viewers love Rush for what it is. It's intense, high energy, character driven, drama that just happens to feature Formula One. And I get it. The film does an amazing job of making F1 history feel like larger than life. It really does. But if we're being honest, the racing scenes, well, they kind of suck. I mean, I gotta admit, you know, most of the time, sorry, not most of the time. 99.9% of the time when I watch a movie based on racing, I'm fast forwarding or I'm looking away, lads, and I'm tuned out. I'm zoned out. I'm not here anymore, and I'm waiting for the next for it to just be over because they don't get it. And you know, it's very very hard. It's almost to the point of impossible for directors out there, even Spielberg, Scorsese, these guys. It is almost impossible for them to get what it really feels like in a racing car. So let's get into it. Okay, Rush, it tells the story of the 1976 Formula One season and the legendary rivalry between James Hunt and Niki Lauda. And let me tell you, lads, James Hunt, I mean, this guy was like an absolute movie star. This guy was smoking. I mean, yeah, believe it or not, if you've never checked out James Hunt, you gotta YouTube this fella. Watch his interviews. This guy was banging chicks everywhere. He was smoking, drinking. I mean, he was a pure movie star in racing overalls. He really was. Perfect story for Hollywood. Two drivers with completely opposite personalities fighting for a world championship in an era of real danger. I mean, there's a real huge possibility that you're not coming back alive. And I mean, racing was so dangerous back then. And Ron Howard, to his credit, he nailed the human side of it, and he directed this, lads. The way the movie captured Lauda's methodical, calculated approach versus Hunt's wild, reckless charisma, it's pitch perfect. I honestly, I was blown away by that part. And, you know, Daniel Bruhl is Niki Lauda. His performance is so amazingly accurate that you almost forget you're watching an actor, honestly. And Chris Hemsworth, man, I mean, you know, I thought he was just all good looks and all that, and, you know, he could sort of deliver a performance for you. But, man, he's damn good. He's got the looks, the charm, the swagger of Hunt down to a T. But then we get to the racing, and here's where the problem starts. The CGI heavy racing scenes, they look very gamey, I have to admit, lads. The crashes, I wouldn't say they're over-exaggerated because, you know, as an ex-racing driver, the amount of crashes that I've had, the amount of crashes that every racing driver I've ever known has had, it's just part of the package. And you know, it's amazing the way a wheel can fly off when you hit an Armco barrier and it can end up 5,000 foot away from you. I mean, it's unbelievable where the bits of cars end up. And, you know, the dialogue, it's a bit embarrassing. It's a bit embarrassing. You know, quotes, you're just in a rat in a cage. I'll beat him because I can. Rate is the great equalizer. I mean, just pouring it on now. You know, I mean, come on. This is the kind of stuff you'd hear in an F1 24 story mode cutscene, not real life, man. And don't even get me started on the way the cars behave. The amount of oversteer in this film is ridiculous. There's no way anybody could pilot a car that has that much oversteer. And by the way, lads, when you actually drive oversteer, that means that when you turn into a corner, it just like, it flicks away from you. The back of the car just like whips out on you. And that's what oversteer is, and cars you'd be dead. You'd be dead. And every single car is sliding around like a drift championship rather than precision racing here. Then there's the radio chatter. Oh, jeez, I mean, sort of the do or die feel straight out of Fast and Furious, man, rather than an F1 broadcast. And let's not forget the Hollywood slow motion stare-offs. There's been a couple of stare-offs in racing, but you're not having on purpose I'm gonna stare him down. Right? This doesn't happen, you know? The music swells. We get a dramatic helmet close-up before someone floors it into a heroic overtake. Does it look cool? I guess so. Yeah, you know. Is it real? Absolutely not. And yet, Rush still works. It works brilliantly because while the racing itself may be Hollywood nonsense, okay, the emotions are very real. The film isn't about details of Formula One. It really is about the soul of it, you know? Like the racing part of it is the passenger here. It really truly is. And really that's what a great movie's all about, right? It's about the character development, the pain that they're going through. Can they go through it? The arc of the character. And Ron Howard, he's one of the greats of all time, you know? And that's despite all my criticisms here, I'll still say Rush is the best motorsport movie probably ever made. I mean, there's one or two others that we will review, but it's on the podium. It's in the top three. There's no two ways about it. You know, the more I think about it, and not because it shows a great racing, man. It understands what racing means to the people involved. The Niki Lauda comeback, incredible, and that's all true story. The moment he removes his helmet, showing his burned face to the world. It's brutal, man, brutal. And this all happened, lads. You can see this on YouTube, even though I wouldn't recommend you go on YouTube to see it. But, you know, look, if you're very curious to see it, you should. The respect between him and Hunt, despite everything, it was tear-jerking, I have to say. Honestly, it really was, you know. There was a huge respect for them between each other. And, oh, God, here I go again. I get almost tearing up here. That's the moment where even the most diehard racing fans, purists, have to admit, yeah, Rush got something right than other than the racing film. Okay, so let's resolve this. Where does this leave us, lads? So look, what would I say? If you're watching Rush to be the most realistic film ever made, you're going to be disappointed. Now, because it's not. If you watch it for what it is, gripping. Absolutely gripping, emotional, character-driven, that drama that happens to be set in the Formula One World Championship. It's bloody fantastic. And yeah, some of us can cringe at the racing. Yeah, we can roll our eyes at the dramatic one-liners, right? They are. But at the end of the day, Rush did something no other racing movie has managed, lads. It made people care about Formula One. Not just as a sport, but as a story. And that's why it deserves to be celebrated. Just let's not pretend it's perfect. Peter.
Wow. Let me ask you something, lads. Have you ever told a lie so smooth, so convincing that you even started to believe your own crap? Because now imagine doing that in front of the FBI, in hospitals, in airplanes, on bank vaults, and all before your 21st birthday. Yes, that's Catch Me If You Can. And I'm telling you now, it isn't just a movie, it's a goddamn roller coaster. DiCaprio, Tom Hanks, Spielberg, Christopher Walken, and the best part, it's a goddamn true story. Oh yeah, this is a film that you throw on with a glass of wine, cans a couple of beer. It's charming, it's sharp, and it'll slip into your brain like Sinatra in a silk suit, man. This isn't some brooding psychological drama or mind melter. It's just plain old fun. Smart, cool, fast-paced fun with heart, stakes, and that Spielberg warmth underneath the whole hustle.
Peter.
Wow. Now, this isn't just Frank Abagnale, played by DiCaprio, versus the world, okay? It's boy versus father's shadow. And that's the real meaning behind this as well. Truth versus illusion. Freedom versus belonging. And it's DiCaprio, I think, at his absolute smoothest. You know, you can argue with me, but he's so charming and smooth in this. It's real. It's magic, man. And Frank's real conflict, he's running from something he'll never outrun. His family absolutely falling apart. You think he's chasing money? Nah. He's chasing his dad's respect. That's what's really going on here. And I think a lot of us can relate to that, right? And Tom Hanks, Agent Carl, he's not just the law, he becomes Frank's father figure without even meaning to. Yeah, that's right, it's so kind of weird. You're watching two lonely men circle each other like a cat and mouse in the emotional fog of Cold War America. Now, set in the 1960s, based on the true story, as we said, on Frank Abagnale Jr., real-life con artist who impersonated a Pan Am pilot, a doctor, lawyer, all before he could legally drink. Can you get your head around that? I mean, Spielberg, he gets the tone pitch perfect. It's nostalgic, but never cheesy. Glossy, but never fake. The real Abagnale has verified much of the story. He even worked for the FBI later in his life. The vibe, think Mad Men meets Ocean's 11, but written by your favorite bartender who used to scam Vegas. You got swinging New York, swanky airports, big Baz Jans, and emotional gut punches you don't see coming. This is the meaty middle, man, where you dive deep into scenes, character, quotes. The pilot con, how he gets a uniform, forges checks, fakes an entire identity based on charm and just simple blind confidence. I mean, it's just beautiful. The doctor scam, how he literally reads up on General Hospital scripts and fools real surgeons. I mean, Tom Hanks' relentless chase, the hotel scenes, the Christmas phone call, that growing obsession, the walk-in moments. My God, that monologue, two little mice fell into a bucket of cream. Classic. Spielberg's direction, tight, clean, masterful. John Williams' jazzy score, you could say that's meets Ocean's 11. You've got DiCaprio's performance, underrated as hell. He was nominated for a Golden Globe, but he never got nominated for the Oscar for this. You can say why the film works for men and women. It's not about testosterone or sex appeal. It's about desire, loss, and survival, man. Layered, but always light on its feet. And then Frank's world is about to collapse. Now, we're not getting into the nitty-gritty of the movie, don't lads. We're not ruining anything here for you. But his lies, it can't run out reality forever. Whose can? The scene where he's finally caught in such and such. Devastating, poetic. He's tired. He's not smiling anymore. The sparkle's gone, man. And you realize that the con, it was never about the money. It was about feeling wanted. And I think this is why a lot of people keep your eyes open, observe, and you'll see exactly what I mean. And Spielberg, he nails the emotional gut punch without turning it into Oscar bait. And then comes a full circle moment. Frank joins the FBI. He turns his greatest weapon, his mind, toward helping the people who once changed him. Why everybody should watch this movie? Well, it is endlessly rewatchable. It's brilliant storytelling with no fat on the bone. It's fun, stylish, emotional, and based on a true effing story here, lads. I mean, I know I keep repeating it but it's the perfect movie to unwind with a beer, wine, slippers, no pressure. It reminds you how dangerous charm can be and how loneliness can drive even those brilliant minds to absolute madness. So, let's pack it up, lads. It's wine and glass night for you tonight. Get the Catch Me If You Can out. Go watch it, rewatch it. Ask yourself, in a world full of rules, bills, and BS, who among us hasn't wanted to fake our way into a better life? Catch Me If You Can lets you live that fantasy, really, without ever leaving the couch.
Peter.
Wow. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me say something right out the gate. Today's episode is a very, very important episode. Because if you've never seen Chinatown, you've never seen a real man in action. Forget Andrew Tate. Forget your protein shake influencers shouting into webcams, pretending they've got it all figured out. You want alpha, you want cool, you want danger, class, and unspoken power. That, my friends, is the real man, Jack Nicholson, in Chinatown the movie. Because that's it. That's the formula. No capes, no superpowers, just a sharp suit, sharper instincts, and the courage to stare evil in the face, even when it's dressed in pearls and sipping a martini. Jack Nicholson in Chinatown isn't loud. He doesn't brag, man. He doesn't flex in front of a camera for likes. What he does is walk into a room and you know he goddamn owns it. Not because he said so, it's because he never had to. He listens, he watches, he puts the pieces together. And when he speaks, you better shut up and listen. And this movie isn't just brilliant. It's a time capsule of real men. Cool, composed, curious, but never soft. In today's world of sanitized, overly therapized, neutered nice guys and phony sigmas, this movie feels like it's a goddamn revelation. Let's get into one of the last real men ever.
Peter.
Wow. Forget it, Jake. It's not just Chinatown, it's the world. That's a quote, guys. The conflict isn't just in the story, it's us versus the modern world. You watch this film and you're reminded that once upon a time, we had heroes on screen that men and women both admired. Not because of their TikTok follower account, but because they carried weight. They had soul. They had mystery. Now, we've got influencers with rented Lambos and gym bros with the emotional range of a wet sponge telling you how to be a man. But none of them could last 5 goddamn minutes in Jake Giddy's shoes. No, absolutely not. Jake Giddy's obviously played by Nicholson. He's not a fighter, but he'll get his hands dirty. He's not a killer, but he's no stranger to violence. He isn't bulletproof, and that's why he's so powerful. Because he knows how to take a hit and keep digging anyway. Give a bit of background. This isn't just another noir. Chinatown is the final boss of noir. Set in a sun-drenched, corruption-drenched LA in 1930s, lads. The film follows Jake Giddies, a private detective with some serious style, serious swagger, and scars you'll never see. Now, Roman Polanski directs. Robert Town writes a screenplay so tight, it cuts like a scalpel, man, and hits like a bull. And then there's Jack. Fresh off his Oscar nom for 5 Easy Pieces, Nicholson walks into the role and doesn't just play it, he is the role. And the world took notice. The nose bandage, iconic. The beige suit, effortless. That wry smile, man, when someone thinks they've got one over on him, legendary. Every movement, every look, it's all loaded with subtext. And Jack never acts, he reacts. He lets you come on in. And the best part, he's not untouchable. Half the time he's losing and he gets beat up, humiliated, outplayed, but he never quits. That's the soul of a real man. Persistence without a parade. Now, the story does kick off quite simple, okay? A woman suspects her husband's cheating. Jake takes the case. He follows the man, gets the photos, routine work, right? He's done it hundreds of times. Private detective. But this time, it's a setup. Jake realizes he's being used. Then the real Mrs. Mulray walks into the office. Now, of course, lads, we're not going to try and give away too much, all right? And we're not giving it away, by the way. We're not going to show you certain parts of the footage. We'll just keep it on the DL a little bit here, okay? Then, like, Mrs. Mulray walks into the office. Then the guy was tailing, turns up dead. Then suddenly, he's not just snapping photos. He's neck deep in one of the biggest political and criminal cover-ups in California history. And it's about water, land, power, incest, legal legacy, betrayal. It's about people with so much money and conflict, the law doesn't touch them anymore. And Jake is the mosquito in the champagne of glass, man. And this is where Jack shines. He's not chasing the damsel, he's chasing the truth. And the closer he gets, the more he realizes no one is who they say they are. Not even the people he's trying to save. Now, let's talk about the scene. Like I said, we're not giving away anything, okay? But there's a gunshot. There's a scream. Okay? And then somebody says something to Jake. Boom. One of the greatest endings in movie history, honestly. And believe me, I haven't given anything away here, of course. And a man who tried to make a difference, who tried to save someone, who dug deep, lost, and power does win sometimes, power can lose sometimes, But he walks away broken, not crying, not dramatic, just quiet. And that's what Chinatown teaches you. When real men don't always win, but they show that F up anyway. And that is Nicholson, man. Nicholson doesn't scream. He doesn't punch walls. He takes the pain and moves on. Scarred, but smarter. That's the difference between drama and goddamn character. Well, lads, let's wrap this up. Now, here's why you really need to see this movie, okay? We live in a world of overshare here at this stage. Everyone's performing. Everyone's dancing on TikTok. Everyone wants applause. But Chinatown, it whispers. It reminds you that cool is silence. Strength is restraint. Real masculinity doesn't need permission. And it sure as hell doesn't need approval. So if you're tired of this fake world of alpha hacks, digital gurus, and self-made guys crying on YouTube, sit down, watch Chinatown, watch Jack Nicholson, the man, the myth, the legend, walk through hell with some unreal style. Watch a man unravel evil, even when it costs him everything, and take a goddamn note. You don't need to become a man by flexing in the mirror. You become a man by looking evil in the eye and walking away with your soul intact. Ladies and gentlemen, there's probably 3 men that are just the real deal. Jack Nicholson, Marlon Brando, and James Dean. And you need to watch this movie right now because these men have set the benchmark. Peter. Wow. Another movie of the week, lads, for movie night, Cinderella Man. Oh, what a show. This is such an underrated movie. It's insane. And let me tell you, it's not a boxing movie. It's about survival. It's about the Great Depression. When people, they didn't know where their next meal was coming from. Like when hope was like as rare as a steady paycheck. I mean, it was, and into that storm walks James Braddock, played by Russell Crowe. A man written off by the world. And yet somehow he gets everything back. And this is a true story. True story. This is what makes this movie even more gripping and intense and insane. And, if you think boxing is just about punches, lads, well, this film will knock that idea clean out of your head because Cinderella Man, it ain't just about the ring. It's about family, dignity, resilience. Russell Crowe absolutely wrecked himself for this role. And the man lost over 50 pounds, trained for almost a year, set up a full boxing ring in his home farm in Australia. That's some balls, man. And still ended up with concussions and cracked teeth, Like, he even said this movie was 4 to 5 times more difficult than Gladiator. Let's get into it. And girls, any girls out there, I honestly, there is some boxing, of course there is, but it's not the raw bang, 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 this really is because, they set the story up so well that you can feel every punch with them. You can feel that, that Russell Crowe, he's at risk. You can feel his wife, she's feeling every punch with them. It's very, very, very well done. So it's not just about the punch, it's the ripple effect from that punch that affects Paul Giamatti, the coach, Renee Zellweger, the wife, right? It just amazing. And then the way the crowd really latched onto the guy, And James Braddock was a boxer who had a lot of promise, and injuries and losses knocked him down, right? And by the time the Great Depression hit, he was done. He was over. Couldn't get fights, couldn't feed his kids, his career, reputation, pride, all gone. And that's where the movie hits hardest. He's not fighting for titles. He's not fighting for money. He's fighting to just keep the kids warm. And then comes the comeback, lads. Just sheer chance. I mean, Braddock gets another title fight, a fill-in. And he goes up and he wins the fight. And then people all of a sudden, he becomes a symbol of hope
for every American family suffering through the Depression, you know? He's the man who refuses to stay down, and it's based on a true story. Directed by Ron Howard. It came out in 2005. That's right, 2005, lads. With Russell Crowe, brilliant. Paul Giamatti, brilliant. Got nominated for the Oscar for this. And Renee Zellweger plays the wife, you know, and the production was grueling. The professional boxers were brought in as opponents, right? And they were told to land their blows close to Crowe's body. And the problem was sometimes they missed the close part. And Crowe got smashed up. Concussions, broken teeth, cracked teeth, bruises. You know, the man suffered for the movie, like. And here's, like, for the Braddock Bear fight. Sorry, guys. It was the first time Crowe actually fought another actor instead of a real boxer. Ron Howard actually admitted that the crew were like, they were on pins and needles because they needed it to be authentic. But then again, you know, he's not an actual professional boxer. So they were very, very cautious and nervous about this one. And the dockyard scenes, they weren't sets. They weren't just sets. They were modeled on real Depression era photographed by Lewis Hine, right, whose image actually helped change labor laws in America, and that's why they look so painfully authentic. As Braddock starts winning again, the story rises, right? Fight after fight, he proves himself, right? Winning, and then comes the Max Bear. True story, and this guy was scary. And in the film, you know, Craig Bierko, I think his name is, if I'm pronouncing that correct. You know, brilliant performance by him. We haven't seen much of this actor out there much, but he's really, really good in this movie. And, you know, he's almost proud of killing two opponents in the ring. Like, this is where the stakes go higher here, lads. It's up, the ante's up here, you know? And here's the truth. Bear killed one man in the ring. True story. And it haunted him for the rest of his life, apparently. Now, sometimes people are saying, oh, he's proud, but then, you know, it did haunt him for the rest of his life. I think afterwards, you know? And that's something to swallow, man. That's something to swallow. And, you know, he when Campbell died, Bear broke down in tears, apparently, and even donated his prize money to the Campbell family. And the film paints Bear darker than reality, you know? But that's Hollywood. You need a bit of a villain, right? Like, you know, he does have that cocky swagger that he's proud to kill people, but really under the surface, that wasn't it. And speaking of the fight, you know, another insane detail about Crowe and Bear going up against each other, you know, for the final bout, the crowd shots weren't filled with extras. Get that? It wasn't filled with extras. They used 15,000 blow-up dummies. 15,000. Can you imagine how long that took to get them all up? Oh my God. And in masks, and the place looked packed. And that's old school filming wizardry right there by Ron Howard. Now, yeah, the climax is the big fight. All right? Braddock and Bear. There's no two ways about it. And even if you know the film's history, you know, you do feel like you're watching it in real time, and you are so gung-ho for Russell Crowe to win here. You know, he's battered, bruised, he steps in the ring, and, you know, you do have this feel like life or death. He might not come back, and that's what he was up against. You know, Bear killed men in the ring, and he might not come back here. I mean, it's just unbelievable. And, you know, Paul Giamatti, what a performance. What a performance. He's screaming in Braddock's corner, spitting fire, fighting with him in spirit. You know, honestly, I honestly think it was definitely the best boxing coach performance ever of all time. Because it's the voice. You can feel every bit of intensity in Giamatti in this. You know, the boxing scenes, you know, wow. Crowe himself said they were five times tougher than Gladiator, you know. He was fighting trained boxers who occasionally forgot to pull their punches, and with the you know, the tire cam smashing into your face as an audience member, you don't just watch the fight, you kind of feel it. And in that final bell, when Braddock pulls off the impossible, you don't just cheer for a boxer, man. You cheer for every man and woman in the Depression who felt like forgotten, beaten, hopeless. Braddock became their champion. And before I get going, the film closes with Braddock bathing in glory, but with him going home, and going back to his family, because that's what it's about, right? Not fame, fortune, survival. And that's why Cinderella Man, I think it kind of hits so hard. It's not just a sports movie. It's the Depression story back in the day. And it's a family story. It's a human story. And Russell Crowe gives one of his most punishing and heartfelt performances. Now, he won the Oscar for Gladiator. He didn't get nominated for this. He could have been nominated for this. He was good enough, I think. But that's for people to decide. Paul Giamatti, electric. Renee Zellweger grounds it with heart. She really does. And the trivia makes you appreciate it more. The months of training, the concussions, the teeth, the blow up dummies, the invention of the tire cam. The whole thing was a war to make. I mean, and in the end, Braddock wasn't called a Cinderella Man for nothing. He was proof that sometimes when life can knock us down, we can still get back up. We can still get back up. And we should all listen to that, including me. There's a message for every man and woman can take something from. Maybe you can relate to him. Maybe you can really relate to the guy. Maybe you can relate to his wife. Maybe you can relate to the kids. Maybe you've all been in that situation. Certainly Cinderella Man is one insanely underrated movie. And it just blows my mind that it didn't do better. Because it deserves it. It deserves every bit of, every trophy it could win. It deserved it. All right, ladies and gents, we are back. It is movie trivia time. Fun Friday, lads. This is 3 movies for all men and all women. I honestly reckon, right? I've been doing my research, I've been doing my homework, and, I really want to delve into some cool movies, lads, that you might have seen before, but maybe you should revisit them. Or if you haven't seen them and it's always been on your list, well, get to it, lads, because these are 3 great movies, and not just like action, right? There's so much character in the background with these, and, we can relate to these movies. Let's get into it. Peter. Wow. Okay, here we go, lads. We had The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. We only reviewed that only just a few days ago. But today we are reviewing The Two Towers and 2 more movies to come after this review. So we'll keep you in suspense. Unless you actually read the description. But, okay. So lads, listen, I honestly reckon whether you're man or woman, these are very, very good movies, right? Listen, I'm not a big sci-fi guy. Okay, in fact, I go the other way. I was even saying this when I was reviewing Fellowship of the Ring. I detest sci-fi movies. Like, detest them. I'm like, oh, go away. But if it's Star Wars or Lord of the Rings, I'm all in. Man, I'm not lying here. I'm all in with these. They are absolutely fantastic. Now, The Two Towers, okay. It's the second in the trilogy, right? You've obviously got Fellowship of the Ring 1, Two Towers number 2, and then Return of the King number 3. But The Two Towers, few sequels, lads, they dare to expand the world as boldly as The Two Towers. Here, Middle-earth fractures into chaos. The fellowship we grew to love is splintered, yet somehow the heart of the story beats louder than ever. Now, the stakes could not be higher. And Frodo and Sam, they're the main, I suppose you could call them the main 2 characters of the movie. You can argue me on that one, fair enough. But, they inch closer to Mordor. That's their journey here. Their path shadowed by a treacherous, wicked little golem fella. I mean, this guy, oh, he give you the creeps. A creature teetering between malice and redemption. Meanwhile, Rohan's kingdom crumbles under Saruman's cruel garbage, and the free peoples of Middle Earth face the suffocating threat of annihilation. It's a tale of division, unity. Our heroes, they're scattered, right? There's about sort of like 4 or 5 different stories going on in the movie. It's kind of a bit strange that way. But they're all fighting separate battles, emotionally and physically. Aragorn, Legolas, the Orlando Bloom character, and Gimli, they all hunt their captive friends, while Frodo and Sam grapple with the powering weight of one ring. And then there's Gandalf. I mean, you gotta love this guy. Reborn, carrying the wisdom and power the world desperately needs. The tension swells with every step. The desperation of Rohan's people, the slow corruption of Frodo, and the inner conflict of Gollum create a relentless drumbeat of unease. Maybe that's the word. Saruman's army swells, and Helm's Deep becomes the last hopes of survival. Now then comes the siege at Helm's Deep. Now, this is a battle scene, but I honestly think even the ladies out there, if you're not into war movies or action movies per se, I still think you'll love this scene because, again, it's driven by emotion. A masterclass in cinematic tension and action. The rain pours, the arrows fly, the walls of the ancient fortress groan under the weight of Saruman's army. Just when hope seems lost, Gandalf's promise, Dawn, arrives. We won't go into too much detail. Riding with certain people to shatter the darkness. But the victory feels fleeting, lads. The battle maybe or maybe not be won, but there's a lot more to go here because this is only teeing up for Return of the King, baby. And Frodo grows weaker, Sam more desperate, the shadow of Mordor looms even closer. Middle Earth may have glimpsed light, but the path ahead is darker than ever. I mean, honestly, lads, when I saw this movie, there was a couple of scenes in here now when, I was a bit bored, right? When there's the talking tree and all this, right? I'm not going to lie to you. Like, I was like, oh my God, what am I watching? But then you get to some of those battle scenes. Now, I wouldn't be a guy that's into battle scenes per se, right? I like the emotion behind things. Now, look, there's some that are, great, right? But I can kind of get bored of battle scenes. But, Gandalf, he gives you a message of pure hope, man, at one stage. He's explaining the afterlife. See, I'm getting choked up. Like, the guy is pure poetry. Pure poetry in motion, man. And, you got to see this movie. You've got to see this movie. Even if it's just cross it off your list. I honestly don't think anybody watching this movie would go, really? That was it? I think you're going to be glued, and I think you're going to be putting on The Return of the King, which is the last in the trilogy after that. And I wouldn't be surprised if after that you start putting on all 3 of The Hobbit afterwards. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen, because these are fantastic movies. Peter.
Wow.
The first rule of Fight Club, you don't talk about Fight Club. Okay, lads. Imagine a world where you're stuck in a dead-end job, buying things you don't need, trying to impress people that you don't even know. And imagine blowing that world up. Be some satisfaction in many ways, wouldn't it? That, my friends, is Fight Club. That's what this is all about. It's a masterpiece that grabs you by the collar, shakes you awake, and dares you to ask, am I living or am I just existing? And if you haven't seen it yet, you're missing out on one of the most mind-bending, adrenaline-pumping, soul-searching experiences in film history. Peter.
Wow.
Now, Fight Club isn't just a movie, lads. It's a rebellion wrapped in a psychological thriller. And, on the surface, it's about a man played by Edward Norton. He's tired of the more boring modern day life office job, right? Guy's going crazy. He's stuck in a consumer-driven existence, numbed by the IKEA catalog shopping, and he doesn't sleep. And then in comes Tyler. Brad Pitt, baby. I mean, this is one of the movies that really put Brad Pitt on the map as like a Hollywood heartthrob, and probably one of the coolest, most charismatic Hollywood actors of all time. Genuinely, this was one of his best. And it's together, the two lads, they ignite a movement, Fight Club. And it's a raw underground community where men pummel each other, not just for glory, but to feel alive. And here's the twist. Tyler's not just challenging the system, he's challenging the narrator's entire reality. Now, why do you think I'm calling it narrator? Well, you'll see. Fight Club isn't just a movie about fighting, it's about fighting back against society, conformity, and even yourself. Now, let's paint the picture, lads, here. The background. Directed by David Fincher. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic directing. Fight Club, it was released in 1999, so we're going way back here, lads. A time when society was kind of teetering on the edge of the new millennium, right? It was the perfect storm of cultural dissatisfaction, you could say. And people were questioning corporate greed, materialism, the empty promises of capitalism, genuinely. And Fincher brought that to life with his signature dark, gritty style in this movie. And the movie dives into themes of identity, masculinity, mental health, all wrapped up in razor-sharp dialogue and unforgettable visuals, lads, really. And let's not forget the legendary Helena Bonham Carter. I mean, if you think this woman is mad, woo, 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 the chaotic wild card who stirs up both love and destruction. And then the story takes a wild turn, lads, a dramatic 180. It grows beyond its basement roots. It starts as a raw primal escape for a handful of men, transforms into a full-blown anti-establishment movement called Project Mayhem. And Tyler's philosophies become way more extreme, more dangerous. The narrator, our guide through this madness, it starts to unravel. And the tension builds as the lines between what's real and what's imagined blur. We, the audience, we're kind of pulled into the chaos, questioning everything we know about the characters, the story, and even ourselves. And then the moment of truth hits us like a freight train. I'm not giving anything away, by the way. Okay? But there is one of the greatest twists of all time that you'll ever see in a movie. All I'll say is this. It flips the whole movie on its head. Suddenly every fight, every conversation, every act of destruction takes on a new meaning. And it's not just about rebellion. It's about self-destruction as a path to self-discovery. And, no, we're going to leave it there on that part. Now, then at the end of this twist, lads, you do sort of wonder, was this all worth it? What was this all about in many ways? Fight Club doesn't hand you answers. It forces you to wrestle with its meaning. And, it's about breaking free from shackles, but it's also a cautionary tale about losing yourself in a process. Fight Club, it's more than a movie. It's a mirror, lads. It forces us to confront our own lives, our choices, and the systems we buy into without question. I mean, I think you'd be amazed. Like, if you're really paying attention to this movie, you'll be amazed how people can actually get brainwashed in real life. Now, I know we're talking about a movie here, but, if you're really focusing on watching, observing this movie, you go, oh my God, man, this happens all the time. And it's a bit disturbing. I mean, it's gritty, it's provocative, it's utterly unforgettable. So if you haven't seen it yet, lads, what are you waiting for? But remember the first rule. And once you watch it, you'll never stop thinking about it. Ladies and gentlemen, The Empire Strikes Back. This is all about our Lord Sith, the Dark Lord, Lord Vader. My Lord, oh God. Because if you ever thought a man was just sexy, evil sexy, it's this. Because this just put him on the map. Yeah, he was amazing in New Hope Episode 4, but then this is the sequel, right? Part 5. And they just amped it up, man, with Vader. This just showed Vader who he really is. And if you've got any interest in watching Star Wars, this will seal the deal with Vader. Now, the problem, dear audience, is that too many of you who haven't seen this movie, you haven't experienced a sheer masterpiece that is The Empire Strikes Back. I mean, it's like, okay, look, let's rewind a second. Like, I get it. It's an old movie, right? Okay, especially if you're in your 20s, 30s at this stage. You know, you might have seen it, okay, because a bit behind your time. I get it. But lads, you know, even when I was growing up, the old school movies were unbelievable here, you know? And this is no exception. Now, you might be saying, is it just an old sci-fi movie? Isn't it just a bunch of lasers and a guy breathing weird? My friends, Empire Strikes Back isn't just a movie. It's the movie. It's cinema at its peak back in the day. I mean, this was viral before anything was labeled viral, honestly. And, you know, it's Shakespeare with lightsabers. It's Greek tragedy with space battles. This is what it is. And therapy for anyone who's got daddy issues. Now, let's just rewind a few. Let's show you the background here now. Let's take it. So, in A New Hope, Episode 4, the rebels destroy the Death Star. Blows up millions of stormtroopers, and, you know, they weren't doing a very good job anyway, so they weren't missed, I'm sure. And embarrassed, the baddest guys in the galaxy, Darth Vader, you know, he certainly got a bit of a slapping. But you think Vader would just sit back, take a spade and let go, right? No. Vader doesn't forgive. Vader doesn't forget. So what does Vader do? Well, Vader goes full Psycho X mode on the rebels, lads. Empire starts and boom! Immediately. The good guys are getting their butts handed to them. The rebels are hiding in a frozen wasteland called Hoth. And Vader's like, oh, you thought you were safe? Oh, poor little fellas. And he sends in giant AT-AT walkers. Oh, sorry, now let's barely speak again. Huge stomping robot elephants of death. I mean, these guys were the coolest things ever. He's just making a statement here, you know? That's typical Vader. Meanwhile, Skywalker goes on a self-improvement journey to become a Jedi, which means he spends the entire middle of the movie running around a swamp with a little green puppet who speaks in riddles. Now, and the puppet, Yoda, I mean, has the nerve to tell him he's impatient. My guy, he's been training for like a day. Chill out, man. And, you know, here's where it gets spicy, lads. While Luke is off doing his CrossFit training with Yoda, Vader's out there personally wrecking people, right? You think your boss is scary? Imagine a boss who literally force chokes incompetent employees through a Zoom call. That's Vader. I mean, he's done messing around. This guy doesn't take any garbage. And Han Solo, frozen in carbonite, boom, unbelievable. Leia, kidnapped and forced to watch, boom. Lando betrays his friend just to stay alive, boom. The Empire's kicking ass, man. Everything is just, every box is ticked on the way down. And the good guys are getting streamrolled. And then we get to the climax. Now, I'm not giving anything away. I'm sure most of you know, but listen, look, we tried to be censored here, okay, on the Peter Welsh Show for you lads. But, you know, I will say this. Luke and Vader. The showdown. Lightsabers clashing. Sparks flying. Vader's not even breaking a sweat here, man. I mean, he's just toying with Luke like a little cat and a mouse. And then the bombshell. Now that moment, you could never guess it, lads. Honestly, if you've never known the story of Vader, Star Wars, and you don't know what's going on, I honestly don't think you'd ever be able to to ever guess what happens in this. You know, I mean, you know that big moment. people who've never seen Star Wars still know that line. So maybe you know exactly what I'm on about. You know, babies are born knowing that line. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, if somebody whispers something to you, you don't need subtitles. You just know. And poor Luke. This man's been training, sweating, running through swamps, flipping over. And what does he get for his efforts? Well, he goes to the toilet here. Now, this is just why Empire Strikes Back is one of the greatest movies of all time, lads. It genuinely is. You know why? Because the bad guys win. Now, I'm not giving away anything here because, as we all, I'm sure most of you know, there's sequels, right? We got episode 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, so the thing goes on and on and on, right? But the big twist in the story, that just has a ripple effect throughout the whole entire series. And you'll know exactly what I'm on about if you haven't seen this movie, like, I'm telling you. And, I mean, this was back 30, 40 years ago. The bad guys don't win in the movies back then. You know? Heroes are broken. They're down. The bad guys, they rule the world, and Han is frozen like a discounted pizza. You'll know what I mean if you see it. Luke sitting in a spaceship and a million questions, and Vader, well, he just walks away like the greatest mic drop you'd ever see on the planet. I mean, seriously, cape flowing in the wind, completely undefeated. That's it. Job done. Pack your bags, Stormtrooper boys. Let's go. That's the movie, and you're telling me you haven't seen it yet? Oh, lads, listen, I don't care if you got to steal your neighbor's Disney password. Rent a VHS from a museum, okay? Just build a time machine, go back to 1980. Just watch The Empire Strikes Back, because if you don't, Vader's coming for you. And unlike the Stormtroopers, he doesn't miss. Peter. Wow. Okay, lads. When was the last time you watched a movie and it made you question your whole existence? Right? Like, really question it. I'm not talking about a romantic comedy where you think, should I have texted them back? I'm talking a full-on, am I plugged into a giant alien computer program that's like, I don't know, harvesting my body, right, for energy when I daydream about tacos or some crap? Because that's, my friends, is The Matrix in a nutshell. It's a midlife crisis, but with kung fu and sunglasses. Peter. Wow. Now, I think we've all mostly have heard of The Matrix, right? Now, maybe you haven't got to it, but for anyone who's been living under a rock since 1999, The Matrix is that movie that gives us two things. It's I mean, groundbreaking visuals. We haven't seen CGI that good. Like Terminator 2 really just rose the bar back in the day, lads. But then The Matrix came along and just slam dunked it. I mean, it was unbelievable. The CGI was unreal. Directed by the Wachowski brothers. The masterpiece. It follows Neo, Keanu Reeves. And, you know, he's your kind of average computer hacker / office drone who gets dragged into a nightmare where reality is fake and robots are real, and Keanu Reeves is the chosen one. That's right. And basically, like, it's Alice in Wonderland meets a philosophy textbook. It's sprinkled with martial arts. Choreography so sharp, it could cut a bullet midair, which, by the way, it literally does. But you know, lads, here's the thing about The Matrix. It's not just a movie. It's a challenge. It is. It's a test of how much dread you can handle while eating popcorn. It is all. I mean, one moment you're nodding along like, yeah, I get it, right? We're all trapped in a system, you know, this Matrix thing, you know? And then the next thing you're spiraling. Wait, what if my goldfish is watching me? What if my Wi-Fi router is in on this whole thing? You know, I mean, there's this stuff, you know, if you start to buy into this stuff, maybe watching The Matrix isn't your thing. It's a lot to process, you know, especially the way we're talking about AI and aliens these days, lads. And, you know, and let's not forget the pills. Oh, Lord. I mean, people still quote this to this day, 20 plus years later. The infamous red pill versus the blue pill. Neo chooses the red, and it leads to knowledge and freedom. But we can take a moment to appreciate how brave this was. Like, if someone handed me a mysterious pill, I'd probably say, well, thanks, lad, but I'm alright with my tea, you know? And I gotta say, the action sequences in this movie, now, I don't know if you've seen some of my other movies, lads. I'm not a big action fan, alright? You know, I'm more about the internal struggle with the actor, but, you know, I have to say, this movie it does just slam dunk action sequences. It really does. The iconic slow motion effect that made every other action film go, why the hell did we not think of this before, lads? You know? And there was such imagination behind a lot of it, lads, you know? It wasn't just unbelievable CGI, pure imagination. You mix those two together, and oh boy, do you've got a party. Watching Neo dodge bullets isn't just cool, it's a cinematic flex. It really is. These boys are flexing big time, man. And it's like the Wachowskis are saying, oh, you thought explosions were impressive? Yeah, well, lads, you know, watch this guy bend physics, because there's Trinity. Now, a lot of people think she's very sexy. She wouldn't be my cup of tea, but all right, hey, each to their own. You know, can we talk about Trinity? She does kick off the movie with that wall-running cop, you know, punching helicopter, dodging stunts that scream, yeah, isn't this your typical sci-fi flick? You know, barely speak. Also, we acknowledge that she made latex, in fairness, look practical. Like, I'll give her that. Like, sure, I'll fight robot overlords in that catsuit. Yeah, why not? I'm Trinity. Now, at the heart of the movie, really, the real pulse of this movie, lads, is Neo's journey. It's from kind of like a real average, you know, clueless office worker, right? To messiah of the digital apocalypse. I mean, just what an unbelievable step. Like, it's every hero's journey ever told, and I think we all like that, because we all want to believe that we can do something special in our lives, you know, and you know, including me, including everybody, which is, you know, it's kind of the corny side of us, I guess. But, you know, with kung fu training programs, an unhealthy amount of philosophical monologues from Morpheus. Oh, and by the way, speaking of this guy, what a guy. He's like kind of like a really cool professor. You know, I don't know, some people think he's a bit cringe, it's a bit too cool. I go on the side of that, I gotta say. But there is a very coolness to him, a lot of coolness to him too. You know, Lawrence Fishburne, he is a brilliant actor, so if there's anybody gonna pull it off, it's gonna be this lad. And, like, always dropping cryptic wisdom bombs like, there is no spoon. And, you know, and then you're sitting there like, what are you on about, man? And then, you know, Neo gets it. He stops bullets with his mind. He takes on Agent Smith. And I mean, he's got one of the greatest, Mr. Anderson. I mean, I think we've all heard that at some stage in our life. Basically rewrites the rules of reality. And it's the cinematic equivalent of getting an A+ on the hardest test of your life. And then the final fight, you know, when Neo literally jumps into Agent Smith and explodes him from the inside. Now, by the way, this isn't giving away much, all right? Because there's a lot to this movie, by the way. It's not just a climax, it's a mic drop. Now, why does The Matrix hold up after so many years, lads? It's been almost just over 25 years. Incredible. And why does it hold up? Because, like, lads, it's not just about the visuals, it's about the questions. Is it all real? How do we break from that system that traps us? And more importantly, why do robots look like squids? That's a bit of a weird one, alright, I gotta admit. You know, The Matrix just doesn't entertain, it makes you think, you know? And, okay, maybe it almost makes you want to buy a pair of tiny sunglasses that don't actually block sunlight. But, yeah, well, yeah, that's besides the point, anyway, lads. But, you know, the cool thing about it is, it does make you question, right? Especially the way technology is going these days. I mean, even ChatGPT, if you know how to use ChatGPT well, it can blow your mind. And here's the real takeaway. Life can be full of red and blue pills. We can go one way or the other road. Choices that can define us. And, like, while most of us not have to fight AI overlords or download kung fu into our brains, we can decide to question the world around us. And the next time someone offers you a mysterious pill in so many ways, Maybe it's an opportunity to think outside the box. Channel our inner Neo, take a leap. Just maybe skip the leather pants you're really committed to though. Because as the Matrix taught us, reality is what we make it. And who wouldn't want a reality where Keanu Reeves saves the day? I mean, come on, lads. It's Keanu.
Peter.
Wow. Ever hear that old saying, as far back as I go, I always wanted to be a gangster? Well, that is one of the classic lines of all time in cinema. And ladies and gentlemen, this is Goodfellas. What a show. I mean, well, if you haven't seen it, oh man, I'm feeling a little sorry for you here because what have you been doing? Because it's cinema magic, my lads. It's the opening line to Goodfellas, Martin Scorsese's masterpiece. I mean, I honestly think this put Scorsese on the map. I think he was going to get there. He's so good anyway. He was going to break through. But this was his main one. Apart from Taxi Driver, you could argue with me on that one, all right? But, a film so goddamn good. It doesn't just tell you its story. It grabs you by the collar, drags you into a world of wise guys, and makes you feel like you're one of the crew, man. And now I get it. Like, maybe you're one of those people who've never seen it. Maybe you think, another mob movie. Here we go again. Let me tell you why Goodfellas is the greatest film. One of the greatest gangster movies of all time.
Peter.
Wow. Now, okay, I get it. You hear so much things about The Godfather, right? Maybe that's all you need to hear, Maybe you're not a huge, unbelievable fan of mob movies and, Godfather's enough for you. I get it. There's been so much hype around Godfather. There's been a lot of hype around Goodfellas too, Maybe you do think they're all the same type of movies, but let me tell you, The Godfather is a grand opera, an honor. It's a legacy and a family. But Goodfellas? Oh, lads, that's the street dirty version in your face, I tell you, lads, it's not about kings, it's about soldiers, and guys who aren't sitting in big leather chairs making speeches. They're out busting heads, running schemes, and living fast. And it's not about the mob. It is the mob. And this movie doesn't romanticize anything. It doesn't slow down. It doesn't ask for permission. It moves like a bullet, like a fucking bullet train with a killer soundtrack and a razor sharp dialogue. And, it makes you laugh. It makes you nervous, makes you kind of laugh again, and before you're hit with something so kind of weird, but it knocks the wind out of you. Now, who do we thank for this wild ride? The man with the plan, Martin Scorsese. Oh, lads, he has really has hit a home run with this show. Martin Scorsese directs. He doesn't just direct this movie; he orchestrates it. Every frame, every cut, every tracking shot, it's a symphony of chaos and beauty. And take that tracking shot, the Copa shot, for instance. One take, and, one takes were very rare back when Goodfellas was shot, And Henry Hill and Karen, they glide through the back entrance of the Copacabana, weaving through the kitchen, past the staff straight to the table placed for them, all done in just one beautiful, sweet take, man. And that scene alone was a masterclass. Scorsese, I think, should have got an Oscar for just that alone. But just one moment in a movie packed with them. And we've got narration so smooth, it feels like silk. Freeze frame that hit like exclamation points, jump cuts that mirror the paranoia of a life on the edge, and then there's the cast. I mean, here we go with the cast, lads. I mean, I almost have to get my breath, just as in like, what an all-star lineup here. Ray Liotta, Robert De Niro, Joe Pesci. That's your holy trinity right there. Not to mention other amazing actors. Ray Liotta's Henry Hill gives a performance so electric, you can feel it humming under his skin. And he's our guide through. He's our navigator. He's our tour guide. And we believe him. Like, we get him. He's a little bit of an outsider, right? As you'll see in this movie, he's not a pure Italian. Okay, he wasn't born in the Italian, I can't remember the name, the word they say, but the He doesn't go all the way back, right? His roots aren't traced back to the old Italy. So you can feel that about him. I mean, and De Niro, oh, I mean, God. De Niro, ice cold. Every nod, every glance, it's calculated. He doesn't need to yell to be terrifying. He just needs to look at you. And that's the power. I honestly think this was De Niro's best mob performance of all time. It was so raw, dirty. Now, you could argue with me on that about The Godfather Part 2. He was awesome, and let's not forget, he won the Oscar. But it was a different type of take, wasn't it? He was mimicking Marlon Brando. You know, you could still see he was De Niro, but he had to sort of follow the path to being the younger Brando. So, he didn't open up, I suppose. Maybe if you're getting what I'm saying here, lads, and if you're not, give me a bit of rope on this one, all right? You know what I mean? And I think this was De Niro unleashed. Maybe that's exactly what I'm looking for here. De Niro just unleashed. And then we get to Mr. Joe Pesci. Holy good Lord. He won the Oscar for this, by the way, if you didn't know this. And sweet, lovable Joe Pesci. Except in this movie, he's a goddamn monster. And a 5'4" stick of dynamite that could blow up in your face at any moment. His Tommy is one of the most unforgettable characters in film history. And the funny house scene? Oh, man. That wasn't even in the script, apparently. Did you know that? Pesci just did it. He went so deep into the role, even the actors didn't know if he was joking or if someone was about to get whacked. That's why he won the Oscar. That's why we're all talking about him. And then when you think everything's going great, kabang. Yes, not Joe Pesci blowing everything up quite yet, but everything just goes down the toilet. Henry starts dipping into the drugs, the deals get riskier, the stakes get higher, and the last act, I'm sure I won't give anything away, that's when Goodfellas goes from a great movie to an experience, lads. Henry's paranoia is our paranoia. The camera moves faster, the cuts get quicker, the music pounds, helicopters, are they real? Is he imagining them? Is it the drugs? The whole movie starts spiraling out of control, and we're right there with them. This isn't The Godfather. There's no poetic, no grand exit. There's just Henry broken and having to go a different route. All I'll say is I'll just leave it there. So what have we learned today, lads? The Godfather, the Goodfellas. It's a gangster classic? Oh yeah, it ticks every box. Scorsese, genius, ticks the box. Joe Pesci could even make a room full of mobsters nervous? Tick the box. But more than that, Goodfellas is almost the perfect movie. I mean, I honestly don't think, and you really have to be not a skeptic, but you have to be looking for flaws. Like, it's very tough to give a 10 out of 10, but this is bloody close, lads. And it doesn't wait a second. It never slows down. It's brutal. It's hilarious. It's exhilarating. It's the every reason every gangster movie after had to step up its game. Like, this was the benchmark, lads, for a lot of things, except for The Godfather. But, in the raw sort of street action, this was the benchmark. So if you haven't seen it, fix it tonight, please, right now. And if you have, watch it again, because as far as back I remember, there isn't so many things. There's not so much things as too many times. The Goodfellas. What a classic.
Peter.
Wow.
There was a time when men never apologized for being an actual man. And today we're going to talk about this, lads. When they didn't shrink away from confrontation, they didn't cower at the idea of standing up for themselves. They sure as hell didn't let the system dictate every part of their last lives, man. This wasn't all that long ago. But today? Man, it's been put in a straitjacket, man. Everything is just soft. Everyone's triggered. Everything's diluted. But if you want to remember what it means, like really means to have fire in your gut, to fight back when the world breaks into you, then you need to watch One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. And it's not just a movie. It's a declaration of war against every institution, every oppressive force that wants to crush individuality. And the center of it all, Jack Nicholson as Randall Murphy, the last real man standing.
Peter.
Okay, now, One Flew of the Cuckoo's Nest. It's not just about a guy faking insanity to get out of prison time. It's about a clash of titans. There's a real human conflict here. A man who refuses to be broken versus a system that exists purely to break him, right? And, you know, on one side you've got Mac Murphy, wild, unapologetic, very rakish. He laughs, fights, plays by his own rules. On the other hand, oh man, you've got Nurse Ratched, cold, manipulative, the perfect symbol of an institution that wants to strip away anything rebellious, anything real. And here's the brutal truth. Today's world feels like a lot like Nurse Ratched's ward, man. There's an unspoken expectation that men should shut up, sit down, and accept their fate with all this hate speech garbage. We've swapped out of the lobotomies for social shaming, for cancel culture, for a society that make men afraid to be men. But Mac Murphy, he refuses. He fights, lads. But in the old background of Cuckoo's Nest, lads, it came out in '75. That's right, we're going way back. And back then, people saw it as a critique of psychiatric institutions. But look deeper, it's about control. It's a world that wants people to conform so badly it will destroy anyone who resists. And Mac Murphy, he enters the ward and he sees exactly what's going on. These men, they aren't crazy. They're just convinced. They've been convinced they're powerless. Now, maybe you can argue with me on this one, but you know, if you really observe this movie, and that's what society does today, it convinces men that being strong, confident and defiant is somehow toxic, you know? And that standing up for yourself is wrong. That leadership, aggression, and ambition are things to be ashamed of. But Mac Murphy, he doesn't just see through it, he goddamn challenges it, man. Now, from the second he steps into that hospital, lads, he shakes things up. He brings energy, chaos, life. He teaches the other patients to fight back in their own way. He gets them to laugh again, to dream again, to want more in the prison they've been put in. And the fishing trip scene? Absolutely classic. One of the greats of all time. I mean, these guys who were told that they were weak, that they were incapable, suddenly become men again under Mac Murphy's lead. They're out at sea, drinking beer, steering a boat. It's proof that the only thing stopping them from being free was the belief that they weren't. But here's the thing. The system, Nurse Ratched's system, it doesn't allow that. It never does. Now, Mac Murphy, he doesn't just get punished for standing up. He gets crushed for it. I mean, it's horrendous because that's what always happens to men who refuse to be controlled, right? Right? You think about this? And yet he wins anyway, lads. Sure, they lobotomize him. We won't be giving too much away here. They turn him into a shell of his former self, really. But that, well, we won't go into too much. That final scene when the chief, inspired by Mac Murphy to do something, that's the moment you realize you can't kill the idea. And Mac Murphy's his fight, it wasn't in vain. He lit that fire in those around him, lads. He gave them back their strength. And even when he loses, he still wins. And this is why One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is more important. This movie is more important than any movie that's been out there for the last couple of years. It's more important than ever because we need to get back to the raw animal. Forget about this alpha garbage these days they call it. Alpha is a load of crap compared to this. This is Nicholson. This is a real movie star. This is a pure Jack the Lad, lads. And, you know, because right now, we're all living in Nurse Ratched's world. A world where strength is discouraged, rebellion is punished, and where they'll try to convince you that being yourself, being a man, is wrong. And Mac Murphy didn't just fight for himself. Maybe it sounds corny, but He fought for all of us, man. And if you want to remember what it means to be alive, to see what its real masculinity looks like, watch this movie, lads. Let it light a fire in you, because the world needs more Mac Murphys and of a hell of a lot fewer Nurse Ratchets. Peter.
Wow.
Picture this. Earth is dying, crops withering away, dust storms are choking the land like the Sahara Desert on a really bad sandstorm, and humanity is on the brink of extinction, lads. This is what's going on in the movie Interstellar. Now imagine being told that the only hope for our survival lies beyond the stars, a leap into the unknown where time, space, love bends in ways you can't even imagine. This is what happens in this movie, and let me tell you, if you haven't seen it, you're depriving yourself of one of the most profound, emotional, and awe-inspiring cinematic experiences of all time, and Hans Zimmer just slam dunk the score of this movie. Interstellar doesn't just dabble in conflict, lads. It thrives in it. You know, the Earth is turning into a kind of a barren wasteland as we're speaking. Humanity never been closer to extinction, but the real kicker is the only way out is a wormhole near Saturn. Now listen, lads, you've probably heard me say this before. I'm not a sci-fi geek, right? I detest the stuff. But again, actually, you know what? This is one of the ones. And again, this is Christopher Nolan, right? Behind this. So this isn't really a sci-fi movie in many ways. And, you know, it leads to a potential habitable planets light years away. Now you got Matthew McConaughey, who's just brilliant in this movie. You know, he's an ex-pilot turned farmer. Who's tasked with leading this impossible mission. And I mean, it really is, lads. You're pretty much thinking it's a suicide mission. But here's the gut-wrenching part. To save the world, Cooper's got to leave his children behind. So, I mean, the stakes really are turned up for this guy. It's unreal. And knowing he may never see them again. And add to that kicking time bomb of space-time, every hour on a distant planet equals years back on Earth. So, like, believe me, wait until you see this and get your head around it, okay? Like, every second, as far as I remember, lads, every tick when they go to one certain planet, okay? It's like a second, and that's worth, I think, 7 years back home. It's crazy. So wait until you see it. Just get your head around that one. It's madness. Interstellar is the brainchild of Christopher Nolan. Of course, the man, the myth, the legend behind The Dark Knight. Batman Begins, Dark Knight Rises, Inception. I mean, you just know it's going to be good if he's behind this. It was out in 2014. Now, it combines cutting-edge science, which, by the way, it'll take you probably about 20 times to kind of figure out what at least half of the movie what they're on about, unless I'm just a complete dumbass, but yeah, maybe that's it too. But Nolan works closely with physical Kip Thorne to ensure the deception of black holes, wormholes, and time dilation were scientifically accurate, which is awesome, you know? This guy doesn't mess around, man. This movie isn't just entertainment, it's a crash course in theoretical physics that leave your brain buzzing. Hans Zimmer's haunting, hypnotical musical score. It doesn't just complement the story, it amplifies it in such an unbelievable way, pulling you into the epic journey that is Interstellar. And then the journey through the wormhole begins, right, lads? And I mean, the real stakes go through the roof here. You got Cooper, his land on a planet near a black hole where time moves so slowly, lads. You know, that, like I said, 7 years on Earth. I'm thinking to myself, get your head around that. I'm honestly, you know, and then disaster strikes, a colossal tidal wave. I mean, wait until you see this on the screen. It's insane, right? Cooper's children, Matthew McConaughey, are now grown. They're angry. They're heartbroken, believing he abandoned them. The emotional weight is crushing. And then he's got that added pressure of how do you actually save humanity when it means losing the very people you love? But the most mind-bending conflict here, lads, comes near the end when Cooper, he hurls himself into a black hole to ensure humanity's survival. And this guy just goes all in. at the poker table. This isn't just some flashy CGI moment now, lads. This is the heart of Interstellar, let me tell you. And inside the black hole, Cooper finds himself in a weird fifth dimensional space, like a tesseract where time is a physical dimension. I mean, the guy's a jockey, like. He can see every moment of his daughter's life, past, present, all at once. And here's the kicker. Cooper realizes that the mysterious ghost his daughter always talked about, it was someone else all along. And I won't say who. Communicating through this tesseract using gravity. And then the sheer emotional and scientific complexity of this moment is enough to leave you reeling. Through an act of pure love and sacrifice, Cooper sends critical data back to Earth, allowing humanity to escape the dying planet that's it was forming into. He's rescued, only to discover that his daughter is now an old woman. Again, another weird thing to get your head around. He saved humanity, but lived her entire life without him. I mean, kind of gets you going, man. I gotta admit. And it's a bittersweet reunion reminding us that time and space, it may separate people, but love transcends as well. Oh, okay, before I start taking out the Kleenex here. All right. Interstellar, it's not just a movie, it's a journey, lads. And it makes you question the boundaries of science, the resilience of humanity, the power of love. It's visually stunning, emotionally raw, intellectually stimulating. If you've ever looked up at the stars and wondered about our place in the universe, this movie's for you. And if you haven't seen it, go get 'em, Tiger, and go watch Interstellar and prepare to have your mind and your heart blown into another dimension. Peter.
Wow.
Next up, the story that reminds us why the world can be so broken. This is one intense movie. And then there are stories like this, where the cracks in the human soul gape so wide, they threaten to swallow everything whole. This is not just a story of crime and justice. This is a reminder that there's darkness in all of us. Peter.
Wow.
Okay, in a nameless, rain-soaked city, you got two detectives, one seasoned and weary, right, on the way out, the other brash and idealistic, okay, he's gunning for the throne, are thrown into a nightmare unlike anything they've faced before. I mean, straight into it. A series of murders, each getting more disturbing as the previous one. These aren't just ordinary killings, they're a message, a twisted... what would you call it? A twisted manifesto carved into flesh and blood. The killer calls it justice, but what kind of justice leaves so much horror in its wake? Now let's paint a bit of the old picture, the background here, lads. You got Detective Somerset, only a man days away from retirement, okay? Longs for an escape from the unrelenting chaos of the city. And as the movie goes on, you know, you can really see that he gets worn down by the whole thing. He's been here before, maybe not as stakes as high as this, but he's been through a lot. Then you've got the young partner, Brad Pitt, Detective Mills. Fresh-faced, eager, believes he can make a difference in the war against human depravity. The world is the bleak cityscape where apathy and crime are everyday shadows, and hope barely flickers here. And, you know, when the first victim is discovered, tied into the sin of gluttony, the pieces of a nightmarish puzzle begin to fall into place. Now let's get into it. Each step of the investigation, lads, it brings them right closer to the truth, right? Every half a step, and deeper into the killer's labyrinth. Pride, greed, wrath, sloth, envy. I mean, each sin brings with it another body, another twisted tableau that makes a mockery of human nature. And as the killer taunts them with his superior intellect, by the way, the guy's, in a freaky way, is a bit of a genius. In a weird way, like, you know, give me some rope on this one. His ability to manipulate, they begin to lose themselves in the madness. Somerset sees his worst fear realized. This city, the world is beyond saving. Mills sees red anger clouding his judgment as he grows desperate to catch this monster. And then the killer John Doe surrenders himself. Well, lads, he just walks into a police station, hands covered in blood, smiles. It's over. Or is it over? In this story, endings are not resolutions. The real game is yet to begin, even when he just he hands himself over. He leads them to a place, a devastating truth waits in a simple cardboard box. We won't give anything away. But what they find there is not just the culmination of the killer's plan. It's the destruction of innocence, the birth of rage, and the death of hope in all one moment. And as the sun sets over the fields, lads, Somerset looks out over the wasteland of human morality and whispers words that linger after the credits roll. And they even quote, was it Ernest Hemingway, since the world is a fine place. And they want to believe that, right? I am not quoting him exactly here, the exact words. But it does really tie into the movie. And, you know, lads, you gotta see Seven for what it is. It is, without doubt, one of the greatest twists in movie history. You'll just go, what in God's name just happened here? I did not see that coming. And it's all the way up, leads all the way up to the end. Seven. Brad Pitt, Morgan Freeman, and somebody else we won't name his name. Even though, maybe you all know, but... Yeah, lads, this is why I love, like, a lot of movie reviewers. I wouldn't call myself a movie reviewer, but I'm really enjoy this. I love it. And, a lot of them do the new movies come out. There's too many old classic movies that we've got to revisit or put on again to get a bit of nostalgic feeling back in our blood, right? Or if you haven't seen it, well, it's just a damn shame. And Seven is certainly one of these movies you've got to see. Talk to you later, lads. Peter.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the Silence of the Lambs. Start your engines, because if you watch this movie, if you haven't seen it already, you're about to see one of the greatest villains of all time, and he will stay with you in your dreams. This is the Silence of the Lambs. In a nutshell, it's not just a thriller, it's a psychological deep dive into the mind of two monsters. And I mean monsters. One, a serial killer. The other, a genius psychopath who might just be your only hope to stop the other guy. And if you haven't seen it, buckle up, because this movie will keep you up at night questioning the nature of evil and the fragility of your own sanity. The heart of the Silence of the Lambs, lads, is its chilling conflict. Now, you've got Clarice Starling, played by a brilliant Jodie Foster. She won the Oscar for this, for her performance, and Anthony Hopkins won the Oscar for his performance. You've got two, all right, Best Actor and Best Actress in the same movie, winning the exact same year. So, I mean, this is what we're dealing with here, how good this is. And, you've got what would I say? The chilling conflict, right? Young Clarice is tasked with catching a guy called Buffalo Bill. Now, Buffalo Bill is a complete psychopath too. But then you've got the brutal serial killer, Buffalo Bill, who kidnaps women to skin them alive. And to understand the mind of a killer, she has to face another, Hannibal Lecter. That's where Anthony Hopkins comes in, a brilliant genius psychiatrist turned cannibalistic murderer. The problem? Lecter is manipulative, terrifying. He enjoys toying with people as much as he loves eating them. Clarice needs his insights, but every conversation with him feels like walking a tightrope in a hurricane, man. You don't know where it's going to end up. And can she outsmart Hannibal long enough to catch Buffalo Bill? Or will she become just another pawn in Lecter's twisted games? Now, this movie's an oldie. 1991, would you believe it, lads? 1991, and it's still a classic to this day. It's based on Thomas Harris' novel of the same name. It's only one of 3 films in history to win all Big 5 Oscars. Best Picture, Best
My
Director,
God,
Best Actor,
I can't
Best
believe it.
Actress, and Adapted
This is
Screenplay.
really unexpected.
I mean, we're talking the big leagues
It's
here,
a-
right? And why? Because it's not just a horror movie. It's a masterclass in tension, character development, psychological warfare. I mean, Anthony Hopkins, honestly, he delivers one of the most terrifying, terrifying portrayals in cinema history. And here's the kicker. He's only 16 minutes of screen time in this movie. 16 minutes, man. And, you know, Jodie Foster, equally unforgettable. A young woman navigating a world dominated by men while facing her own inner demons. The tension starts, right, lads, when building the moment Clarice steps into the prison to meet Hannibal for the first time. This is where it all just kicks off, man. It's not just the locked doors of the eerie, quiet dungeon. It's Lecter himself standing motionless in his cell. Can you imagine a man who just stands there, completely frozen, looks right ahead, and he can burn through your soul, the icy blue eyes? I mean, from their first exchange, it's clear that this isn't just a battle of wits, man. It's psychological warfare. Hannibal, he doesn't just answer questions. He dissects Clarice, exposing her vulnerabilities, really strips her down, and her fears, her childhood trauma. Meanwhile, the clock is ticking as Buffalo Bill claims more victims. The FBI scrambles to find him, but it's clear that Hannibal holds the key if he's willing to share it. Now then we get to the climax of the show. I remember as a kid, lads, I watched this and this scared the bejesus out of me for weeks. I couldn't get this out of my head, and I still feel like that child right here, right now. It killed me, man. Like, the movie climaxes hits you like a freight train. I'm not going to give it anything away, but I'll just say this. Clarice, she follows the breadcrumbs that Hannibal's left her, okay? She finds herself in Buffalo Bill's house, and all I'll say is, when Buffalo Bill cuts the lights, oh my God. And then just to really have the icing on the cake, you know, just after a horrific, chilling, frightening climax, you got the old Hannibal again, the jockey himself, leaving us with one of the most iconic lines in movie history, though. I'm having an old friend for dinner. I mean, my God, it's a chilling reminder that evil doesn't just disappear. It's out there, lads, waiting for its next move. So, to wrap it all up, The Silence of the Lambs isn't just a movie, lads. It's an experience, a terrifying experience, a thought-provoking, nerve-shredding experience. It's a study of good versus evil, predator versus prey, order versus chaos. It'll make you question a lot of things, your own fears, your own darkness, and just how far you'd go to catch a monster. Do you have to become the monster to catch the monster? And if you haven't seen it, you're missing out. And, you know, I'll warn you, once you hear Hannibal Lecter say, "Hello, Clarice," you'll never forget it.
Peter.
There are war movies, and then there is Saving Private Ryan. Ladies and gentlemen, film so raw, so visceral, so unfiltered in its description of war that even real war veterans, men who actually stormed beaches with machine gun pointing at them and trying to take them down, said they could smell diesel in the theater when they saw this movie. This is a true story. For me, this is the greatest war movie that's ever been made. It's been created in the 90s. Nothing to this day has ever come close, I honestly don't think, because it was so groundbreaking. The direction from Spielberg was so raw, so hardcore, that nothing. Spielberg reinvented the wheel, man. I get emotional talking about this movie. I really do. It is, for me, the greatest of all time. It's by a million miles. And by the way, there's some fantastic war movies out there. Don't get me wrong. But I still think this is still a million miles ahead. And that's why, without a doubt in my mind, I believe Saving Private Ryan is the greatest of all time. No war other movie has even remotely come close. And I'm going to tell you exactly why.
Peter.
Now, the problem with war movies before Saving Private Ryan, they were too clean, too scripted, too Hollywood, right? Yeah, I mean, there's classics. Don't get me wrong. Platoon, amazing. Apocalypse Now, amazing. The Longest Day, amazing. Full Metal Jacket, amazing. And they still are. They're amazing. But this is like from Earth to the moon, and then from the moon to Mars, how good Saving Private Ryan is, I honestly think. You know? And hey, look, man, you know, if you feel different, well, then that's okay. But even Platoon, which was based on Oliver Stone's own experience in Vietnam, still had the cinematic detachment. I mean, it shows the horror wars, but it still followed a structure format. And then Spielberg came along and changed everything. And don't get me wrong, lads, because I'm a huge Oliver Stone fan, and I'm a huge Platoon fan, and it genuinely, this kills me to say that even though Oliver Stone was a Vietnam vet, he lived it, he breathed it, and he still did an amazing movie. I still think Private Ryan is streaks ahead, and it actually kills me saying that. And when Saving Private Ryan hit cinemas in 1998, it wasn't just a war movie, it was a revolution. Spielberg wasn't interested in making something that simply looked like a war film, lads. He wanted to make you feel it. And he did something unheard of at the time. He threw every Hollywood convention out the goddamn window. And no clean cinematography. He used handheld, shaky cameras. I mean, what a risky move, especially because no one's ever done that, really. And he puts you right into the chaos. And no glorified action sequences. We got screaming panic, blood-soaked water that turned Normandy into a slaughterhouse. We no triumphant music. We heard the deafening sounds of gunfire, men crying out for their mothers. I mean, Jesus. And the eerie silence of death. Spielberg stripped away the romanticism of war. He left us only the horror, the brutality, and the sheer gut-wrenching reality of it. And it all starts with that opening scene. D-Day. Jesus Christ. June 6th, 1944. This film doesn't ease you, lads, if you haven't seen this. There's no dramatic build-up. There's no exposition. Just a shaky camera, soldiers praying, throwing up, gripping their rifles, and then pure and utter chaos. The landing ramp drops, and within seconds it's absolute hell. Bullets tear through flesh before men make it even out of the boats. Blood paints the ocean red. Limbs are blown off. Soldiers scream for medics who are gunned down. And the camera never cuts away. For the next 27 minutes, you're not watching a movie. You're living through war. And I honestly think, I genuinely think, I'm getting going again emotionally, guys. I honestly think this is the greatest sequence of a movie that's ever been made. If you can talk about, the greatest scene of all time, but this isn't a scene. This is 27 minutes. So call it a sequence, I guess. This is the greatest sequence that has ever been made. And there's no heroic music like we were saying. There's no over-the-top choreography, no glory, no speeches, no Hollywood moments. Just the absolute carnage of war stripped bare. And that's why it hit war veterans harder than any movie before or since. And many couldn't even sit through it, lads. Some had to walk out. They could smell the diesel. Others suffered flashbacks in the cinema. That's how authentic, how unfiltered, how painfully real this film is. And you know what? If you think I'm lying, okay. I've read, or I've seen documentaries on this that men had to walk out of cinemas because they couldn't handle this, right? Now, let's say they're lying. And it's all just, oh yeah, hype. Okay. Now, I wasn't a war veteran, but I was a white racing driver. And If you remember, only a few weeks ago, lads, I was even talking about racing cars where I have horrific moments. I have such adrenaline-fueled moments and pure silent moments. Even sitting here in this desk right now, I can still smell the petrol from the racing car. By the way, right here, right now, if I close my eyes, I can still smell the cockpit. I can still smell the petrol in the car. I can still feel the heat from the car. Now, if I can feel that, what the hell did these guys go through? But Saving Private Ryan isn't just about realism as such. It's about humanity. And at its core, it's not just a war movie. It's a story about sacrifice. And we all know it's a true story. You know, World War II and the Allied invaded Western Europe. And, you know, Tom Hanks, I mean, just brilliant. His squad are sent on a suicide mission to save one man. This isn't giving away the movie, by the way, lads. And he's called Private James Ryan. And it's a mission that makes no sense in many ways. A mission that shouldn't matter in the grand scheme of war. That's what I'm trying to say. But a mission that ultimately reminds us why men fight in the first place. They're fighting for each other. And the film just doesn't show us war. It shows us the moral dilemmas, the gut-wrenching choices, and the weight of human life in war. And it forces us, I think, in many ways to ask the questions, is one life worth risking 8? What does heroism truly mean? At what point does duty override morality? So many questions, and it all culminates in the final stand at that bridge, where his battle between Tom Hanks and his men, they're broken, they're outnumbered, fight not for victory but for glory, because it's the right thing to do. And I won't give it away, but the ending scenes, heartbreaking. Now, you might think it's for some reason and I've given it away. Not necessarily, no. But the whole movie is heartbreaking. And that's why Private Ryan is the greatest war movie of all time. It doesn't let you forget. It doesn't let you sit back and enjoy a good war movie. It forces you to confront the horror, the pain, the sacrifice. It makes you appreciate the reality of what war truly is as much as we can, you know? I mean, to this day, no other war movies come close to capturing what Spielberg did. Dunkirk, brilliant. 1917, it's a goddamn technical masterpiece, but still is a little polished. Hacksaw Ridge, amazing. But Saving Private Ryan, it's a war on screen, a million miles ahead of anything before or after. The first and still the only war film that went full, unfiltered, brutal reality. And it's become the greatest war movie of all time. If you haven't seen it, watch it. If you have, watch it again, because no other war movie is ever going to come close to this. I mean, no other has ever made audiences smell diesel and in the cinema, and that says it all. And I'll just leave you with this. I saw this in the movies, okay, when I was a young lad. And I was with a buddy, and I will never, ever forget how quiet the cinema went and how effed up I was when I first heard one of the soldiers call out for his mum, because I think that was the first time we've ever heard that on screen. Ever. I could be wrong, but not as intense as this. I was screwed up beyond all epic proportions after this. Mr. Spielberg, you created a goddamn masterpiece. Peter.
Wow.
Did you ever watch a movie that just stays with you? Not even for a couple of hours, a couple of days, a couple of weeks, for a long time. I mean, we're talking years. A movie that it seeps into your soul, lads. Alters your perception of life, death, and human nature itself. If you haven't experienced that, well, let me introduce you to The Green Mile. Oh, dear Lord. This isn't just a movie. It's a spiritual experience, lads. A once-in-a-lifetime film. That it grips you from the first scene, and It refuses to let go. I'm talking about a movie that makes you question a lot about justice, kindness, and about what it kind of truly means to be human. I know that might sound corny, and yet so many people have not seen this movie. Now, I get it. We're in 2025, but it's not that long ago. Maybe because it's over 3 hours long. Okay. But maybe because it deals with heavy topics. I can get that too. But I promise you this. If you skip this movie, you are missing one of the most powerful stories ever put on film. And I'm about to tell you why. Peter.
Wow.
Now, at its core, The Green Mile, it's basically about death. The inevitability of it all, okay? I can't even speak again. You see the way I get that in the podcast a lot? Anyway, the fear of it and whether or not justice truly exists in the world. Set in the 1930s, right? I mean, really back-end 1930s, lads. Deep in the American South, baby. The film takes place in a prison, which I'm sure a lot of you know anyway, even if you haven't seen it, and is specifically on death row. Now, it's the place where men take their last steps, their last gasping breaths. A place where guards and prisoners alike come face to face with mortality every single day. And now imagine working there. Imagine walking a man down the long green mile, as they call it in this movie. The cold floor beneath his feet, knowing you're leading the guy to his death. Imagine having to strap him in, flip this switch, and watch as the electricity courses through his body, stealing his life away. That's the world of Paul Edgecombe, Tom Hanks in this movie. Played by, obviously, the two-time Oscar winner himself. Paul is a prison guard, a good man in a cruel place, a man who follows the rules, but it isn't blind to the horrors around him. He's seen criminals come and go, and he's learned to live with the weight of the job. But then John Coffey arrives. Oh God, and everything changes. Now, John Coffey, giant of a man, that apparently in the novel and in the movie, he's meant to be over 7 foot tall in this movie. And, he does look it, to be honest. Quite an intimidating figure, as you'd imagine, right? He's accused of crimes so horrific, so gut-wrenching, that most men wouldn't even look at him without disgust. But the moment he opens his mouth, you realize something. There's something off. Because this man, this alleged monster doesn't sound like a killer. He's soft-spoken, gentle, kind of childlike. He's afraid of the dark. And, oh dear Lord, if you haven't seen this, and I'm not going to ruin anything, if you know what I'm on about when I say he's afraid of the dark, you know what I mean. Oh, he weeps not out of fear for his own fate, but for others. And then something happens. Something that shatters every expectation, every assumption, every prejudice. John Coffey heals somebody. See, here I go again. I'm always crying on the goddamn podcast, aren't I? What's wrong with me? With nothing but the touch of his hands, he draws illness out of dying people and takes it on himself as if it was a burden he was born to carry. I mean, and that Paul Edgecombe, the man who's meant to walk this murder to his death, watches in stunned silence as this miracle unfolds before his very eyes, and suddenly questions, what did John Coffey do? What didn't he do? Now, when we get to this stage in the movie completely shifts into gear. Lads, the movie's no longer about life in prison. It's about one question. Can a man with the power to heal others truly be guilty of such an unspeakable crime? And it's a very good question. It makes you think. It really does. Paul begins to doubt the evidence against Coffey. It just doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. The man doesn't act like a killer. And then the truth comes. And that's all I'm going to say. And here's where the film grips you by the throat, man, and refuses to let go. Will I say it? Will I say it, lads? Will I say it? I don't know if I should. It's heart-wrenching, gut-wrenching. It's heartache all over. the system, it's unstoppable. The wheels of justice don't care about the truth. The machine is already in motion. And Tom Hanks, Paul Edgecombe, he's left with the most unimaginable scenario that I think that would put a lot of men into their graves. Now, guys, I'm really trying not to give away the movie here, okay? I think I'm doing an okay job here. But I will say this. You know, there's one part where John Coffey tells Paul Edgecombe that he's tired, right? He's exhausted. That's all I'll say. And I tell you, lads, seeing the pain in Tom Hanks's eyes, if that doesn't take you down, oh, man, I don't know. I don't know. Um, you know, and oh, I gotta give myself. You don't just watch The Green Mile, lads. You feel it. You carry with you. It stays with you long after the credits roll. It's about a film about injustice, justice too. It's about a failure of a system, about how sometimes the people who suffer the most are the ones who deserve it the least. And again, that's not necessarily giving anything away here. But it's about goodness, about kindness in the face of cruelty. And it's about John Coffey, a man with the power to heal, who technically doesn't belong in the world, but he's got every goddamn right to be in this world. A lot more than a lot of other people, that's for sure. And it makes you question. It makes you question. Because, you know, some movies, they entertain you. Some movies move you. And then some movies can come out with one line and you will be crying like a little baby just born. It's insane, lads. I couldn't recommend The Green Mile enough. It kind of changes you. It'll always stay with you, I think. Even to this day in 2025. It's long, but I honestly don't think that anybody watching this movie is going to feel that, oh God, what time is it? I honestly don't think people will. And it's in the top 250 on IMDb of all time. Personally, I'd put it up into top 10. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, you have to watch The Green Mile. Peter.
Wow.
And we're back! Now, lads, here we go with another classic movie. And yes, I was just mentioning in the last video, this is the top 250 movies on IMDb. That is the Internet Movie Database, lads. If you've never heard about this website, it's brilliant. It's the home of movies and TV programs. And they've got a top 250 up there. And I am doing a review of every single movie in the top 250. It's going to take me a long time, but what I'm doing is I'm changing things up. So for the Spotify podcast, we're keeping it generic, so it's for movies that both men and women can enjoy. And then on YouTube, I'll be doing basically male movies. All right. So, but anyway, we're having fun. Let's keep going. The next movie up, The Pianist. Lads, it's an absolute classic. Adrian Brody, he won the Oscar for this, and quite deservedly so. It was a astonishing performance by him. Unbelievable. You know, and like, if you think you've ever heard music so haunting, so fragile that it feels like it's clinging to life itself, this is The Pianist. This isn't just a war movie. This isn't just about survival. This is about a man whose only weapon, his only shield, the only reason to live was his music. And in the most brutal, dehumanizing circumstances, that music refused to die. Now, we've all been there, lads. We've all had a really bad day and go, man, can this good get any worse? Yeah, well, try for this poor fella. Spielman. I think it's pronounced that way, lads. That's Adrian Brody's character in this movie. Brilliant pianist in Poland. Right as World War II breaks out, the Nazis invade. Overnight, his world is flipped upside down. One day he's playing classics on the radio. Next, he's watching his home, his whole family, his whole entire existence be torn apart. And if you thought your boss was ruthless, imagine an entire regime whose goal is to erase you from history, because you really get an insight in this movie with this. It's amazing. Now let's paint the picture here, lads. As we know, World War II, we all know the stories, the horror stories. But this comes from Spielman, Adrian Brody's character, and a Polish family thrown into the Warsaw Ghetto, sorry. They're packed in like sardines, waiting for just the inevitable, just waiting around to die. You see brutality in every corner, starvation, public executions, and yet even in all this horror, music still plays. Smuggled violins, whispered notes, fingers tapping against knees to just feel rhythm. It's humanity clinging to its last threads. And this is not a movie about the power of music making everything hunky-dory and okay. No, it's about how fragile beauty is and how it can be ripped away without you just seeing it coming. Because when those trains come, the ones heading to the extermination camps, Spielman is spared, and I mean just at the last minute. His family, gone, and now he is all alone, completely, utterly alone. Now, here's why The Pianist really does stand out about World War II movies, guys, right? And like I'm saying, I think a lot of women and men, because it's not about, the death, or it is obviously about the deaths, but, it's not showing men in battle here, right? Throwing grenades at each other. No, it's not. There's the real raw emotion, human side of this movie. So I honestly think anybody that doesn't necessarily like action war movies, I think you'll love this movie. And it's not about the soldiers. It's not about the battle. It's about hiding, waiting, starving. The man spends years moving from one abandoned building to another, barely surviving on scrapes. There's no glory in this war, obviously. There's no heroics. Just the sheer will to keep breathing. And here's where we all maybe have met a person like this in our lives. Not to this extreme, but you know what I mean. That person who somehow, despite every ridiculous obstacle thrown at them, they just keep going. And the guy who should have quit, he should have given up, but doesn't. And you wonder, do you admire him? Do you cry for him? Or is it both? Spielman's journey isn't just about evading death, lads. It's about holding on to any semblance of humanity while being hunted like an animal. I mean, really. And you do really get a glimpse of that in this movie. And there are moments of near discovery, moments where it seems fate has turned against him, and yet he keeps going, he endures. We see him forced to scavenge for food like a rat at some stages, breaking into empty apartments, hoping no one hears him. His body deteriorates. I mean, it's kind of overwhelming, I have to admit, how much weight Adrian Brody lost for this movie. It's like, whoa, eye-opening. His mind starts to slip, but still he refuses to let go. And this makes you think, how far would you go? How much of yourself would you lose before giving up? And then comes the scene. I mean, this is a wonderful scene. It really is. That moment that makes this movie unforgettable. Spielman, starving, hiding, a skeleton in a bombed out building. He gets discovered, and not just by anybody, a German officer, a Nazi. Now, I'm not giving away the movie. You're thinking, oh dear, this is it. It's over now for the guy. There's nowhere left to go. There's nowhere left to hide. But instead of shooting him on sight, the officer asks, what do you do? Spielman, barely able to stand, croaks out, I'm a pianist. And in that moment that feels too surreal to be real, he is real. And he's led to a piano, and it's, oh man, and he plays for his life, and that's the thing about music, I guess. It doesn't plead, it just simply exists. And in that moment, it makes the Nazi see him. And not as a Jew, not as an enemy, but a human being. And for a brief moment, there is no war, there's no hatred, there's no sound, just a man and his art. And the Nazi officer, instead of killing him, helps him, brings him food, gives him hope, a small, almost absurd act of kindness in a world filled with cruelty. It's a reminder that even in the darkest corners of history, humanity can flicker, in the most unexpected ways. So what can we take away from The Pianist, lads? Well, okay. Is it survival? Is it about luck? Is it about endurance? the kindness of strangers, maybe everything, maybe all of the above. But more than anything, it's the power, I think, of identity, really. The world tried to strip him of Adrian Brody's character of everything, his home, his family, his dignity. But they could never take the one thing that defied this guy, his music. But the story just doesn't end there, lads. Because after all the war, after all the horror, he sits at a piano once more, not as a man hiding, not as a ghost who he once was, but as a goddamn artist. And that final performance is not just about reclaiming what was lost. It's a statement that despite everything, he's still here. He's going to still play, still living. Now, look, hey man, you know, maybe call me corny. Call me, oh, this guy's cringe. But, you know, don't we all need a bit of cringe? Don't we all need a bit of cringe? Because I think we all do believe in these things, you know? And that's the part that kind of stays with you for this movie. The idea that in the worst, most unthinkable circumstances, who you are, what you love, is sometimes the only thing that can keep you alive. That's why The Pianist isn't just a war film, lads. It's a film about people and about what keeps us going when the world falls apart. You know, and if you haven't seen it, do yourself a favor. Watch it and listen and really listen. The Pianist, Adrian Brody, one of the great performances of all time, I honestly think. He won the Oscar, deservedly so. And I think he's going to blow you away with it. And here we go, lads. We're back with the top 250 movies with IMDb. And now on the list, The Departed. By the way, before we get into this, I just realized it's going to take me an insane amount of time to get through to all 250, but I'm loving every moment, man. It's going to probably take me until the end of the year, 2025. I did a rough calculation there a while ago and I went, whoa. So we got a lot of content coming in for this whole year, lads. It's going to be awesome. Anyway, today we've got The Departed. Now, lads, it's such a great movie. Is it Scorsese's best? You can argue me on that one. I don't know if I'd put it as his best. He did win the Oscar for this, though. Right? He did. And he didn't win before then. So, you know, he kind of changed his style for this movie, I think. That's what really got him over the line winning the Oscar on this one. You know, it's just so good, man. The attention to detail Scorsese gives you it's breathtaking. And it's a great movie, I think, for both men and women, right? And that's what we're doing here especially for the Spotify, as we were saying, guys, for the Spotify podcast, we're creating more generic movies. So it's for women and men, you know? So anyway, here we go. Did you ever feel like you're living a double life? Like one move and the whole thing just comes flushing down the toilet here. I mean, well, imagine if this wasn't paranoia. Imagine if this was your actual job. The Departed is this in a nutshell. A world where everyone's lying, everybody's pretending, and at any given moment, someone could put a bullet in your head for just existing. I mean, it's mad, man. It's a crime thriller, a psychological roller coaster, and one of the tensest, most gut-wrenching films ever made. And somehow it can be very funny too, because that's the thing about The Departed. It plays like life, tragic, intense, but always with a dark, biting sense of humor. Now, the movie isn't just about cops and criminals, lads. It's about identity, who you are, and who you pretend to be, and whether at the end of the day, if there's even a difference. I mean, you got Billy Costigan, Leonardo DiCaprio, great performance, a cop who's undercover in the mob, and Colin Sullivan, Matt Damon, a mobster who's infiltrated the police. Two of them do just a smashing job on this. They're both playing parts, living lies, and the deeper they go, the harder it is to tell where the act ends and the real person begins. And standing at the center of it all, Nicholson, Frank Costello, man. Always the man. A crime boss, quite terrifying, unpredictable, very unpredictable. He makes the devil look like a drinking buddy here. Now let's go back into just a little bit of background. Like, a lot of the Boston crime stories, they're not just about crime. They're kind of like loyalty. Who's got your back? Who's waiting to stab you? The film is loosely based on the real-life gangster Whitley Bulger and the FBI's insane mishandling of him. But Scorsese, he cranks everything up to 11, man. You're thrown into a world of cops, criminals, rats, snitches. Nobody's clean. Everybody's compromised. And the more you watch, the more you realize this isn't a movie about good or bad guys. It's kind of about survivors. And then we get a deep look at what power does to people. Costello isn't just a crime boss. He's kind of a god in his own little kingdom here. And he doesn't just control his men. He kind of owns them. And Sullivan doesn't just work for him, he owns him. He owes him, man. And that's what makes Costello kind of terrifying, really. He doesn't need to make threats because he's already built a world where people are too scared to betray him. And that's kind of the genius of the character. And yet that's the paradox. His entire empire is built on deception, and in a world of liars, someone is bound to get ahead of him. And the tension in The Departed, lads, it's not really from the violence. It's kind of more about the waiting around, wondering what's about to happen. You know what I mean? It's the shark underwater. You don't see the full shark, and that's what's more terrifying. And both Billy and Colin, they know there's a rat in the organizations, but they don't know who. Every conversation is a minefield. Every glance is a test, and every phone call could be the one that gets them killed. I mean, you're like, uh-oh, who's going to hear them? Billy's unraveling under the pressure, barely keeping it together. I mean, very, like I said, a brilliant performance by DiCaprio for this. Colin, on the other hand, plays it cool, rising through the ranks while feeding intel to the mob. And you can't help but ask yourself, who's going to crack first? And let's talk about the dialogue. The Departed. Oh, man. I mean, The Departed, it's packed with it's very sharp, funny, brutal lines in crime cinema. And it's a Scorsese film, which means everyone talks like they've been drinking espresso and doing push-ups at the same time. Then you got Mark Wahlberg. I mean, what an a-hole of a character, this guy. I mean, just wow. And Alec Baldwin's has the subtlety of a hand grenade, this guy. Every exchange between Nicholson and DiCaprio feel like a death match with words. You're laughing, you're kind of sweating, gripping the armrest. It's the magic of the film, man. And then we get to the climax. I will not give it away for anybody who has not seen it, but you're going to be shocked. That's when you think you just got a handle on the whole movie and you're about to figure out, you can predict the end of the movie, and then bang. Scorsese throws in an absolute wild card here, man. The rug gets ripped out from under you. You know, the elevator scene, that's all I'll say. No dramas to it. It's just straight to the point. It's like, whoa. And it kind of make you feel a bit sick. And then watching certain people thrive and suffer kind of makes you even sicker even more. And then, you think then that the movie actually ends up, oh, wow, I didn't see this one coming. Then Scorsese throws in another jab to the stomach, man. I mean, there's two twists in this. It's just unbelievable. So what do we take away from The Departed? What do we take? The crime doesn't pay? Corruption is everywhere? Maybe. But more than anything, it's kind of about the masks we can wear in life, the roles we play, the games we play. Billy and Colin weren't just lying to others, they were lying to themselves, and you can see that. And I think a lot of us can relate that, oh yeah, we certainly know someone that lies to themselves and they just can't stop lying. And this kind of scary part is we've all met a guy like Costello, not a full-blown psychopath with a love for something, but that power, who's got power and worse knows it. The boss who enjoys making you squirm, the teacher who thrives on intimidation here, believe you me, the friend who's only a friend with benefits. And the real question is, how far would you go to take someone like that down? How far would you go? Would you play the long game? Do you risk everything? Or would you just let the system swallow you whole? And that's why The Departed, it's not just a crime thriller, lads. It's got punch. Really does. Highly entertaining. A lesson in chaos, description, the terrifying truth that sometimes bad people can win, or maybe not. You decide for this one. You'll know what I mean if you haven't seen this, and when you do. And keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. Maybe, just maybe, don't trust anyone who seems too good at playing both sides.
Peter.
Here we go, everybody. Let's cover the top 250 movies on IMDb. That's right. We're going to keep going the whole entire way until we get from 1 to 250. It's going to be a long time to get to all the way through, but we're getting there, lads. And in fact, very, very soon, we're doing 3 movies today. And before we get into them, we're not going in order. We're not going from 250 down to 1 or 1 to 250. We're shaking things up, lads, because what we're doing here is because I have both men and women following me. So the best way to do this is find movies, especially when I'm on Spotify, lads, for the YouTube episodes. I'm shifting around on the top 250 to find movies that are generic, both for women and men. So obviously, because different audiences, you got to shake it up. And then on YouTube, I'll be covering all movies, but mainly male movies. So anyway, today we're gonna go into 3 movies that you got to see, whether you're a man or a woman. Now this is in the top 250, and by the way, we're nearly there. We'll nearly have the first 25 done already. And when we do, we're going to be doing a full live stream. Everything's going to be put together in one. And we're going to do that from 1 to 25. We're going to do that from 1 to 50, 1 to 75, 1 to 100, etc., etc. It's going to be so much fun, lads. But today, I want to talk about whiplash. Have you ever met someone so intense, so relentless, that they make you question everything about yourself? And someone who pushes you past the breaking point, like really pushes you, but you can't tell if they're building you up or just breaking you down for fun, right? Because this is what happens in this movie. That is whiplash, lads. And that's Terrence Fletcher. And if you've ever had a terrifying coach, a brutal boss, or a teacher who made you feel like a speck of dust in the universe, this movie is going to hit you like a drumstick in the face, man.
Peter.
Now, let's get one thing straight about Whiplash. It ain't just a movie about jazz music. I mean, I have to admit, I wasn't into jazz until I actually started listening to this or watching this movie, lads. It kind of got me into it, I gotta admit. And it's a psychological thriller. It's disguised as a music film. That's really what it is. It's about the cost of greatness. How far would you go to be the best? How much abuse would you take? And what point do you break? That's the war happening in this film. You got the drummer Andrew, okay? He wants to be legendary. He wants to be one of the greats. And his conductor Fletcher is willing to destroy him to make it happen. And is it mentorship or is sadism? Is he crafting a genius, or is he just a little unhinged lunatic with a conductor's baton? This movie doesn't spoon-feed you answers. It throws you into the fire and dares you to find your own way out. Now, Andrew, played by Miles Teller, brilliant performance, you have to admit, is a talented, awkward music student. He's at the prestigious Schaefer Conservatory. And his life is drums. That's it. No friends, no distractions, just sticks and sweat. And then there's J.K. Simmons. Oh, man. And he won the Oscar, by the way, for this. And he deservedly so. Bald, black-clad, and as terrifying as a drill sergeant with metronome here. Like, the man just doesn't teach music. He commands music. He doesn't demand perfection. He expects it. And if you don't give it to him, well, let's just say he is a way of making you wish you were never born. So as the story progresses, lads, Andrew does finally make it into Fletcher's elite jazz band. Okay, things are kind of, looking up for him, or are they? Now that's when the real horror show starts. Believe me, this is nuts. You think music class is about playing instruments? Not here. This is boot camp, man. This is Full Metal Jacket with a brass section. It's the first rehearsal. Fletcher throws a chair at Andrew's head. He throws a chair at the young lad. What in God's name is he thinking? And he does it because he's, quote, rushing the tempo. I'm not giving away the whole movie here, by the way, lads. You really got to see this movie. Then he makes him repeat the same few bars of music until his hands literally bleed. This isn't teaching. This is psychological warfare. And here's the crazy part. Andrew doesn't quit. He doesn't walk away. No. He doubles down. He practices until his fingers are raw. His relationships crumble. His sanity frays. And because Fletcher has planted this poisonous little seed in his head, the idea that true greatness only comes from suffering, and you start to wonder, geez, is this guy right? Then comes the scene. I think you probably know the one if you've seen the movie, lads. Andrew gets into a car crash on the way to his big performance. We'll leave it there. We won't say any more about that part. Don't want to ruin it for you. And instead of going to hospital like a normal person, he tries to keep playing in the band. It's gone mental, man. That's how deep he's in. That's how far he's gone down the rabbit hole here. Of course, he doesn't do very well because he's completely out of it. You'll see what I mean. But Fletcher, he goes for him, man. He goes for him. And there's a fight that happens. And you don't blame Andrew for getting into the fight. Because in the final moments of the film, Fletcher, now fired from controversy, reaches out to Andrew for a second chance. And he invites him to play at a big jazz festival. Now again, lads, don't worry, I'm not giving away anything because you really have to see this movie to understand, oh, wow, I see what you mean. It seems like redemption until it doesn't end up being redemption. I'll just leave it at that. And he kind of sets up Andrew with the wrong music. And then that's when Andrew does the impossible. He finally lets go. He doesn't crumble. He doesn't run. He owns that stage, man. He drums like a man possessed, pushing himself to the absolute limit. And for the first time, Fletcher isn't breaking orders, man. He isn't controlling the moment. He just watches. And in that instant, they understand each other. A twisted, destructive bond, but a bond nonetheless. The movie ends mid-performance, no applause, no closure, just two men locked in a battle of wills, pushing each other beyond human limits. And here's the scary part, lads. I think we've all met a Fletcher in some way, shape, or form. Maybe even know him. Maybe he's your next door neighbor and you never saw him the way he opens up on these students. Maybe there's people out there like this. I think we all know this. That coach, that boss, that teacher who pushed you just too goddamn hard. Maybe they made you better. Maybe they broke you. Maybe both. Whiplash doesn't tell you if Fletcher's message are justified. It just shows you the cost. And greatness can be forged in pain, but at what price? And is it worth it? Personally, I think it is. You might think I'm a complete mental case for thinking that. But that's the question that Whiplash leaves you with. There's no right answer. Ladies and gentlemen, this movie, every time I watch that last scene, when Andrew becomes who he becomes, is a very, very exciting, a very gripping, compelling scene. You're just sucked in. Ladies and gentlemen, I couldn't recommend enough this movie, Whiplash. It is awesome.
Peter.
Wow.
Okay, lads, ladies and gents, you've got to watch this movie, Inglourious Bastards. Now, Yes, there's some violence. Yes, and women probably be like, "Oh, I don't want to see all this." I'm telling you, lads, you need to watch this movie. It's bold, it's violent, but incredibly interesting and downright fun. If you haven't seen it, let's just say you're not doing yourself any favors. You gotta see it, man. And it's like skipping dessert at a five-star restaurant. It's the movie. It's more than just historical fiction. It's a Tarantino experience, man. And trust me, you don't want to miss this one. I mean, we've got the Nazis, we've got Brad Pitt, Tarantino at one of his best movies, and Brad Pitt with the most outrageous accent ever. But it's very funny, and we've got the kind of tension that will have you biting your nails down to the bone. Let's get into it. Peter.
Wow.
Now here's the thing about Inglourious Bastards, that it doesn't actually follow the rules of reality. Okay? I mean, we're talking about a version of World War II where Nazis get taken out in the most creative, over-the-top ways imaginable. And yeah, sure, some people might say, is this a little too much? Too much violence? But who cares? Honestly, and if you've seen this movie before, you probably know what I'm talking about, right? It's a Tarantino film, lads. It's supposed to make you feel uncomfortable, make you laugh in the most awkward way possible, and leave you wondering what in the world you just watched. It's basically cinematic candy. Sweet, addictive, and way better than anything else in the theater at the time. It was kicking ass, man. The conflict here isn't just about the characters. It's about whether or not you can handle the level of pure badassery that it's about to unfold. Alright lads, let me set the stage. So we've got Brad Pitt leading the charge as Aldo Rain, okay? And the leader of the group, the Bastards. And a group of Jewish American soldiers who go around making a name for themselves by scalping Nazis and dropping them like bad habits, man. And of course, then there's Shoshana, a young woman whose family was murdered by the Nazis and has a pretty good personal vendetta to settle. And she becomes the owner of a cinema, plans her own revenge in the most public way possible by luring the biggest Nazis in the world to a screening of film that she's about to set on fire. I mean, that literally, fire as in explosions and chaos, not like let's light a candle for peace here, lads. Inglourious Bastards isn't about subtlety, folks. It's about showing Nazis who's boss with some serious style. Now this is where it gets juicy, lads. Oh, real juicy, man. You realize that Shoshana's plan and the Bastards' mission collide in a kind of a hilarious and an intense way. You got Christoph Waltz. Wow, he won the Oscar for this. Unbelievable performance, and a creepy, slimy guy who gives the most terrifying, charming, psychotic performance as Hans Landa. And he's the Jew hunter. You'd be terrified to share a glass of water with this guy because you'd probably end up dead or worse, forced to share the water with them. And then there's the slow build-up of the final act where everything comes together in the most satisfying and absurd way possible. I'm not going to spoil the ending, but let's just say the whole theater was cheering, whether they wanted to or not, because what happens next is pure magic. And here it is, the climax, people. The movie in a sequence that is so outlandish, so bold, and so perfectly executed that I couldn't help to think, did they just actually do that? The tension builds up to a point where you're literally on the edge of your seat trying to figure out how it's all going to go down. And then bang, man, the Nazis get exactly what they deserve. That's all we'll go. And it's glorious, lads. The movie that just doesn't turn history on its head. It gives you a front row seat to the most satisfying revenge story pretty much ever. And I'm talking fireworks, blood, and like the kind of stuff that every moviegoer needs to see in their life. Plus we get we get Pitt's iconic line, "I want my scalps." I mean, it's a great one, man, which I can only describe as cinematic flex that makes you want to shout from the rooftops. And alright, why should every man and woman watch Inglourious Bastards? It's simple, lads. This movie isn't just about Nazis getting what they deserve. It's about justice, revenge, honor, all while making you laugh in very unexpected moments. And you get a front row seat to what Tarantino really does best. Violence, dark humor, and a history with the kind of characters you can't help but root for. And this is the movie that asks, what would happen if we could rewrite history and deliver a big old dose of retribution to the bad guys? And trust me, if you haven't watched it yet, you're missing out on one of the most fun, witty, and intense films, lads. Grab your popcorn, settle in, and get ready to witness history with a good old of badassery, man. You won't regret it. So lads, go watch Inglourious Bastards. Seriously, it's a ride you won't forget. It might just make you rethink how much fun history can be when told through Tarantino's lens. Plus, you'll never look at Jew hunters or fireworks the same way again. Now, who's ready for some revenge, baby?
Peter.
Alright lads, now for the next one. Did you ever hear the saying, the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he never existed? Yeah, because that sounds great. It's a cool one-liner, right? You probably know the movie already. Mysterious, a little philosophical, I suppose, maybe. But what if I told you that that one movie took that line, just that one line, man, and built an entire mind-blowing story around it? That, my friends, is The Usual Suspects. And I gotta recommend it. It's a great throwback one. Now, I don't throw the term around must watch around too much. I hope I don't anyway. But if you are the kind of person who loves crime thrillers, lads, I'm telling you now, twist endings and that moment when a movie completely shatters your brain, then trust me, this one you can't afford to miss. Because this isn't just a movie with a good plot, it's a masterpiece in deception. A film that tricks you right to your face and you won't even realize it until it's literally the end credits. Alright lads, now let's get into The Usual Suspects. Now look, this movie's been around quite a while, so I'm not going to try and give away the ending or sort of key words to kind of give things away here. Now, a lot of people do talk about it to this day because it is an ancient movie. But you know what? I want people to have fun if they haven't seen this. And I love movies so much that I bloody hope you love movies too, man. You know? So let's get cracking on this one. Okay. I'm getting very excited. At its core, like, it's who did it? But not in the way you'd expect. There's been a massacre on a boat, first of all. And bodies everywhere, drug deals gone horribly wrong. The only survivor, the only witness is a nervous, crippled con man named Verbal Kint, played by Kevin Spacey. And it won him an Oscar. Great performance. And the FBI's desperate for answers. They'll need to know who orchestrated the whole thing. And Verbal, he's got a story to tell, man. He really does. A story about 5 criminals. They're thrown together in a police lineup, and each one of them with their own unique skill set, right? You know, one is really good at picking pockets, one's good at explosives. You know, they've all got their certain skill, and they're all very dangerous too, which is kind of the fun, you know. And the real question is, and this isn't giving away anything, who is Kaiser Soze? Ah, yeah. Good old Kaiser Soze. In fact, lads, if you've never even watched this movie, you probably know, oh, I've heard that name. Yeah, and this is the movie it comes from. A name whispered like a ghost story here, lads. You know, a crime lord so powerful and so terrifying. Now, I'm not going to lie that, you know, they say that even the mention of his name sends shivers down your spine. Now, look, I'm here to recommend some good quality, and this is a classical movie, all right? So there's a little bit of cheese to it. It's corny to a degree, okay? But if you do take it in, you know, this was, back in the day, Kaiser Soze was like the master criminal back in the day. Very scary, but it's still a great show. And some say he's a myth, some say he's real, right? But the only thing everyone agrees on is you don't mess with them. It's cringe, right? And according to Verbal, the five criminals did. And that's why everything goes to hell. Now let's talk about the usual suspects, the five that are caught in the lineup, if you will. We've got Gabriel Byrne, brilliant, the former dirty cop trying to go straight. We've got Stephen Baldwin, the wild card hothead, kind of very cringy in this. Benicio del Toro, fantastic, great actor, but you can barely understand the guy. And I gotta admit, I wasn't very taken with his voice in this movie. It's very strange, and you can't really understand him to a degree. And he kind of talks just so weird that you're like, huh? And then you've got Kevin Pollak, the sarcastic explosives expert. He's great in this. And then you've got Verbal Kint, Kevin Spacey. And obviously he's really good. He's even won the Oscar for it. So these guys didn't even know each other at the start of the movie, which is very cool because you see their journey as they go along, which is very cool. You're following the breadcrumbs as you go. But one bad situation, it leads to another one. And before you know it, they're working together. And this is where the story is very, very good. The way that Kaiser Soze is watching all of them. And he manages to bring them all together. And the film really justifies how they all came together. You're not like, oh, come on, that's just stupid, man. No, it actually, the script does a very, very good job of justifying all of them. And, they don't know each other, not at all. And you kind of don't even question why they came together. You just get it. Maybe it's hard to explain, lads, but everything's kind of going fine until they get an offer they can't refuse, right? This is where it gets really interesting. A job, and I mean a huge, huge job. And the guy calling the shots, it's Kaiser Soze. Now here's where the job this big job involves stealing from a rival gang on a ship carrying millions of dollars in drug money. So they're obviously going for the cash here. So Kaiser Soze doesn't make deals. He gives orders. And again, I'm talking about the justifying. He just brilliantly brings it all together. And you can see why they all do it. And if they don't follow through, he doesn't kill you. He doesn't kill your family. He kills your family. He kills your friends. He kills your dog. And then just to make a point, he'll burn your house down while you're still in it. I mean, he's this type of guy now. And it's not the kind of guy you say no to, especially when he has you by the balls. The crew's got no choice here. They go to the ship, they execute the plan, and everything goes south, man. Everything goes so tits up wrong, smack bang in all their faces, lads. Gunfire, chaos, betrayals. By the end of it, everyone's dead except Verbal, right? Kevin Spacey. And all he can do now is sit in the interrogation room and tell his story. But the FBI agent is listening to him, and here's the thing about it. The agent is not buying what Kevin Spacey's telling him. He knows there's more to the story, and he wants to get the truth. So what does Kevin Spacey know? Now this is where The Usual Suspects just will blow your mind. Probably the greatest cinematic twist of all time. Because I think it was the first to really go head first into twists in movies. And as Verbal finishes his story, he leaves the police station. And the agent is sort of just pondering, thinking what Verbal's been saying. And he looks at a random object on his desk. And Verbal mentions something about something. And then he realizes the entire story was BS. Total garbage. And a masterpiece of improvisation. He made it all up. But that's all as far as I'm going to go to, lads. That's all as far as I'm going to go to. This was Kevin Spacey's first Oscar win. He won the Oscar for American Beauty too. and thoroughly deserved. And you know, lads, not many people in these type of movies get the Oscar because it's a sort of just an action movie, you know what I mean? Crime thriller. You know, they're not the type of movie that you would get an Oscar for. But Kevin Spacey pulled it off, man. And there's some great, great acting in this. Fantastic acting. And you know, we're going back to the 90s, but it's still, there's cheese, but still good. And, you know, the story, it just keeps the movie going. And you can really feel a dark sort of, there's someone. It's, you know what it's like? It's almost like Kaiser Soze is directing the camera. You can feel like it's almost like we're looking at what Kaiser Soze is looking at. There's almost that sort of fly on the wall, the spy behind the wall looking through a drill hole, and he's keeping an eye on everybody. I mean, you kind of get that feel about the movie the whole entire way through. The music, kind of cheesy, corny, but it works. It works. So, you know, lads, you got to see it. It's in the top 250 movies of IMDb of all time. Definitely a great one for a weekend. If you're bored, if you like the classic movies, you gotta watch The Usual Suspects.
Peter.
Wow.
Okay, let's address the bat in the room, lads. The Dark Knight Rises. And oh dear Lord. Some people will tell you it's not as good as The Dark Knight. Okay, hard to disagree, hard to agree. And to those people, I say, did you watch the same movie? Or were you too busy trying to figure out what Bane was saying? I know, it was tough. Because look, lads, let me tell you, this movie's epic, emotional, and yes, totally worth your time.
Peter.
Wow.
Okay, here's the dilemma. You're probably thinking, do you really have to watch a 3-hour-long movie of a guy who was dressed as a bat come out of retirement? And the answer is absolutely yes, lads. Because this isn't just about Batman. It's about redemption, resilience, and what happens when your city is held hostage by a guy who sounds like, kind of like Darth Vader after, like, inhaling helium. Now let's rewind, lads, and let's give you a bit of background, okay? It's been 8 years since The Dark Knight. Now, Bruce Wayne, no longer the billionaire playboy. He's a recluse. He's walking around Wayne Manor like he's auditioning for, like, the Real Housewives of Gotham here. You know, I mean, the guy's just turned into a bit of a loser. Meanwhile, Gotham is in denial about its problems. Total denial. And then here comes Bane. Like this guy, villain who looks like a bodybuilder and talks like he's narrating an audiobook for War and Peace or World War, whatever the hell. It's weird. He's not here to steal money, not even just destroy the city. Bane wants to break Gotham, crush it into a billion pieces, and he ain't messing around, lads. Now, things do escalate quickly here, okay, in this movie, and I'm going to try not to give too much away. Bane shows up, break Batman's back, like it's a breadstick, and tosses him into a pit of despair, lads. And Batman's lying there, contemplating his life choices, and Gotham descends into pure and utter madness and chaos. Anne Hathaway's Catwoman, she's just, I mean, sexy, man. Woo, oh dear God, and that catsuit, simply unreal. Probably the best Catwoman we've ever seen on screen, I think anyway. And hey, look, maybe you disagree with me on that one. She's slinking around stealing jewels, hearts in equal measure. Like, the stakes get higher and higher as Bruce realizes he's not just fighting to save Gotham, he's fighting to save himself. And then the climax. Now, like I said, lads, we're not giving too much away here. The finale, oh man, it's wild. Now, Batman, basically the superhero equivalent of climbing out of your ex's Instagram feed. That's all I'm gonna say. He teams up with Catwoman, Commissioner Gordon, and a guy named Blake, Joseph Gordon-Levitt. Really, really good, by the way. Together, they take on Bane's army in a battle so epic, lads, it makes Braveheart look like a pillow fight. I mean, I'm telling you, like, huh? And just when you think it's over, boom! There's a twist. A big one. By the end, you're left cheering, crying, possibly Googling how to make your own batsuit. And the movie wraps up a trilogy in a way that it feels satisfying and emotional. It it's not just about Batman. It's about legacy, sacrifice, and hope. It ain't just some superhero movie, lads. Some guy running around in tights here. It isn't. There's a lot of meaning in this movie. And honestly, any movie that gives Michael Caine a chance to make you cry deserves a standing ovation. So what are you waiting for, lads? You watch The Dark Knight Rises, because if you don't, you'll never know what it means to rise. Seriously. And also, you'll miss Tom Hardy delivering lines like, "Ah, you think darkness is your ally?" Obviously, I'm not trying to do his face or his voice, but let's face it, it's Mimi Gold.
Peter. Wow.
All right, lads, let's cut to the chase. Good Will Hunting. I'm so excited to talk about this one here. I love talking about all of them, but this is one of my favorites. This isn't just a movie. This is a therapy session disguised as drama. It's that one friend who calls you on your BS, but does it in a way that actually makes you listen. And at the heart of it, Robin Williams. Now, I don't care who you are, what you're into, what movies you watched, you need to see this film. Because whether you're the smartest guy in the room or just trying to figure out where the hell your life is going, Good Will Hunting hits you like a freight train, man. And the best part, it sneaks up on you. One minute you're watching Matt Damon flex his genius in a bar, dunking on some Harvard snob, and then the next, you're sitting there questioning every decision you've ever made in your life. Then there's the park scene. Oh, dear God. Ladies and gentlemen, the greatest monologue to ever be on movie. Ever. And if you've seen it, you already know what I'm talking about. And if you haven't, buckle up.
Peter. Wow.
So let's talk about actual Will Hunting, Matt Damon. The guy's a genius, but an absolute disaster. He's a mess. And he's got a brain that could change the world, right? He's one of those guys, but what's he doing with it? Working construction, drinking with his buddies, picking fights for the laugh. And why? Because he's afraid. Afraid of failure, afraid of success, afraid of letting anyone in. The guy has walls built so high, even Spider-Man couldn't climb them. When a professor discovers his talent and tries to push him towards greatness, what does he do? He self-sabotages. Because it's easier to stay in your comfort zone, right? That's what a lot of psychologists would tell you, than to risk finding out you're not as special as you think. And where's Sean Maguire? Robin Williams comes in. Because if there's one person who sees through his crap, it's Robin Williams. We get into the nitty-gritty. Did you know this about Good Will Hunting, lads? Well, Matt Damon and Ben Affleck, they won the Oscar for this movie, for the screenplay. Sheer genius in this script. Incredible. Two guys from Boston, broke guys from Boston, and writing a script that would change their lives forever. Robin Williams made the park scene iconic, clearly. Almost entirely improvised. I mean, that's what just makes it even better. And then when he finishes, Matt Damon looks down because he was actually crying. And then Harvey Weinstein, that freak, but he almost screwed it up. The studio originally wanted to turn this into a weird thriller about Will being chased by the government, right? Thankfully, Affleck and Damon said no. Even though I kind of liked that sound of it, but that had to be a different movie, you know? Not Good Will Hunting. Robin Williams' final line in the movie was improvised. When he said, "Son of a bitch, you stole my line." That wasn't in the script. That was just Robin Williams being Robin Williams. In the monologue. Picture this. The two lads, Will and Sean, they're sitting on a park bench. Will's been playing his usual crap, thinks he's got everything figured out, cocky as hell. He's read every book, he's studied everything, and he thinks he knows it all in life. And then Robin Williams drops the bomb. "If I asked you about art, you'd probably give me every art book I've ever written, etc., etc." Boom. In the matter of minutes, he destroys Will's entire world because knowledge is an experience. He just gives him some home truths. And it keeps going. And then he asks him, is he an orphan? And by the time you're done, Will isn't cocky anymore. He's very, very quiet because for the first time in his life, somebody saw right through him. And this scene is why Robin Williams is one of the greatest actors of all time. This put him right up there, man. He wasn't playing a role. He was talking to us. This isn't just about Will hunting. It's about everyone who's ever thought that knowing facts is the same as living life, you know? And it's for every guy who thinks he's got dating figured out because he's read some book, but's never actually fallen in love. You know, even when Robin Williams says, once more into the breach, dear friends. Oh, good Lord. It's for everyone who thinks they've got life figured out, but in reality, they've never stepped outside their comfort zone. And by the end of the movie, Will finally gets it. He does. And he realizes that all his knowledge, while impressive, means diddly squat, means nothing. If he doesn't let himself experience life, he's done, man. And that's the lesson. We've all got the tendency. We know things because we've read about them. We think we've got people figured out because we've analyzed them. Some people have got the bachelor's, the university degree. What the hell does that give you to know what real life is like? You know? And a lot of this is very relatable. But the only way to understand it is live it. And if you haven't seen it, watch it. You got to. Because you'll watch this again and again and again and again. It's about living. And if it doesn't convince you, just go sit in a park bench and let Robin Williams wreck your soul for 4 minutes.
Peter.
All right, let's be real, lads. Have you ever had a moment in your life where you've looked and said, what the hell just happened? 1 minute, you're young, full of dreams, and the next, you're in a loveless marriage, working a job you can't stand, fantasizing about your daughter's best friend, apparently, and buying a red Pontiac Firebird? Oh, wait, that's American Beauty. Because this movie, lads, it's also kind of life, isn't it? I mean, this happens a lot. You know, like this is why this movie hits hard. It takes everything we pretend is fine. Suburbia, marriage, careers, the so-called American dream, if you want to call it that, and just rips it apart in the most stunning way possible. And here's the kicker. The first thing we hear in this movie is Lester Burnham telling us he's already dead. Yeah, a dead man narrating. That's the film way of saying, strap in, lads. This is going to be one hell of a ride.
Peter.
So just before we get into the nitty-gritty of American Beauty, just a quick update on the timetable going forward for 2025. So we've talked about obviously motor racing, Formula One, we talk about relationships, dating, we talk about comedy or movie reviews, movies of the week, etc. So for now, every Monday is going to be motor racing. Every Tuesday is going to be relationships and dating. And then every Friday is going to be either 3 must-watch movies or it's going to be Formula One motor racing and movies. All right, so it's 3 podcasts a week, and we might change it up too because obviously we're talking about comedic stuff, so we can change things up, but it'll be in the same category. So 3 episodes a week, Monday, Tuesday, and Friday. So Monday's motor racing, Tuesday's relationships, dating, and Friday's movies and motor racing are just movies and comedy. So anyway, let's get into it. So let's talk about Lester Burnham, played by Kevin Spacey, man. He won the Oscar for this. Exceptional performance. Now, say what you will about Spacey, and, you know, people can say a lot these days. You know, we don't know exactly what happened, the ins and outs of his allegations. But you gotta say, his performance in this film, it's insane, man. He plays Lester Burnham, a guy who, on the surface, you know, has the, quote, perfect life, the nice house. He's got the wife, the kid, the corporate job. But in reality, he's a dead man walking. And his wife, Carolyn, obsessed with appearances. I mean, this woman is just mental. She's the kind of person who listens to self-help tapes and waters her plants with desperation, and then their daughter Jane, well, she hates them both. Standard teenage rebellion, I guess, for a lot of kids out there. Except she has good reason. Her parents are miserable, so naturally they've made her life miserable too. And then out of nowhere, Lester sees Angela, Jane's best friend, and boom, midlife crisis unlocked. It's like something wakes him up, and suddenly he starts acting like a 17-year-old again. He's working out, he's quitting the job, smoking weed with the creepy neighbor kid. And this is where the movie throws you a curveball because it makes you uncomfortable watching this, but it also makes you laugh. You're watching a guy completely unravel, but damn it, you're rooting for him. Now, before we go deeper, let's throw in some did you know facts about this movie, lads. The role of Lester Burnham almost went to Tom Hanks. Did you know that? I could still see Tom Hanks play an incredible performance, but I just can't imagine anybody without Kevin Spacey, man. Kevin Spacey's dry sarcasm and deadpan humor were perfect for Lester. Did you know as well, the iconic rose petal scene, I'm just watching them on the screen here, lads. The iconic rose petal scene almost didn't happen. That scene where Angela is covered in rose petals. Director Sam Mendes almost cut it because he thought it might look too weird. Thank God he didn't because, well, it's one of the most famous shots in film history. Then we got number 3. The plastic bag scene was inspired by real life. I mean, Ricky's whole plastic bag floating in the wind thing, that actually happened to writer Alan Ball. He saw a bag floating one day and thought, that's kind of cool, man. That's cinematic. Originally, the film was a murder mystery, and the story was told through a courtroom case. Would have changed the whole movie, man. Okay, let's get back to the chaos. So while Lester's spiraling into his teenage fantasy world here, lads, let's talk about the real freak in the movie. Colonel Frank Fitz, U.S. Marine Corps. I mean, brilliantly played by Chris Cooper, absolutely brilliantly. The guy's military strict, treats his son like garbage, and has some serious repressed issues. We mightn't say too much about that. We don't want to ruin any endings here. Meanwhile, Carol is having an affair with the king of real estate. Don't worry, this doesn't blow the whole movie for you. She's sleeping with Buddy Kane, and honestly, she thinks she's winning at life, when in reality, she's just filling the emptiness. And then there's Ricky Fitz, the kid next door, played by, was it Wes Bentley? And with those kind of haunting, creepy eyes-ish. Dude is obsessed with filming everything. And again, that just adds to the creepiness of the movie here. But then you take him in. You take him in. Dead birds. He's filming dead birds, homeless people, plastic bags. The guy sees beauty in the darkest, weirdest places. And then somehow, he's the only guy in the movie actually happy. I mean, it's so bizarre. And then let's talk about the best one of the best moments in the movie, when Lester quits his job. The guy blackmails his boss, takes a year's salary, and starts working at a fast food joint because it's just brain dead easy job. It's so cool, man. It'll hurt your stomach laughing. We get to the climax. Don't worry, no spoilers here, lads. Okay, we won't go there that far. But this is where the S really hits the fan. Lester finally almost gets Angela. At the last second, she tells him she's a virgin. And suddenly, just like that, the illusion shatters. It's like he's just woken up from his 17-year-old magic spell that he's been put under. And he realizes he's been acting like a dumbass. And it's quite sad, I have to say. Ricky and Jane decide to run away together because they're convinced their parents are insane, which, you can't really argue with that one. Carolyn, now completely broken, grabs a gun. And then one last thing without saying anything else. Then Colonel Frank Fitz. That's all we'll say on that. And then boom, the movie gets to the real climax. And it's shocking. It's weird. It's beautiful. There's a lot of narration at this point at the end of the movie. Beautiful sounds score to the movie. It's just awesome. And then we're left with the final thoughts, you know? American Beauty, it's not just about a midlife crisis. It's about how everyone in the movie is chasing something fake. Money, beauty, power, control. And in the end, none of it matters. None of it matters. The only people who find any peace? Well, one or two. It's hilarious, it's dark, it's disturbing, it's brilliant. If you've never seen American Beauty, lads, go watch it. If you've seen it before, watch it again. Take it off the shelf, put it on Netflix or wherever it is, or YouTube, because the older you get, the more you realize the film wasn't just talking about Lester. It was talking about all of us. We can relate to a lot of the characters in many ways, shapes, or forms in this movie. American Beauty, absolute must watch.
Peter.
Wow.